What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice?
And make them back up, back up.
Make them out, rush in, drop back, defense.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
Show some respect.
Are you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack.
Now, shall we fight?
My turn!
All right, here we go.
Trust my shield.
Fire away! Gotta try harder, huh? Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
Trust my shield. Stop right there. It's not over yet.
Go to hell!
All right, here we go.
Hey-ya!
Welcome to Update 26.2, where you'll discover the new Crafter Pass, a new Team Deathmatch map, strength and anti-cheat measures, and more. Here's a closer look at what's in store. Dive into the fresh Crafter Pass, Black Market 2023. Tackle missions, obtain rewards, and get busy crafting in the workshop. Keep an eye out for the special craftable rewards in this pass. The return of 4 progressive weapon skins available throughout the pass duration, along with their unique chromas. There is much more depth to the Black Market 2023, so stay tuned for a detailed announcement coming your way. Next up, experience the newly unveiled map for Team Deathmatch, the Pillar Compound. This arena serves up distinct combat avenues tailored for diverse gunplay preferences. Favor long to medium range battles? The main building is the choice for you. For those keen on close quarter encounters, the side buildings is the place to be. Plus, the inclusion of cleverly designed flank routes ensures thrilling challenges for everyone. Elevating our commitment to fair play, we're enhancing anti-cheat measures for ranked matches on Steam. Those flagged as potential cheaters will now face an added ARS verification step, linked to the phone number associated with their account. Ensure your information is updated by visiting PUBG support should there be any changes to your contact information. Lastly, we have a new penalty system for those leaving Blue Bomb Rush mid-match, refinements to the general plane flight route UI, and more. Update 26.2 has more to offer, so don't forget to read the patch notes. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power Online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อย ตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals Sonic!
The championship, the spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner.
Twisted Minds with a disgustingly effective hold on the south side. Turn that into a win.
Spins on him and takes him down. Daiwa is going to get the win.
Win that win. Over the center down position. He's got to be
Yeah, oh, kickstart, some great shots there. How in the world does Shouty win that? Chilled up and over. Cerberus fighting Ghibli. Ghibli, one player left for Ghibli.
His technical route coming apart.
And now they're walking right to NG.
ครับพี่แม่กุดนี่ห่าวตัวแฮนซับกุดอยู่ Heaven
Hello Heaven very good
very handsome
시마스라고 생각하거든요. 좋은 폼을 보여주고 있다고 생각해서.
No Sen
By Shen feeling confident with it. So that way he can pop up at the... Too far. Falcons trying to push down into him, and they're...
Go Tải quá.
나이스.
Good.
not good yet liar oh no oh so hard
너무 잘하는데.
Good.
哇选最厉害吧
One, two, three. Let's go.
fighting number one nice try
สุดยอดผมมาก
확실히 움직임도 좋고 잘하는 것 같습니다.
想要拿到一个大房子。
哦thank you แก่น้อย
ใช่ไก่น้อย
พวกเราเตรียมสิ่งที่น่าสนใจไว้ให้ดูด้วยเอาเรามาเลย Let's go Let's go Let's go ตลาดน้อยตลาดน้อย This เฮ้ย go go
เอ้ยให้มัด
you
No
you Hey photo
อ๋อ
โอเคเอ้ยนี่คือคาเฟ่ที่พวกเราเตรียมมาให้พวกคุณไปดูกันเลย let's go
let's go สวัสดีครับ
เพื่อนแต่ละคนมี performance ที่ดีอยู่แล้วผมว่ายิงสู้ไปทุกทีม
배틀그라운드가 피지컬로만 되는 게임이 아니기 때문에 저희 선수 4명 모여도 좀 힘들 것 같다고 생각했습니다.
Tại vì 4 người đến từ 4 nước khác nhau nên là có hợp với nhau.
ต้องพูดว่าไงสื่อสารทางจิตอ่ะ
อ๋อ like this 因为我们天路这4个人是不可能换的，好兄弟。
지금 저희 선수들이 제일 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 이게 바꿀 이유는 없는 것 같습니다.
Switches over to the sawed off. He is not afraid of anything. Yeah, Glass putting in 169 out of their position. And that was so good. That was so good. Heaven from the sky. 들어주세요.
รู้สึกว่ายิงดีมากครับแล้วก็เป็นวิดีโอที่น่าสนใจ
Oh no. Open. They're getting cut down the side by Iman. Was the only one.
들어주세요.
연막 안에 쏘는 것도 감이 좋아야 맞출 수 있는 거라서
枪法很准。
Good.
OK。
Trúng một và lại còn vào đầu.
들어주세요.
这几个击杀我觉得很一般。
저 오라 했나요? 더 멋진 장면들이 많았어가지고 오라는 장면들이 더 명장면이지 않나.
Đã tìm thấy đối phương make a pop up at the worst opportune time.
들어주세요.
Những 3 bắn cối này phải cần gì nhỉ? Cần sự tính toán á. Nên là em thấy bạn tính toán hay nên là em cho ô.
因为他是炮王。
좋은 성적으로 보답드리겠습니다.
Cố gắng vào được vòng chung kết.
首先是进决赛，然后再想别的。
แชมป์โลกแล้วก็ MVP ครับ
แชมเปี้ยน MVP
PGC 2020 Fighting
Fighting
บ๊ายบาย
拜拜。
FaZe Clan shocking the world. 18 kills and a chicken dinner. I don't know if it's enough, but goddamn Matrim, they made a hell of a round. Buzzface, 8 kills. Uba, 6 kills. 8 seed. These guys stepped up and played winning.
Voice in my hand overturned, telling me to get closer to you now. Something's gotta change, you know it's right. Time to take you back, it's all in the high. But never step on me goes down and fall apart. But never move that you make, it's not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself at the end. You're the only one who survived to win. Don't let
我想证明的是，在我们中国队伍里面，我们17 Gaming 会比较稳定。
17 Gaming and Sonics showed great performances in this year's PGS, but they have not yet lifted a PGC trophy before.
为了证明我们17是最强的战队，一个 PGC 的奖杯是远远不够的。
去年我们差一点就夺冠了，但是今年我们会有所不同。
FaZe walks right into it. Finally.
In the group stage, we showed maybe 70%. If we can enjoy ourselves like we did today, then we can win this one.
Every team is trying their best for the PGC trophy, but only the ones who fully enjoy this tournament will be able to go higher.
说实话，这很无聊。赢确实很开心，但是这样赢就太无聊。
Em nghĩ vui vì phong cách của em là thích bắn nhau nên là được bắn nhau rất vui.
Surfer's doing a great job.
Chúng mình càng vui thì chúng mình càng thi đấu tốt hơn. Đó mới là Surfer.
사실 다 이름값만 있는 팀들이지 경기장에서 붙어보면은 다 거기서 거기거든요. 이번에 그 거품들 싹 다 빼주도록 하겠습니다.
So we have a new player. His name is Mime. He's formerly from the Sonics roster. Mime is a very impactful player. He has an easy mindset of it's just a game. So he brings a lot of confidence to the team and makes all the plays that we need to win.
I'm going to the grand final with LG, my new family, my new friends.
พวกเรารู้สึกกดดันรายการใหญ่แบบนี้พวกเราทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับฝากถึงแฟนคลับทุกคนนะครับไม่ต้องห่วงและไม่ต้องกังวลว่าพวกเราจะไปไม่ถึงรอบชิง
For our team, I think all we need to do is keep our mood high, keep vibing off each other, as I said earlier. That's all it takes for our team to be one of the best. We're going to bring that atmosphere to the grand finals.
这个想法是有的，毕竟当职业选手嘛，就是荣誉肯定是要多拿的。
我们最常说的话就是保持信任，信任让我们的团队更强。
我们想在这次 PGC 当中创造出从未有过的记录。
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to day 2 of the winners bracket at PGC 2023. My name's Taviz. I'm joined by Avenger, and this is going to be a relatively wild day as we determine who goes to the grand finals.
Yeah, the last half of the winner bracket. I'm super excited to see which teams are going to be able to maybe jump out of the current bottom 8 and jump in and take one of those top 8 spots to make your way to the grand finals, of course. Otherwise, you're going to the last chance, which start tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the last chance qualifiers start right away after today, so keep an eye on that. We'll let you know who's in it by the end of matches. But let's talk about how this is possible. Shout out to On the Seat, the official gaming chair partner of PGC, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose On the Seat, choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Loga Pro Esports grade gaming gear that's made with a unique design. As a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Taukanoi, live deliciously. Number 1 fast and reliable fiber internet brought to you by True Online. And it is truly time for these teams to get their wits about them. Some of our favorites started a bit slow. Some of them started incredibly strong. Who looks the best right now? I gotta say 17.
I completely agree. Like, they're obviously looking super strong, but then again, they are uncontested in Picard.
That's a good point.
Picard Pachinki, right? So, question is, are they going to keep that in the grand finals? If they keep that, it's very likely. We're talking 10, 15 points.
Whom takes it from them, though?
Nobody. Like,
exactly.
Sonic's already gone from it. Like,
they learned their lesson.
Yeah, and if you're uncontested, and like, it could very much be a, The guys from PGS1 already doing the same thing. They knew already at a global event, international event this year, how to do it, and they're able to execute that very easily again. But then again, when you have 18 games and once you're like through the first one, like, okay, somebody's going to stop these guys, they're going to have a little bit of a target in the back sometime, right? Because otherwise there's 15 other teams realizing, well, if we don't collectively stop them, they're going to be running away with the $600,000 that is guaranteed for first prize scrolls. The last day of winners bracket groups here, of course. The 26th.
The 26th, and then tomorrow we go to the last chance qualifier where every team who has failed at least once has to try not to fail again. Let's take a look at the big format, because after the last chance qualifier, the top 8 from there will join the top 8 from today to make your grand finals group. And it has been challenging for some of these teams in the winners bracket, probably one of the strongest winners brackets we've seen to date.
Right.
Look at that list of teams, Martin. They are heavy hitters from top to bottom.
It is, and there's of course a few surprises in terms of we are halfway through 6 games. Of course, we were starting on Miramar, ending on Erangel with a little bit of spice in between Tego Vikendi. And if you currently are, within striking distance, if you do it within your first 2 games, we're talking here, of course, the $2 million prize pool guaranteed, 600,000 plus. Our in-game crowdfunding, of course, check that out if you're in there. Kill points, as usual, 1 and 10 points for win. Very easy, but then again, same points for 7 and 8. Feel that maybe it could change in the future.
Listen, do what they will. I say if you find yourself in 7 and 8, that's on you. Get more points, earn them, go deeper. Participating teams, we talked about a little bit here. They are on the big screen, so you can look at it. Has anybody sort of shocked you as a letdown? For me, I'm going to say LG has hurt me so far in this bracket. Who's been troubling you?
FaZe got first in the group with 108 points, and now they're currently sitting on 27 points. So I'd like to see more than
What's
that.
the fix? Is there a Curexy for them to find the way to win?
Yeah, that could be a Curexy. I like that. That was a great one. Yeah, but then again, it's 6 points from 8th place, right? So one good game, you're in 4th, 3rd even. Like 1 double-digit kills win, and you're sitting in 3rd or 4th. So it's an easy Curexy for sure. But yeah, the question is, are they going to have any effects or not?
I'll tell you who's had a massive effect so far in this lobby. Lil Ghost and Soul, 2 absolute heavy hitters. Lil Ghost, he is a PGC, or becoming, I should say, a PGC legend. We saw him last year go absolutely bananas and just increasingly good till the grand final. It seems like he's on the same arc this time.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, the best teams we're going to be watching out of Miramar so far, Cerberus, they're able to have a bit of a Tycon effect.
Yeah.
11 kills dropped in a single match, 1,276 damage, I believe. That was insane. One of the craziest games and single individual performances we've seen out of a player this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of those journeys. I think we're probably going to watch the Tycon show in just a second, as he probably one of the best single player performances in a game that we've ever seen. He puts that 3x on the AUG, and he just plays this. Look at this. Gets the 1, switches back to the 3x, takes out Nurens, and then swaps back, gets time to heal, and then is able to sort of, Belmont can't outpeak him. Every time he tried to find it, he was waiting, and even switched to single fire.
And of course here, the clutch on Day Trade Flash managed to actually 1v3 effectively foot. They gave him 1, or I would say 3 1v1 battles here, so they didn't swing on him, nothing. So he got 3 kind of easy fights. It was a 4-kill win for them. Still, the points that they needed to put themselves into a really comfortable position for today. Overall, some kind of wild circles, but also super impressive shots coming out of these guys. We know the pedigree on these players are just through the roof.
For me, it was the wherewithal, because we saw Tycon take out Nurens in that game, and they sort of had the peace of mind to say, I'm going to keep filming out, I'm going to keep making my plays, I'm not letting this sort of thing affect me. These teams have been very, very strong, especially our teams from Thailand have been putting in a lot of work. Sure, Purple Mood got knocked out, but they put in a heck of a statement for themselves. Now, you guys can join us on Fantasy League. You saw the scoring. You should be comfortable with it by now. We'll have new brackets tomorrow when the last chance qualifier begins, but here are the current most points for our winners bracket.
Yeah, and Suju yesterday, and in general, the last game, oh my God, what a performance he had. He popped up, he's in 3rd overall, and that put in some questions for who's going to put him in. Toby put him in as a sub. The question is, he's going to have another 50-point day? I don't know. I'm in last place. I'm disappointed. I didn't have Ike left in the loser bracket. That completely destroyed me, and other bad decisions here.
I would say that one bad decision, huh?
But still here, winners bracket looking good. 57% picked. 17, so yeah, they're going to probably be going to the grand finals.
I'm going to reiterate what you say every day, though. You don't have to put your pick'em in just yet. You can wait till we know who's in the grand final. Really sort of play those odds. If you are a PUBG player, you know limiting the odds, limiting that RNG is the way that you win. Wait till the grand final and then put those votes. All right, today's matches. We start with the dusty dunes of Miramar. We finish in the grassy pastures of Erangel. This is the classic lineup, except for the 2 chaos maps in the middle.
Yeah, and to end on Erangel, if it's going to be anything that we've seen from the other brackets so far, it's very likely that it's going to be
Everest.
Little bit, yeah, could be Everest endings. We've seen a lot of those. I mean, Everest is better than, Millie back to back to back. So yeah, I'd rather see that. I would like to see a Stalpa-esque ending. I'd also love to have at least just one Millie game at one point. So I would be fantastic. But still, I want to see the teams that are in the last 2 games especially, I want to see them focus a little bit more on some of those center positions, because the edge is going to be super
if you want to see some of those last games, you can do it here in person. Friday tickets are still on sale. From what I understand, the rest of the weekend is already sold out, so it's your last chance to get a couple of those tickets to the grand final. Go ahead and head to the website on the bottom of your screen if you want to join us here. And I can tell you, the fans have been wonderful, especially with the fact there are so many hometown teams in right now. Now, you want to win something else? We got G-Coin we'll be giving away today. We have a Match 1 redemption code for 400 G-Coin after the first kill, and we'll have a Match 5 redemption code for anywhere from 800 to 5,000 after the first team elimination. So don't miss out. You got to open the client and get your hands typing as fast as you possibly can. Now, that sort of brings us back to what we were talking about. Teams need to start as fast as you possibly can.
For sure.
We saw in the losers bracket, a lot of teams left it to the last 2 games, and it was frantic. It was chaotic. It was fun for us, but it was too late for them. You can't do that.
No, we want to see them put in the. Obviously, all the teams want to get the points as early as possible, but still, in a case of where if you haven't been getting your 5, 6, 7 points per game now, you need to have a big game to start things with. Otherwise, you're going to be struggling to have a chance with win more of those.
And take that risk, because worst case scenario, you still have the last chance qualifier. So I want to see some teams go out, put in work, and try to get points early. It's almost time for game 1. The Dusty Dunes on the way after this. Don't go anywhere.
And here we go. We're moving into our last day of the winner's bracket, and it is going to be time for your superstars to step up, because we saw some big performances yesterday. If you want to get in the top 8, you've got to make something big happen.
Absolutely. The Des did a great job breaking down a lot of these teams, in particular 17 and Donawa having really, really strong days overall. Even though 17 might have lost that 1 game to the Sonics, they bounced back right after that, and they went absolutely nuts. It was an absolutely brilliant play from the Sonics that has got them in that top 8 fairly comfortably. They need to just have a pretty decent day, and they should be good to go. A lot of teams are kind of in that position, though. We saw this with 4 a.m. In the losers bracket that, everybody thought they were basically a done deal, but they only put up like 16 points on that second day in 6 games and ended up falling out of it.
It is. We've already seen, I think it was Martin that was talking about it a second ago, the heartbreak of teams that we were expecting to have performances already be at least in the last chance qualifiers. And this has just been a brutal tournament. This has been probably the toughest lobbies we have ever seen. I mean, superstar performances from Tycon. I mean, when was the last time you saw somebody kill a sixth of the lobby themselves and then clutch up and win the game? That is just insane. That's what we're dealing with right now. So a middling performance isn't even going to get you into the top 8, I don't think.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Some of our best players are having pretty good days, but their teams aren't necessarily having the best days overall. FaZe, like the desk was talking about, Fex has 11 or 12 kills or something, but they're not, really in the mix. Foot as well. The EU teams seem to be struggling. Vard has 11 kills. The rest of the team not really there, so we got to see them pick it up. We got to see that day 2 phase. It is Sunday, goes without saying. Could be their day. We'll see. But their day 2 in group stage was absolutely bananas, so...
I mean, we are also starting on Miramar, which can be a bit more of a kill burst for your squad, right? Just because the foot pushing capabilities, when we're dealing with the trenches, the way that it all kind of lays out, you have an opportunity to really pick up a lot of kills if you navigate it well. The problem with it is the fact that we've just seen really about 3 or 4 teams navigating these really high kill counts, and it's led to that just cluster of teams like the desk was talking about. One good game can get you into the top 8, but the problem with it is everybody can have that good game in this lobby.
No, exactly. Everybody's capable of it. And I mean, you know, Tycon, all of his kills came in that one game. So
True.
Other than that, he was very quiet, but he had such a good, you know, performance there on that one game that it more than made up for the rest of the day, being a little bit lackluster for his team. You know, Osla Pentagram, it started out looking like they might have another kind of run at things where they might be pretty strong, but since then it has been a little bit difficult for them. They're not that as good as some of these other teams at fighting out in the open, is what I'll say.
Yeah, this though is the aggressor, I would say. Not afraid to tackle anybody around them. We saw on social media they even put up like, hey, if you mess with our Red Bulls in the fridge, we're just going to land on your landmark off of the drop. That's kind of the nature of the beast of what we look Donna was doing today.
No, Danawa is a force to be reckoned with right now, and it's, again, Soul on top with the frags, Loki right behind him, as was the case in PWS Phase 2. They were neck and neck with each other in terms of that kills and damage. Sonics as well, having a really, really good one. Kickstart, Tiggleton, Shrimsy, all up there in their kill counts, 8, 7, and 7 apiece. H1 not too far behind either, so it wasn't the most explosive day for the Sonics, but again, right now, the Sonics are in a, you know, let's play for the maximum points possible. They made a brilliant move in game number 2, a really, really smart way that they set that up. Going back and watching it, some things that we missed in there with some of the way they set up their smokes and stuff to try to fake like a push towards the hillside. Really, really smart.
We often talk about points per game, right? Make sure you maintain your points per game. Aim for about a 5 to a 6. In a bad world, you want to try to aim for way more than that if you want to make sure that you're just secure in positioning. Sonics is one of the few teams that's really leaning into that. Well, I mean, really anybody that's in our top 4 right now, I could say would fall into that category. But in a lobby of this caliber and in this strength, those 4 squads are really the only ones that are kind of finding that pathing to maintain the points per game, whereas you were talking about with Tycon, one game. I mean, sure, I believe it was the Tego game. He also managed to survive for quite a while, get some damage, get a kill here or there. But big difference between what happened in the game following.
Yeah. I mean, the games like that, like, more than make up for the rest of a slightly lackluster day for Tycon before that. So, you know, Legacy struggled a little bit. Hide your strats. You know, actually, I think it's just the current drops teams where they're dropping on those maps.
No paper allowed for you.
Can't have those.
No strategy.
You can look at them, but once the game starts, then you got to do some other stuff. So give us a little love there as well. But yeah, Legacy needs to pick it up. Relatively quiet yesterday. There really isn't too much to say other than the last game where they kind of got a little bit deep into it, but that was about it. Tyloo, so-so day, I'd say, is where I feel about that. So-so.
They're one of the squads I think can have a pop-off there, right? Yeah. We know the fact that Chin can just absolutely explode and destroy everything around him. The problem is sometimes that squad can also destroy themselves in that strategy, and that's kind of been their own independent issue, as we do have ourselves prepped and ready, moving into our Miramar game, first game of the day, kicking it off on one of my favorite maps. I can't say my favorite map anymore. I don't know. I really enjoyed Bikindi yesterday.
You're a betrayer? You're a Miramar betrayer now?
Well, okay, look. Right now, I'm just with Miramar until Rondo comes out. It's the way I see it. You know,
I see.
I'm just kind of like dabbling around. Once Rondo hits, then we'll be done.
You're going for the new hotness. I got it. All right, I feel you. Oh, this plane is absolutely garbage. I love it. just horrible. Let's go. Right over the east side. I mean, these are planes that like to go to Puerto Paraiso potentially. We'll see. But a similar plane path yesterday. It was kind of flipped in the direction because it more started Campo Militar and went towards Puerto Paraiso, but it ended up going up more towards Cruz de Valle in the long run, kind of in between there and El Azahar. So, look, anything's possible here. We'll see exactly what this one wants to show us.
I mean, one of my favorite areas of Miramar to watch competitively is that area that's kind of south of Los Leones and going to be west of Puerto Paraiso, right where the plane path is cutting off the get-go. One of the few green sections of the map, right? But on top of that, it also provides a lot of very interesting areas to play, provided you can get away from the fields with the sprinklers in them. That's the only downside of that area.
Yeah.
But I really just enjoy specifically that recessed hillside down into Puerto. I think that's a really fun in-game location.
Yeah, the tires on those sprinklers aren't quite big enough to really give you much safety. A little bit for sure, but not a ton. And Pau Pau had a really, really good day for Tianba. 12 kills for him yesterday. 7-7 was strong. Actually, everybody on Tianba actually had pretty strong days overall. That's why they're in 5th right now. Their placement points maybe not as good as what we saw with them, obviously, because they won 3 games in the first day. And we're way over to the east. Don't get your hopes up.
Don't look at me. You know I'm not an island aficionado.
I can tell by the look on your face, Matt. I know you. I've known you for long enough.
I'm actually more excited about Impala, dude. I love Impala endings.
No, Impala circles are great too. I really like. I mean, it's difficult terrain for the players to navigate, but there can be some really fun moments around that area.
It's a very dynamic city, and I enjoy the firefights that happen inside of it. And we haven't. Most of the urban endings have been happening on like the Group B stages, so we've been getting mostly like sparse endings. So
yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. We also do have truck stop that's going to be in play. Azahar also going to be up into the north. Yes, the islands. But we also do have that area that's going to be to the east of Los Leones. That's a very strong ending position. A lot of verticality and plane combinations. It's almost like a set of plateaus that are going to be over there. Really, really fun.
Yeah, these circles generally like to go around Impala in some fashion or another, whether it's north, west, or south. More likely than not, we're going to be going north of Impala, already seeing Tai Lu split out in that direction. Tai Lu really wisely here. There's a couple compounds in the vicinity of North Impala that are really, really strong. I wouldn't say they're as good as the God compounds that are west of water treatment, but they are still almost as good. So definitely smart for Tai Lu here to get out to an early position, claim that valuable real estate.
I will say that we do have a lot of that western field for Impala in play, and while there's a lot of fun, cool sections of the map west of Impala, not. It's pretty much a no man's land, and hay bales, a recess along that road that's just going to be to the west of Impala. That's about it whenever we work up. I mean, you do have the ramp. The ramp is cool.
The ramp's nice.
When we're talking about the ramp is there, and that's like, I don't know, almost a kilometer square, then that kind of tells you something.
Yeah, and there's like a couple houses along the road and on the outside of the fields that are really, really strong in those circles. So definitely going to be keen to see who's going to take what and how it all shakes out. But I think like a lot of the teams are going to be looking at this. Sonic's already drifting to their north. Again, Tai Lu going dead center because you've got to kind of think about the probabilities of how these circles are going to move because of the land ratio terrain. And in this case, north of Impala is more likely than a lot of the other situations.
And you can see that Foot's kind of reading that same thing. Beamy already coming over here, trying to get that hillside specifically that's just to the east of Impala. A very strong, I mean, it's the power point in the circle right now, unless you're going to be moving more into the north. Most of our teams pretty comfortable in this rotation. I mean, the north is going to be pretty barren for right now, but there's going to be some opportunities for teams to work with. Our Picado team in 17 Gaming, yes, we have to address it at least once. Sonics are dropping into the east. They're not dropping on Pachinki Picado. There is no hot drops between them and 17. That bad blood is finished, and instead of destroying each other, they both decided, hey, look, let's just settle this, do our own thing. And oddly enough, with the circle, it's been very favorable for Sonics due to that.
Sure, yeah. No. And it's been favorable for both teams. Both teams have won an international this year. So definitely, I think again, I always say that discretion is the better part of valor. And absolutely the Sonics, knew that they could still win without going into that, desired loot location. And they proved it at PGS too. So credit where credit's due. They have been absolutely nuts this year, and this is a good opportunity to get some points. I'm a little bit, God, I can't help this, but I'm looking at Tai Lu on the map, and I'm really concerned about this 2-1-1 split they have. Okay, finally Atungmu's moving, because there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be forced into this northern area, and there actually isn't like a super ton of amount of stuff because so much is water. So I'd be really worried, especially with the caliber of this lobby, especially with how smart the players are in this lobby, that you're going to lose a player early potentially if you try like a 1-1-2 split or something like that.
We saw them for just a second, and that was LG. LG has a very strong compound in the circle, depending on how the circle's going to pop, which directions it goes. It's got oversight onto the fields, but also has defensible position to that northern hillside that's just going to be, it's just east of Minas Generalis, so you guys should be pretty familiar with that compound. Truck stop still open. Nobody's wanting to play the math on that one. QM we did see do an emergency pickup just one moment ago. They're going to be in the northeastern area right along the coast and could be landing right as FaZe is going to be passing underneath of them. Twisted Minds of a similar mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is a great circle for a drop. You could get on top of the mountain that's to the east of Impala potentially, but the problem with that is going to be Foot is already up there on one side of it. QM trying to land, Fex trying to prevent it, not going to be able to do so. And QM is like kind of surrounded FaZe here on this landing. They're on both sides of the road, so let's see how QM is going to want to regroup. This is a tricky spot for both teams, kind of, with FaZe being surrounded on two sides, but with QM being bisected by this FaZe clan setup.
Aduzi did find some type of vehicle. I don't know what it is. So, yep, he's got himself.
He's got a Bronco.
Bronco, so he should be able to be fine. He could allow them to regroup. And, Lou going to go ahead and spot out Kickstart as this area already been kind of surrendered. Sonics, I'm not quite certain. This is their home territory for drop now, I should say. But odd that they're playing this position, and they've kind of relented a lot of the other ones. But that is our first blood. So with this, we've got N2936UPMEMVK.
Yep, there you go. Get that code in there in the PUBG client in the Esports tab up in the top right. But yeah, I mean, it is a little surprising. I'm not surprised what Twisted Minds did. Like I said, they want to drop on top of a mountain. That is Twisted Minds' MO. They found an open one to the north of Impala, and you know the Sonics were caught out in the open a little bit and got punished for it. They're still going to be playing coast there. Sonics at least.
Do they know something about island potential that we
That's
don't?
kind of what I was literally just thinking that.
That's a positioning. I want to catch a lot of kills if this goes island, and they're surrendering most of the major power positions to play from outside of Impala to do so. I mean, we saw Foot get the high ground just to the east of Impala. Impala's already been surrendered to NH. Twisted Minds in their compound. This is, to give that up, to move to the low ground near the coast is a very peculiar call at this stage.
Yeah, I'm very curious what their circle math tells them about this particular setup, because there could be something I'm not reading where these are very likely to end maybe just a little bit north of them or in that valley potentially as well, based on the statistics that they have on these, because a lot of these teams run tons of simulations. Well, speaking of running, Day Trade might be running into Foot.
Played this one, so it does look like Day Trade might have an idea something could be going on over here.
They see a car. I think they saw that.
Yeah,
that
they're stalling it down. They're going to go ahead and get the first shots onto it. But wow, good turn back around for Vard. See, is going to get the knock onto Flash. That's going to be their high ground advantage for Day Trade lost.
Yeah, really nice sneaky position there for Vard that caught Flash off guard. But Linshu going to steal the ball. Actually, Pow Pow gets it. So Tianba, they've been doing a lot of this, or they're happy to third party these fights very early on. They still have Puchils underneath. Tianba, actually. Puchils is way out. You can't even see him on your screen. He's so far out, but he's past Tianba to their southeast.
I mean, where we saw Linshu taking shots into Day Trade, he's further away than that.
Yeah.
Further south, same pathing. That is absolutely crazy.
He's out in Narnia, yeah.
I mean, he is the southernmost player we can potentially have at the time. Looking out, nothing else really dust-up situation, as I think that most of the positioning is pretty much cemented for right now. Legacy being one of our few moving factors. They are going to be getting pretty close to QM and their line. If they're discouraged from this rotation, that will push them down into either FaZe or Asla.
Yeah, it's been rough sledding. 17 points total for Legacy, along with QM. NH, after winning their group, down in the bottom. FaZe as well won their group. They're in 12th. It's been a struggle for some of our top teams in the group stage, and that just shows you how difficult this lobby is. The caliber of players in this lobby is absolutely ridiculous. Legacy gonna have to take a position over to the east for now, north of FaZe. This is probably fine. I don't expect QM. They've got two players in a car. I don't expect them to drive into this. I think they can fan out. The only thing is if they keep going, they're going to run into Donawa, who's already posted up here out in this field.
Yeah, of all the teams you could potentially move near, this is probably the least likely one that you want to deal with. Anonix is even going to be to the northeast of this position, so technically Legacy is pinched by Donawa at the time. Gizera is going to be tail end of this rotation. And actually, no, they look like they're going to pull right into this one. Loki hits the Panzerfaust to go ahead and open it up. VHE is going to go down. Circle does stay on the main landform itself. No island going to be in play, but does keep that coastline. And there you go. At least some type of retaliation coming up from LFP.
Yeah, no assistance there yet, and Onyx was trying to get over. Soul was banged up, so he couldn't back Loki up. Loki took the brunt of the damage there. Yeah, he had the Panzer, got one, and Onyx flips, and that was pretty stylish. Gets right out on his feet and ready to roll.
Do a barrel roll is all I saw coming out of that one. And done with not even losing a step off of it. Soul going to take down LFP. That's going to be pretty much the end of that fight. Gizera off in the distance, just going to be watching it. And you can see already taking bullets.
Yeah, FaZe trying to look into this fight now, but they're taking some damage from Salute. But Salute's out in the open, and Jeems has him. Nice barrel spray there. That's a pretty decent distance. I'd say about 50 meters or so, so not bad at all with that barrel.
Curious to see what FaZe opts into doing here. They know the fact that they've been monitoring the kill feed. They know that they have a man advantage, already got one down. Donawa is technically outside the save zone, and now Gizera also trying to get back involved in this, see if maybe he can get a kill point or some type of vengeance in. So it is going to be finished out, and it is going to go over to FaZe. Now, Donawa, where are you going to go? I mean, FaZe running this 2-2 split has kind of locked them out.
Yeah, this is a great play for FaZe. This is very opportunistic. They have you know, they as soon as they see one knock and flush into Danawa, they know that they've got an easy cleanup potentially coming through. A knock on a Twisted, trying to come down off these mountains, and they're going to pay the price. That is the kind of, you know, the monkey's paw of going up on top of these mountains, right?
Yeah.
You say, well, we get the high ground, we get a lot of advantage, but when you got to come down, it can be very, very treacherous, and Lou is going to be the one to suffer.
Great for your fantasy team, terrible for the team itself if they have to move. Like, they're going to rain up so much damage over there. Problem with it is damage doesn't mean anything on the leaderboard overall. So we do have a couple of teams that are trying to skirt up underneath right along the coastline. That's going to be Foot as well as Day Trade. FaZe not going to really hard defend this gate. Keep on Danawa. No surprise there. They've already weakened them out. They've got the man advantage. Lean in, get that inside territory, as there are a couple of compounds that are available just to their south, and that's kind of what they're eyeing out.
Foot now wanted to kind of take a peek at this fight that was going on over here, and instead I think FaZe either saw or heard this, and they're actually kind of fanning out around the Foot setup here. They've got a great position along this edge, and going back to Danawa and Legacy, I think Legacy made a bit of a mistake. In a way, I think they could have stopped up where Guizera is right now and been safe for a while, then moved up to the high ground into this current circle. Instead, I think they kept rotating because they assumed no one would be over in that field. But I've seen Danawa do this multiple times, where they go set up in that field because pretty much no one goes there. And I think both teams just kind of expected no one to go there, and it ended up costing both of them pretty dearly early on. But Legacy is the team that cannot afford to have those kind of situations in the early game. And there you go, Gustav ready for Vard.
I mean, just reads it perfectly. And what we're seeing is just the control, right? These squads that are vying for positions, and this is pretty tight fight. I mean, if you look at it, FaZe isn't in the top 8 yet, so every single kill that they can get is going to be vital for them. Foot, in a similar fashion, technically ahead of FaZe right now, but by just a narrow margin. A squad wipe onto them could have maybe he can get Beam in a shot, and does manage to get the knock on effects. Spins back around. Corexy managed to get the knock on a one. Beam is going to go ahead and get the knock on a Corexy, and it is just trade upon trade.
Yeah, a great flank out here from James and Gustav. Gave Beamy a really difficult situation to deal with after he got that knock. Some nice shooting from Beamy. T-Bone now, well, are you going to stick around and try to clean up a few more kills, or are you just going to try to go for something late game, try to sneak some points out? Looks like he is going to see if he can find these flushes onto FaZe. Fex over by the tree, I believe, and T-Bone can't quite find the angle. He's still got to worry about a couple players behind him as well. Still, Inonix hunting Guizera, not even going to realize it. Yeah, Inonix just catches him as soon as he gives away those sound cues.
Playing for survival now. The circle did pop in those fights that we were watching, and it is going to be going just north of Impala, so that we are going to have truck stop and play in the hills that really are kind of one of our newer formations, but provides a lot of trenches, different areas for these players to try to navigate and move through. 17 Gaming, though, already has pretty decent control in it, and they're going to have Asla that they're going to be contending in. NH just moved to the west next to them and distracted them for just one moment, but now it looks like all their attention is going to shift back over into that Asla line.
Yeah, this could have been potentially okay for Asla if New Happy had gotten involved. Like if somehow Asla had found a knock on a 17, I think that would have been the go signal for New Happy or NH Esports. And instead, now NH is in a bad spot and they're taking a lot of damage.
Little Ghost just going to rein him in. Xiaowu is going to go ahead and get the knock, then flush onto the other one. And now this position from NH being absolutely punished. CC is the only one that's going to be over here. Ming Ming is going to be pretty close to LG and Snakers, so that could be its own independent problem. And now it is just going to be about trying to get control of this truck stop area. But don't count out T5, who's just north of this, that has that under control.
Yeah, absolutely. T5 is in a really solid position to kind of work their way south. The concern I have, man, is NH doesn't fully commit to that third party. Like they pull up short, and that gives 17 the opportunity to recognize it and respond. And 17 is so good with grenades, they just do not miss. And it's actually T5 who's going for these mortars onto NH, and NH is like, yeah, okay, we need to move. Ming Ming is literally 1 HP, so if a mortar gets even remotely close to him, he's in trouble. That one not going to be even anywhere in the vicinity.
His old position.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the whole reason why he was like, no, I'm not even going to med. I'm just going to move. Keep in mind, T5 does have truck stock under control, so they can kind of harass this for a while. If they go and find a couple more mortars, they can kind of do whatever they want over here. But it is going to be getting a bit closer into 17 Gaming, who have separated out, realizing, okay, no grouping. Grouping's going to be the death of us, so we got to make sure that we keep this a bit more under control. They are center of the circle, so a lot of that mortar, a lot of these throwables are going to be going their direction now.
Yeah, Adder going for some really short-range mortars. I think that's almost min distance for the mortar. It probably is min distance or close to. I think it's like 121 meters or something like that is the minimum distance for the mortar. So that's a really tight shot for Adder to land. And wisely, 17 fanning out. FaZe has another knock here. This time it's Crexy, and T-Bone gets Gustav on the backside, so T-Bone able to get some revenge. Gustav going to be flushed by Phil first. A doozy on the front line for QM.
This is going to be a big firefight. QM is going to need to try to hold the line onto it. They have Day Trade back behind them, being its own independent problem. It's going to be Nurens that has moved very close, also trying to harass him. What's going to be going on with FaZe? Let's not forget T-Bone's also going to be back behind this, as well as Anonix. So a couple of X factors to watch as we're going to be moving forward, but it looks like FaZe is starting to figure out how they want to control this area. Issue is, it's just too many angles to try to control. You can see just down behind that little smidgen of a hill, and T-Bone's going to be coming up back behind. He hears this firefight, and it is going to be 100% available to pick this up.
Yeah, great grenade from Dante, finds Fex, but it's actually T-Bone again.
Yep.
Stealing a kill here. Well, he got a knock. He didn't get the first kill that he got. It was stolen by Phil first, so, you know, you get one, I get one. All's fair for those two players. Now T-Bone out in the open. Jeems still good with that barrel. Really nice stuff, but Dante is going to finish him out. Still a 7-kill game for FaZe is a really strong start to the day.
Yeah, I mean, trade for trade is going to be pretty big there. QM was needing those points as well. So on a bit of a climb, going to be chasing after LG, who's pretty comfy inside of the circle. Teams are going to have to rotate in. We still have QM, Anonix to solo up, Sonics, who are going to have to be rotating, Twisted Minds, Tiamba, as well as Cerberus regrouping.
Anonix just going to be getting out of the blue in a moment. Sonics, of course, with just 3 if they lose after they lost. Kickstart early. Tiamba got to cut right in front of Cerberus. This is really good pathing, really good timing potentially. Tough to hit these shots onto that Murado. It's got that hard top, so it's really, really difficult to get those bullets to sneak through those very thin windows. And nicely done here by Tiamba to get at least somewhere into this circle. Now, it's going to be tricky. There's still a lot of teams that are very powerful and still have 4 players up. So again, they're going to be under pressure right away from 17 and have to prone down.
This is a very scary place to have as many mortars firing off as we do see. It's means that pretty much Tiamba, 17 Gaming, NH all could kind of have mortars coming in their direction, and Tiamba looks like it's going to be the new target. New guys on the block coming into here. They do have that dip. Not a lot of information. And whoa, gonna have to be careful. Zhao Xiaobei also stepping right into Tiamba. Gonna go ahead and get the knock onto 3 of them, and this is pretty much done.
Whose mortars were those? Because that just set up 17 beautifully to come in here and do near fatal damage to Tiamba with only 1 player left. I mean, everybody else is just dropping like flies. And Onyx in the meantime did find a kill on the backside. I'm very keen to keep track of that. I mean, every kill Donovan gets is just money in the bank, but 17, I love how proactive they are. They spread out. They're so good at controlling their own space, and they're so good at taking advantage of sound cues and situational, observations. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, you were talking about the mortars coming in. I can't tell if that was
I think it might have been Osla or New
It
NH?
might have been 17. I don't know. It was on that same angle as 17 Gaming, so but
Maybe
it doesn't look
yeah.
like we see them with any mortars. Now then, we've got pretty much the mess over in the east has calmed down. Day Trade's got control over that. It's going to be Twisted Minds just to the south of it. New Circle's going to pop, and it's going to go to the southwest. That means that all of this firefighting that we've been watching for so long is going to have to condense back down to where we just saw Tiamba get decimated.
This is a really good opportunity for LG. I was talking to the players before the match today, and they were telling me like they feel like they've dropped a couple opportunities they had to get a chicken dinner in games. This is a prime opportunity. They've got the best compound in the circle. They've got full control over literally half the circle, essentially. Xiaobei just continuing 17's reign of destruction in this lobby. I mean, they're basically in. They're good to go into the grand finals at this point. They literally need like 2 or 3 more points, and they're at the precipice of being
and that's
100%. Yeah,
they're at a gatekeeping position where they can hold out as a Day Trade, maybe even Twisted Minds. Anonix is still going to need to make his way into this. Watching how I believe Sonics got destroyed just 1 moment ago. 17 Gaming, though, with this control point, yes, they can make it into the circle. It's really just a matter of how much damage they want to do, but it is going to be Twisted Minds rolling right up onto the hill opposite of them. Going to stop for just 1 second, and this is going to be one of the reasons I love this territory right here. You can really do this. There's not a lot of very long-range vision locations. So many dips that these teams are trying to play around. It means the fact that you can navigate it, stop, foot push in, and make some really big plays.
Yeah, it gives you the opportunity to get in a relatively fair gunfight with your opponents and try to outduel them, try to really showcase your individual talents and skills. So a lot of fun to watch them. T5 has the northern dips here all to themselves. They should be able to take control of them for now, assuming Osla doesn't wrap all the way back behind them. Tanadal, the young star for T5. Going to be driving up and around, maybe picking up his teammate Day Trade in the blue, and not much they can do. And Onyx still behind there, looking for a few more points potentially. Good shooting from Belmoth, though. I don't think he's got the first aid in time.
The problem with it, it's mutually assured destruction over here. Everybody is just going to be getting taken down. Twisted Mind still needs to move up into 17. Azla's still going to have to make a move of their own. Don't forget about good old Onyx back there, still alive. I mean, he's just been nomming on blue for so long. That's all he knows at this point. Cerberus has been trying to move into the circle, but having contend up with Tai Lu. T5 is going to get more control over there, and that's going to be Azla getting eliminated. Now the fight's going to be breaking out between 17 Gaming as well as Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds going to get eliminated, and now it is starting to get more and more control as we're moving into phase number 5 with only 21 alive.
I mean, 17 is so crisp with their timings and so crisp with their shooting. No one can really get any opportunities to third party them. They barely suffered any knocks. They've got 8 kills. They're absolutely just destroying this lobby right now. Now they've got Tai Lu below them, Cerberus from afar, but it seems like we might be destined, and maybe T5 gets involved eventually if there's some knocks, but with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams with 5 players left, anything can happen. You just need a couple good shots, and you can really change the destiny of how this is going to lay out for you.
All I can say is buckle up, guys, as we've got 17 and Donovan with the top 2 positions right now. Pretty firm in their placements. Realize the fact that they're going to be going forward in the grand finals. That means that these guys are going to be doing some fun stuff, as sometimes just hanging out in the blue, but keep in mind, he's now into placement points. He's managed to survive in and buy something for a squad up to 4 kills. He's pretty much dead, but he's got those 5 mans slowly walking. Guys, he's got like a kilometer and a half to go.
He can't make it.
Yeah.
It's
well,
not possible.
A half, probably about 300 meters.
Yeah, it's actually just not possible. He just doesn't have enough first aids. It's fun to watch him try, and a well-deserved round of applause. He did a great job in this game. 4 kills, got placement points.
This is actually its own mechanical skills, making sure you're timing this all out right. We often see people screw this up, and he's managing to survive, but it's just going to be a matter of time. Alas, poor Onyx, we knew you so shortly. We appreciate everything you managed to do. Can you get another knock before you go? With my last breath, I stab at thee. And no, doesn't get it.
He tried, and I'm sure he would like to do some damage to the 17 if possible. But a really solid game. But I mean, this is just ridiculous. Mime actually going to steal that point away from 17, though. Very needed that LG gets any kills they can get. They've already got 3, but they really want to shoot up that leaderboard. I mean, one good game, and you're talking about being up in 5th, 4th place. So let's see what they can do. T5 on a mad dash towards the center of the circle right now, taking decent amounts of damage. We're right into Cerberus's arms.
They manage to navigate past. It's going to be 17 Gaming and LG, but now the harassment's going to be coming up from back behind him. Cerberus, who's been having to hold out this position for so long, now starting to find some capabilities to harass back. Snakers wants a piece of this as well, but it's all coming up for Cerberus. Finally, 17 Gaming is going to be able to take down Tongmu, as let's not forget, Tai Lu also needs to position into this, and that's going to be T5 getting eliminated. LG really trying to figure out how they're going to navigate this position that they're at. That was their opportunity to pick up a couple of free kills in that rotation, and they just weren't quite set up for it yet.
Yeah, they just weren't quite in the best of positions. Snakers had some opportunities to do some damage, but they couldn't quite come through. Himas does have a P90 in the background, so definitely something to keep your eyes on there. One of the best players in the world so far this year, has the best gun in the world, so he could absolutely do some things with it. Tai Lu hoping to not, have a replication of what happened yesterday with Tycon again, where he kind of ruins their chances of potentially winning a chicken dinner. Snakers still watching Cerberus keeping track of their movements, but Cerberus's Himas, very good with that SLR, puts him right back to the other side of the hill.
Got to be careful moving in. We are in a straight-up 4-way team fight. Everybody's got 4 members up. 17 has more control over the circle, but again, it's phase number 6 right now, so there's a couple of options for shifting. Don't think because they're in the center now that they're going to stay that way. Tai Lu, LG, and Cerberus to some extent all playing up against the edge. Cerberus definitely in the, I guess, more disadvantaged position whenever we look at what's going to be going on. Tai Lu not necessarily in the best either, as they're just going to have to cling into a valley, and 17 does have vision on that. LG, though, thinks that they have some pathing options to move in, but 17, I think, already reads this too clean.
Yeah, they see this. They heard it and they saw it, so they're able to direct Suju's grenades. He's a lone player up there, and this is forcing LG to really take their time. They're going to have to hug the edge of the blue, potentially making it a little bit easier here for Suju to kind of predict and pre-fire potentially. There is that MG3 in the hands of Snakers, can do some damage, but LG really needs to keep the rest of 17 at bay. I don't know if they have any smoke grenade launches.
Look at the opportunity with this, though. Tai Lu is now, with 17 distracted, crept right up back behind 17 Gaming. with that solo play, the nades coming out, LG is going to retreat back down to the west where they had control before. Cerberus has already moved into this position, so just that one solo holding the line could potentially spell the doom for LG and how they're going to be moving into this.
Yeah, Snakers is in a lot of trouble. He's flanked by the Cerberus team, and they are already letting loose with grenades. Responds with his own, but he's done. The car explosion is going to do the job onto Snakers, and Cerberus now really starting to hammer down on LG.
The only benefit to this is roughly Ty Lu's trying to move into 17 at the same time, but Cerberus has just got the angles into every bit. And let's not forget about our solo from 17 Gaming directly behind anything that LG is going to be doing, realizing, okay, we've got to try to get out of here, but Solzy's going to go ahead and drop the blue zone nade, and it's just going to be a continued collapse from LG as here comes Cerberus right up in their face.
Yep, stuns are out as well. Suju wanting to see if he can steal a few of these points away from Cerberus. A Tungmu, here goes that strike from Tai Lu, but immediately they're just shutting him down. Lil Ghost and Xiao Bei just wrecking Tai Lu.
Instantly stops that one. Lil Ghost, high ground. They're going to go ahead and finish that one out. Nice 1-2 punch coming out from them. What is 17 Gaming going to do? Looks like they're going to try to stop for a second, get the res onto Xiao Wu. Suju's going to be a bit harder to try to get the res onto, but LG now using that reprieve. They do have Mime down. It's going to be Cerberus. Hamas very, very close to see if maybe he can close this one out against LG.
Super wise here by Cerberus. If you can eliminate the biggest threat in this lobby, just leave Hamas on his own with this P90 to just kind of keep LG from getting the res onto Mime, making sure Relo is pinned, but there has been a res that came through for 17.
A lot of focus from Cerberus leaning into LG, and now 17 is trying to exploit it. LG goes down. That means the fact that is going to stall out what 17 was trying to do. It looks like it was going to be a concentrated push onto Tycon's position, and we have seen Tycon, he can take a game. He can take control. This is going to be a very dangerous push coming in from 17. Utility's now coming out. Lil Ghost leading the way.
Yeah, Tycon is not aware. He didn't hear it. Lil Ghost able to sneak up onto him because Tycon was busy with his utility, and he's going to pay the price, and there is no one there to bail him out. I was going to say, I wanted to see Cerberus collapse and play it a little bit slower here, but 17 caught them flat-footed.
Just good read on the circle, realizing how separated out Cerberus had to be maintaining that fight with LG. Now then, looks like 17 is going to wolf pack it down to the south. We do have two members for Cerberus that are leaning over. Xiao Wu's going to be trying to open up the path. Looks up into Cerberus, going for the blind spray. Does hit it on Aisaki. Now moving in. Solzy's on the opposing angle for this, but keep in mind, Hamas is closing down a lot of any of this movement that 17 is trying to make.
Yeah, you just cannot give 17 these 1v1s like this. They're going to punish you every time. Finally, Lil Ghost overextends, and he pays the price onto Solalzi. So both teams feeling a little bit overconfident at times. But this should be a flush coming through. Lil Ghost, though, I don't know if he's flushable. Xiao Wu is going to use this opportunity, knowing that Cerberus is going to want to wrap towards Lil Ghost, want to confirm that point to try to hit their backside.
It could also kind of creep over here. This is a round where LG was down and might be able to kind of loot up a bit more for this late stage section. And yeah, now just a directed back flank. I don't know if Hamas is going to be realizing this, and it's just going to catch him with his pants down. Xiao Wu, beautiful flank. Now, Solzy, where are you going to go? Complete control over the center of the circle. 17 Gaming duo lined up and ready for anything he can bring.
Yeah, I mean, Solalzi, a lot of work to do yet in this one, but they're going to see him prone down there in that smoke. He's trying to get around the edge of that rock to hide himself a little bit more, but those smokes are starting to run out on top of that hill pretty quick. So Solalzi trying to find an opportunity to reposition, maybe retake control of this high ground hill.
Bro, the rich are just getting richer. It was, what, 16 kills that I saw 17 Gaming at? I mean, this is just absolutely absurd. They're on a tear. This is blowing my mind. Comparison to what we saw in the group stages moving into this, it was a far more quiet 17. Now, they've got their momentum. They've got their vibe going. They've now doubled up. They know exactly where that last member for Cerberus is going to be holding down at. It's just a matter of who gets the peak first, who spots out whom.
Solalzi just out of distance to hear it, but he's going to get the better of Xiao Bei in the damage department, force him to go for the heal. A stun to kind of buy Solalzi the opportunity to repeat. Solalzi just has to be really careful with his sound cues, but he spotted out in the open. He actually wins that.
Holds it down. Can we get another clutch from Cerberus? No, it is going to turn up 17 Gaming. More and more points as that leaderboard is just going to be wild to catch up on.
From start to finish, they were in control. And this is why I call them the best open space team in the world, and they just showed you why in that game. They controlled every fight to near perfection.
The way that they flanked into so many of these fights, specifically the Cerberus one, their timing and the amount of just how much information they're tracking to realize, okay, Cerberus is going to be separated out. Let's pounce the south, creep in, get control of the circle, and just start exploiting angles after that is just beautiful to watch.
I've seen this time and time again with, in particular, Chinese teams that they exploit those wide splits that teams like to take in a 4v4 in a final circle.
Okay, guys, well, that is just our first Miramar, and we still got 5 more games on top of another Miramar. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst to get you guys set up for the next round.
Game 1 is done, and 17 shows up Cerberus, but they shall would as they come out with a chicken dinner and get themselves a phenomenal win. And as I think Paper put it best, show that they're one of the best open field teams in the world.
They are, yeah. Once they, if you give them a little bit of space, if you give them a finger, they're gonna grab your whole arm.
Yes.
And that is crazy, honestly, the way they executed. There's also some minor blunders from the other teams.
Oh, what were the blunders, I wonder?
The blunders were, you wonder, no. So in general here, I wanted to see LG grab the space from Cerberus. They gave them space, Cerberus took it away from them. They could have potentially hurted Cerberus around that southern side rather than kind of take it. I understand what they did. I understand they wanted to take the high ground to wait for the next circle to pop to see where it go. But no matter what, I feel like to take the space away from Haisagi and potentially kind of chessboard hurt them a little bit away from, like kind of pawn them away from that western side to get them out so they would sweep south on the east side rather, right?
And sort of flood them.
I feel like that would have been a better play. It would have forced the three-way fight between Tyloo, 17 Gaming, and Cerberus, and LG could have taken the western side. But yeah, they gave up a little bit too much space. That's just my personal opinion. Of course, in the moment, you want to see what the next circle is. So I respect it, but they gave up too much space and kind of gave their way a win. But insane game here for 17 Gaming. Yeah, I think, did they finish on 17 kills again? I wish. Maybe it's 16, but 17 wins, so second time would have been, you know, a special thing.
It was impressive to watch. I don't think they did. I will say this, though, Tycon, there were some questions everybody was talking about, and they said, man, Tycon had just one amazing day yesterday, but maybe he's not all hyped up. He is, okay? We saw him come back. We saw them play out of their minds. Cerberus is here, and the three-headed dog is ready to fight, but 17 looks insanely strong. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger, and that, for me, is the story. Cerberus looks good, but 17 is a juggernaut right now.
Yeah, once you have this amount of point here, you're just going to be unstoppable, right? 17. It was 17 kills again.
17.
For the second time in this tournament, they're going to have 17 kills, 17 game. That's why they're called 17.
You've got to love that.
You've got to love it. No, Cerberus, 8 kills. LG, 3 kills only. And again, once we saw that western shift to the jungle compound, they were like, this is their game to lose, for sure. Let's praise them a little bit more, though. Xiaobei, Lilgo, 6 kills. Xiaobu DD, of course, 4. And 3 guys on almost 700 damage in terms of 2 for Xiao. We're missing a little bit, but so, yeah, crazy. I wonder who's got. It's going to be Lil Ghost.
It's got to be. The Poltergeist.
You've got to have him as captain, and I don't.
You can call him anything you want as far as Ghost go, but Lil, he is not. His plays are big time. 6 kills, 700 damage. I personally have him on my team because you got to believe in the 17, and these guys came out to play. They've got their drops, and that's not going to change anytime soon.
It's not like he's the friendly Ghost in any means outside the server. He's super friendly outside the server, but he's a machine in the server.
He's a Casper when he's not at his keyboard.
True.
Poltergeist when he's at it. 17 kills. Cerberus gets 8. They're going to put up 14 points. Donowa with 9. LG does manage to get 8 points out of that. That's going to mean a lot to them. Let's look at the leaderboard.
We got to say, though, there's 61 points here on Donowa that they're able to get off a squeeze, a salvage game. Ionix in the blue healing. He got 4 kills. He squeezed out so much juice of this blue zone game here, like, it's just...
Sometimes you get lemons, you got to make lemonade.
Yeah,
they do that.
Honestly, like, I was just like, how is he continuing to get kills here? And obviously, if you realize, the sooner you realize you're not going to be able to win the game, and you just focus on all the other guys that are trying to get into the circle, you're going to get those 3, 4, 5 kills, and he managed to do so. Super impressive. 17 Gaming, congrats, you're the first team going to Grand Finals.
Oh, absolutely. No question whatsoever. These guys are doing a really, really, really good job as we look around the map. They get cheers from the crowd. It has been exciting to watch them play. But we saw Twisted Minds above them also just moved into that left side of the leaderboard. Cerberus, one of those teams that, man, Cerberus has been on a climb for years now. Like, this is a team that has done nothing but get better in international play.
Yeah, and honestly, no wonder there are so many people that are putting them in favorites. But I want to see them more consistency here. They had 2 really good games, 3 almost really good games. I want to see the consistency in their bad games. I want to see those 3, 4, 5 points. Often it's 1, 2 max.
All right, it's time for number 2, our second game in the grassy patches of Erangel. Let's get it underway. This is PGC 2023, the last day of the winner's bracket. At the end of this, we determine which 8 advance and which 8 fight for their life.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to be moving over to Miramar. I'm sorry, Miramar. I said that you might not be my favorite anymore, and then you give me a plane path that's over the Chicken Wing Island down to the south and ends, south of Azahar?
That's a gross plane path. We might actually have a prison island off of this one. We'll see.
Los Leones?
Those are a little bit more common. Yeah, maybe a Los Leones would be fun too. I'm always down for a good Los Leones. That is my favorite, I think, city in the whole game for a circle to end in, because there's so many opportunities for interesting and smart plays.
I will never ever forget Los Leones in one of the endings that I saw, where I believe it was the Space Station Gaming boys that managed to Itachi themselves up on top of one of the power poles and were just spraying down to everybody.
It was Roth or
I believe
Keenan
so.
or something.
I don't know. It was a bit ago, so rosters might have swapped up a bit since then. Legacy, though, not too far from this plane path, and I mean, not a lot of teams around them either.
Okay. Hold up. 17 is, I was just about to talk about this. 17 is dropping on top of Sonic. I was going to say, we saw Tiamba do this. Once you're guaranteed to move on to the next stage, you can start playing Kingmaker. You can start being the one that forces these pieces on the chessboard to places they don't want to go. And 17 is bullying the Sonics here. And again, there might not be any fighting that comes out of this, but there is a kind of change in momentum, a change in mental here for the Sonics.
This is going to be a very awkward early section for them to have to contend with. Now going to have to switch back down and move into, like, I guess a trash drop. You can see there's near on nothing for these guys to work with.
No, this is crazy bad for the Sonics. And I was just thinking that 17 had the opportunity to start doing stuff like this. And my first thought was, well, you want to make sure that the Sonics are as uncomfortable as possible, because you don't want them to feel like they can contest that Pachinki-Picado area. And let's be honest, I know somebody said they thought the bad blood was over, but it is absolutely positively not done. The bad blood is not done between those two teams.
It's, I guess, middling blood at this point. It's more of a respect situation, I would almost say. Like, we consider you to be a threat. We can go ahead and force you out of this position. We want you to know this whole map is ours. Everybody else just gets to play on it for right now. But 17 Gaming with this point lead, going to try to exert it. Now roaming through H-Win, going to go for a spray out. Does get the knock on a Xiaowu, but Xiaobai comes up right back behind it.
Oh my God, he had a Panzer. That is so unfortunate for H-Win. But a great pickup there for Xiaobai, putting it to good use. And they are really wanting to take it to the Sonics now.
They should be able to get the res on Xiaowu. Sonics also do have Kickstart that's over there next to Los Leones. The other members for Sonics are due up 2 together, and they're going to be back along that major road over into the east. Looks like they're cutting up in the north, maybe trying to come up back behind Impala. They might be assuming that with this like shift out and what just happened to H-Win, they can kind of sneak back behind Impala and get some loot. I don't know exactly what their goal is here.
I believe that's the case. Unfortunately for them, Shrimzy is going to run across Lil Ghost's path. Fortunately for him, the spray pretty tricky from that angle in that position, and Shrimzy should be able to get out relatively safely. Yep, no problems.
Yeah, but I'm just more concerned about the loot situation as we see them bouncing off into the distance, trying to get that Murado out. With the way that the circles pop, we've already kind of explained this area to you guys just a second ago. So the fields are going to be where a lot of our attention is coming into play. And from the car, what are you even going to do?
No, there's nothing you can do. That's just there's literally nothing you can do there as H1. You are in trouble. Even after a brilliant spray by him, he got that first player down fast.
We ain't done. We also have LG making quick send into that same area that looks like Sonics might be trying to fortify in. Luckily, LG just stopped a bit beforehand, so now Cerberus, NH, all over here with a very weakened Sonics that I don't even know. I want to know what their loot situation is like because I feel like it's got to be near on nothing.
Yeah, it's not good. No. I see scars and shotguns. It is not good at all for the Sonics and Ump as well here. So certainly less than ideal. That compound not bad, but they need the loot to justify it.
And I want to point out, yes, Sonics is presently in 4th, but remember, we still have 5 games to go through, and look, just down into 8th, it's only 12 points. So coming in and messing with Sonics right now in a game or two can absolutely keep them out, and that 3rd place position does not feel safe at all right now.
No. I agree with you 100%. Nothing below even second place should be relatively safe. Again, Danawa just needs, there's 5 more games, so you really just need 2-3 points per game the rest of the way, and you're almost certainly going to get through, especially now with 17 sponging up so many points in that first one. Cerberus on down is very, very tricky. You're only, 16 points ahead of 9th? That's it. It is very, very tight. Basically from 2nd all the way down to 12th.
Just get the kills that 17 got in the last game, and suddenly you're fine, right?
Easy.
Just 17 kills. It'll be okay. No worries.
Twisted Minds is like, oh, you guys left Picado open, huh? All right, well, we'll swarm through there, take some loot, and then move on. But
wait, did Daytrade just emergency pick up to go into Impala? I don't think that
probably
you're
Impala Mountain, yeah.
Find friends that you want to hang out with over there. As Sonics in this Impala situation have just not been too happy.
Yeah, so Daytrade, I think, is going for the Impala Mountain to the top. Yep, looks like they are going to be landing. No problem.
Well, I know that there's a lot of questions going through the mind of what is 17 Gaming going to be doing to everybody else? So let's just go ahead and get a little bit of insight from an interview with them.
第二天压力会小很多。我觉得我们跟他没有什么竞争嘛，我们打好我们自己的就行了，没有其他的想法，没有任何的期待，最好是正常发挥吧。我们因为第一天的分数领先很多，然后我们第二天的压力会小很多，我们的票很多。我们想说的是，我们会尽全力吧，尽量不让大家失望。
Strong in game and one of the strongest jawlines I have seen ever, man. He is cut.
He's definitely got he's got rocks in his mouth there at the bottom. He's a great player too. One of the best in the world.
Yeah,
for sure.
My fantasy captain for a reason.
Yeah, no. He is absolutely nuts. As nuts as some of the other players we talk about are. Xiao Wu, right up there amongst the best of the best. Tai Lu in that last game just kind of got shredded. They kind of got stuck on a low ground position, and once again getting hit in their flanks when they're not quite ready for it. Shen with the AK, not his preferred gun there, but he's still pretty strong with those 7.7 guns. Legacy, a very wide wrap behind the rest of Daytrade. Not all of Daytrade apparently emergency picked up. They went for like a 2-2 this early. It's very strange. Most teams, if they do a 2-2 like that, it's like phase 2 or phase 3 when they're not sure if the circle's going to like hard shift one way or another, so they kind of hedge their bets and they can like pull off of the, we saw Space Station do this, right, very early on, where they can pull off if they need to, or
the only thing I can think of is this is a paying attention to the kill feed kind of situation. They know where Sonics is going to be dropping on their secondary drop now over into Impala. They saw 17 Gaming getting into a fight with them, realizing the leaderboard. So sending only 2 over there, thinking that maybe 17 is still in Impala, so let's not send everyone over in case it goes really bad.
Yeah.
It's not the worst play, but it also does really, like you said, put them in a really dangerous position moving forward.
But the good news in a way is that from the top of that mountain, they can check a lot of the road, the easternmost road, to make sure it's clear from up there. So they can call in with relative certainty that it's going to be safe. Now, the only problem is around Puerto Paraiso is where you don't have any information, so that's where they're making their drive. Good news for them is nobody's out there, and Zhao Yang is going to be taken out by Vard again. Vard has just been popping for Foot. I know Foot, it hasn't been the winner's bracket they wanted, but Vard has been a real superstar.
Ooh, Tongmu, you might be playing this a bit too risky. Shin's going to take a lot of damage. That's going to allow an opportunity. How's that bounce going to go? Nades going out. Just praying that they can connect. It's going to be about how the bounces on that hillside are going to go. Oh, that one's going to be pretty good. And yes, do manage to flush out one.
Yeah, nice. Grenades there. As well for Beamy. So Foot, a good start to this one. going to be able to regroup in their split and continue to harass Tyloo on these exits. Tungmoo just trying to drive away. The real problem is that it got headshot too, but that vehicle is not doing good. He actually gets knocked out of it. Vard at the last second with the Mark 12.
This is a very high expense coming out right now for Tyloo to just try to get that res back. They've lost a player now. They've had another player get knocked one time. That means that armor helmet going to be a little bit more in tatters. No helmet, actually. Lost a vehicle on it. And now, technically, kind of gate kept out. If this circle goes to the north, they're going to have to contend with Foot yet again.
Yep. No, Foot is happy to just put as much pressure on them as they can. You do have Legacy drifting in underneath that fight, directly south of it. They're about to potentially drive into this. I don't know if they heard these shots and think that they might want to try to third-party this potentially. They need points. They need them desperately, and you got to find them anywhere you can. This is the first one. Nice shooting, just really clean from Vard. This one, I thought Zhao Yang was around the corner, or excuse me, Tungmoo was around the corner that last bullet.
He did too. You can see it. He like steps away. He's like, oh wait, no, what? And spins back around that last moment. Like, what's going on over there? I do also want to point out, if the circle goes into the fields, LG has a pretty strong control area that they're going to be playing, as well as Kantara is going to be held down by Twisted Minds. Legacy is just going to be south of what we've been seeing going on with this Foot Tyloo situation. And, paper.
Surely not. It's a little north shifted for it to be islands.
It would need to be a bit more, but man, oh man.
It's close. It's flirting with it.
There is a world where I think that main island could still stay in play.
It can. It's not impossible, but usually the island circles that I've seen are almost always basically 50-50 on phase 2, and the islands themselves are like dead center of the circle, not this far south shifted. This is pretty likely to go like coast of North Impala is where I think this is going to end.
Time to play it risky, as NH is going to run right into the 17 Gaming line of defense. Impala is going to be the new featured location. Is it going to have T5 running in there, as well as Twisted Mind still playing up in the north? LG is also going to be coming into this one. New Happy trying to make sure that they secure up just at least a point of landfall. Let's not forget that we have Day Trade back behind this as well. Azla's going to be coming in. QM's going to be coming in. NH suddenly finds the fact that there is no good options. Kill feed is absolutely explosive right now, as everybody is clustering around Impala, and there is just not enough space.
Yeah, this is going to be absolute madness. Everybody has to try to get as close to Impala as they can. This circle has made things very, very tricky. Legacy is going to lose a player here. RBN trying to get past Tyloo, but Tyloo set up shop in the gas station, going to punish their attempted rotation, and everybody just wants to get somewhere near Impala around the mountain, because it's really difficult to judge exactly where the circle wants to go north. Most likely, again, we're going to be north of Impala, but Tulin's going to get taken down here. It's going to be Mime with the grenade finishing the job.
Guys, we're going to try to keep up with as many kills as we can, but it is just going to be a catastrophe for all of these teams. Notice the fact that LG is playing in the north. That means that they're going to have control and sweep potentially in the different areas. Twisted Mind's already very weakened off of this one. Just on the outskirts of it, don't forget the fact that we do have Cerberus still lined up. They're going to be playing to the east of LG's positioning. 17 Gaming still leaning into the fields, keeping an eye on it, because it's going to be where Sonics are at. But Sonics now going to have to contend with Danawa, as yet again getting crashed, and this longhouse could be defensible, but Danawa wants it.
Yeah, Danawa didn't have too many other better options, to be honest. Souls even got the M249 in hand, looking to really lay down that fire. Shrimsy again just stuck on a scar. There's even still that ump, so the loot just not available for Sonics to really get what they would like. And Danawa very clean, very efficient. I wouldn't be too surprised to see some sawed-offs in their hands as well. There you go, Loki got it. Danawa, one of the first teams to adopt the sawed-offs on this map, so they're very strong. I don't even think there's a helmet there on the kickstart, so this is just dire.
So much utility against a low utility squad. Danawa just trying to exploit their economy, trying to maneuver around. You can see Tig does move out, gets knocked on a salute, but got to be careful. He's already down to 25 life. Peek around the corner. It's going to be Soul. Surprise, surprise. Pick it up. Not going to allow anybody to peek back around that corner. 3 members up for Danawa right now. Loki still holding this line, waiting for the Sonics members to step through that smoke, but nobody taking the bait.
Yeah, he's got 2 bullets in that sawed-off, but that might be all he needs. Loki's going to try to bounce a molly in. Can't really bounce those, so they just explode on the wall and go back at him.
Still work.
Still hit kickstart, though, so just Shrimsy left. Shrimsy trying to escape, trying to get the wraparound onto Anonix, but Anonix hurt him, spins on him, gets some damage, tries to go around the corner. Doing a good job holding the line here is Anonix, but Shrimsy with a great transfer.
Just trying to survive, but Anonix just needed to wait it out. That is going to be Sonics going down off of the immediate drop with 17. finds some type of safety, and Danoa takes it away. So now the top getting a lot more aggressive towards them. Sioux Circle does pop, and it is all coastline.
Yep, this is kind of what I expected. This should be somewhere, again, northeast or north of Impala, based on that circle. And this is where a lot of teams are going to need to be moving into. Tiamba's got a pretty decent read on this. Foot right behind them as well. FaZe coming north to south. Could have a really good opportunity. Donawa's got to struggle ahead of them, but again, Danawa just needs to coast with 3-4 points a game, and that is absolutely guaranteed. 2-3 points a game will probably be good enough as it stands. Daytrade able to get everybody up onto this mountain, so a really nice kind of gamble they took, and it paid off to at least give them control of, in this circle, a really powerful spot.
I mean, Impala is popping off. That's where the party is. You can see Daytrade and the harassment they've been doing down. I do also want to point out Tiamba playing the coastline is pretty centered in this circle, and while kills aren't going to be the easiest for them to find, that mountainside pretty much means everybody is playing to the west of them. They're front protected. Whatever's happening over here and everything that's going on around Impala, they don't have to be a part of. They're playing for late game.
Yeah, all they really need to worry about is Foot, potentially, or maybe Legacy trying to make a dash up that eastern dirt road. Meanwhile, Daytrade just harassing the crap out of everybody, as they rightly should. They got control of this mountain. There are ways up here from inside of Impala by the church where NH is, so you got to be a little bit careful. The good news for them is it's going to be near impossible for anybody to get up there because there's so many teams in Impala.
Donna was making their move out of that previous Sonics compound. Look, they might be wrapping around where Adder could be. I don't know. I would expect a much wider northern wrap. That might put them around where FaZe could be at. Maybe Asla, we'll have to see. We still have kind of that, I don't know, so many different names for it. There's the factory that's going to be north of Impala. That's going to be a key component for where this rotation could be coming in. And it does look like Adder got spotted out, got knocked. I don't know if Donovan knows this, but they could pretty much just come over here and run over somebody.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be keen to scoop up more points, anything they can get. You know, in Onyx checking these angles, knowing that people might be trying to defend this side, especially if he had recognized that Adder got knocked. So Lalzi going to find a knock on the flush onto Raylo. The rest of Donawa using that information from Onyx to play leapfrog. Really smart stuff, and Oslo wants no part of this. Without Adder there, they don't feel too comfortable, and Onyx is going to scoop up another point.
Dude, everybody else right now is playing PUBG, and Donovan, it feels like, is just going after everybody. They're playing aim labs right now. They're just trying to make sure that they keep hot and ready for this next game. They're chasing down any kill that could be had, and as it looks like it's going to be the next one. Legacy did also move into the low grounds just below where Daytrade is, so that's provided a reprieve for a lot of what's going on in Impala. So if you see a couple of kills happening there, that's why we're starting. Some of these teams are now maneuvering in Impala and just trying to get more control over territory.
Yeah, Donova's going to have to make a send, and I think Pentagram very keen to be in position to try to defend this. Instead, they're just going to try to drift in. We were just talking about these sprinklers, not the best, but with that hillside in front of this one, should be relatively safe for now for Donowa. Not opting to try to crash into the slightly weakened Osla. And okay, we're going right back in towards Impala. Has to start removing water, and there you go. But again, usually the mountains where Daytrade is considered unplayable terrain, considered water for all intents and purposes, and it will likely move away from that as time goes on.
So I want to point out the sleeping giants in 17 Gaming right now. They really want to be going crazy in Impala, but they can't due to that Daytrade positioning. You can see now that not quite as much aggression coming out from Daytrade on the top as they're kind of still focused on that Legacy down below them. They're starting to try to take some peppering shots into what's going on with this Danoa positioning. T5 also over here has some vision in what's going to be going on. As they're realizing the weakness of their position is going to be regrouping around Factory. FaZe is going to be just to the north of them. And now Danoa, who is on the chase, is kind of the odd man out and has to figure out, okay, how do I want to play this gamble? They can wrap around FaZe, but that's about the only clean path that they've got.
I think that's what they're probably going to try, is my guess, is they're going to try to wrap around the north side of FaZe. But hopefully that FaZe is just too busy, shooting at people inside the factory. And you're absolutely right, Matt. They are going to make that wide wrap around, or they might just try to fight this. They know there's isolated players for FaZe out here based on the sound cues, and they might be trying to punish those a little bit, or at least keep them pinned so they can make the rest of the rotation.
Gustav, though, has this information. It looks like he's trying to maneuver back. Fex is going to be coming as well. Correx is going to get the opening knock onto Salute. Donna was trying to be on the hunt for more kills. It's going to be Loki that goes ahead and gets a knock and a quick flush, but James on the angle, going to get the knock onto Soul. So a big component for Danoa is going to be down.
I think Donowa wanted to stop up and put some pressure on FaZe to try to buy themselves a little bit of space, but FaZe was having none of it. They need points, and they're hungry for it. and they are punishing the heck out of Donowa. And Onyx, the last one up again, and he is down. This time around, not going to be able to sit in the blue and gain a bunch of points.
And with the wipe on the Donowa, that means that FaZe has now shifted into our top 8, and that's what the name of the game is going to be about. Though, FaZe, you have to find a path into the circle. This squad, though, has a lot of information on what's going on to the east, so they have a couple of different ways that they can navigate this. They know exactly what's going on. Daytrade, though, I'm very curious on how much they have left. Looks like ammo's still sitting pretty fine. They've been taking a couple of pot shots on their armor and helmet, but nothing scary yet.
Yeah, that's the real concern with going up here is that you eventually run out of ammo. You're just taking so many shots because there's so many people that are juicy targets for you that you just start hammering down, and eventually all of a sudden you're running low on 5.5 even though it's easy to carry quite a bit of 5.5 in your bag. It depletes very, very quickly. Ozla taking the northern edge of the factory. Tough position to play from. There's a lot of high ground around you. And you're really exposed trying to make some of those maneuvers more further to the south and the east.
And with that, it's also kind of like in its own crater. There's a lot of really weird things that are going to be going on. Xiaolu reads that, though. Spyro's going to have Molotov dropped right on top of him. Looks like maybe he can step away from it. Perfectix, though, does read it, but Xiaolu runs right up there with the Panzerfaust. Twisted Minds are going to get eliminated. Do we have any reinforcements that can come and save? It's going to be Xiao Bei, but he's going to have to deal with it. Looks like in H's, yes, the circle going to go back to Impala.
Wow, we might just be finishing in that area around where Potampong is or where LG are. This is a really nasty circle to deal with. Xiao Bei just gets underneath that hill in time. Is LG going to have an angle on that themselves? I don't know for sure from their position. Should be able to see him come around that corner. Xiao Bei knows it. Very wise to this situation is Xiao Bei. That's so smart that he pulled up when he did.
But can't get there in time to save his teammate. Nate's going to go a bit far. Now what do you do? Luminosity wants to go ahead and finish this one out.
Oops.
Oh, hey, that's fine. It bounced back behind you. Not the worst. He just wants to flash this one out and get into a building. He wants to get away from whatever Daytrade might be trying to bring after him, and it looks like he should have that last bit. Does get in there.
Yep. Good play by him. Really smart stuff from Xiao Bei, and that's why 17 is on the top of this lobby. They are extremely wily. Very, very smart players. FaZe has moved in underneath of the mountain. It's not underneath Daytrade. Daytrade's still watching the south, and yeah, Puchills claims another one.
But here is the south, as we have Daytrade having to be focused in on Legacy, I'm sorry. As Foot also going to be rotating in just to the north of Legacy's position. So Daytrade wants to make sure that they're securing what's up next to them. They do have a lot of vision that they can work for right now, but keep in mind, Puchills, Belmont aren't inside the circle, so they are going to at least have to come down into the lower hills.
Yeah, they got to play a little bit of mountain goat there to get over to the other side, so time to do so is going to be very, very soon. As Hikari and Ozla trying to sneak underneath QM, being very, very slow about this, but yeah, it gets red, it gets identified. Hikari, one more grenade would do the trick, but that is just a blue, nope, that's a frag.
Just waits it out, question mark. Not in the biggest rush to really execute off of this. Instead, just reposition around, see if anybody takes the bait. The down member right now is just what they're trying to lure the rest of the squad out with. A doozy. If he creeps around, he's going to have a beautiful angle. Does get the spray, does get the knock onto Akkad. That's going to be a quick retreat back around as he needs to get his meds back into a better situation.
Yeah, just nowhere to go here for Ozla. Again, it's really tough to get out of that spot. Nuren's doing more damage to Legacy. Quizera falls underneath his keen watch. LFP has T-Bone and 8C around the corner with the Nog. And he's got a couple 7.7 guns in front of him, so it's going to be pretty tricky for him to do much right now. But it looks like Foot is just going to regroup towards Vard's position.
We were talking about the dominoes of what 17 did whenever they landed on Sonics and how Sonic's positioning wasn't so good. Now already down into 6th. The continued climb coming up from Tiamba as well as FaZe is making it more and more dangerous, but don't forget about Foot, who is inside the circle just to the north of Daytrade. Asla, though, just cannot find any pathing that's going to be working against QM. Finally, the crossfire is going to come out. Northern Control is going to be favored over, but let's not also forget we have Cerberus in what looks to be an urban ending close-range firefight, and if anything, we know Tycon can go nuts on those.
No doubt about it. I mean, you've still got a lot of really, really good up-close and personal players. Daytrade, though, starting to lose some as they had to wrap around the bottom side of the mountain. Didn't have enough time to climb up to the places where Flash and Nuren's were. It's a bit of a trek to get over there, and Foot is punishing it. Foot knew that it was going to be too tough for them. Beamy as well has that on, but he's taking a headshot. He's taking damage. It's actually ZYY from Tiamba that finds the knock.
Yeah, Tiamba just came in at the right moment to catch FaZe rotating away from this. Didn't want to be involved in the rock. Couldn't find an opportunity into that Cerberus defensive line. Day Trade, though, still having to figure out, okay, how do we navigate this one? It looks like they might just be kind of leaning back in. They do potentially have the opportunity to go for a res over here, but not really doing the best at gatekeeping out, instead being more concerned about that high ground. Nurens is going to have to move from that high ground spot, though, as it does look like the low ground is starting to favor more Foots in their positioning, but Tiamba is making it really problematic for Foot to do much of. Wow, Hansawat, nice shot.
Yeah, Phil first getting caught doing a spinorama in the air there. And he should be resable, though. I was going to say most everybody's safe except for Foot and Day Trade. Everybody else is basically inside the circle in some fashion or another. Pau Pau out for Tiamba, but he's just trying to harass Foot's rotations. T-Bone, though, good for the knock. Nurens has the flush onto Beamy. T-Bone, though, gets flash. And things going sideways for Day Trade as they continue to try to make this really tricky run in. So it looked good early for them. Yeah, they did a lot of damage. They got a lot of kills. This is a solid game, no doubt about it. But going much further, going to be a little bit more treacherous.
The high ground gives you and it takes away, as you do have the high ground to work with, getting damage, getting the kills, but once you have to get out and you have to extricate yourself from the position, everybody wants their vengeance back. And we've seen it now 2 days in a row that, yeah, you get a lot out of it, but what can you do after you manage to make that jump down? Tiamba going to be looking right up into it, not even going to let him go for the jump, just shuts it down.
Yeah, still though, regardless, this is a really good game for Day Trade. I really like the way they played it. They keep themselves in third place here. You have nothing wrong with this game if you're a fan of Day. Like, you shouldn't be disappointed with this at all. This is a really solid game for them. So credit where credit's due. They played this very nicely. Tiamba as well playing this game really, really smart, really efficiently. Now they've set up a bit of a barricade onto Foot, who is going to have to fight tooth and nail. Probably don't have a ton of utility left compared to Tiamba, who hasn't done a ton of close quarters fighting. They've been a lot of long-range sniping.
With this now, Foot has moved into the top 8. The problem with it is they've got Tiamba down low, Linshu down, Vard still yet again performing for the squad. Him and ANC are a good combination to try to defend up. High ground advantage as well. Vard just has to be very careful on these peaks. Nade's going to be landing up on good tosses. Air burst going to go just a bit awry, though, as it is going to bounce off that rock. Vard gets his meds back into a good position, looks down. This is really the only major qualified fight that could eliminate somebody at the time, but notice AC is now moving through the lower ground positions. Nades are going to be prepped up for Vard. Another nade going to be landing very close to him. The dance around position going to continue and has to be so careful.
Yeah, Tiamba, though, even though they suffer a knock to Vard, they're very wise with their positioning, keeping themselves out of AT's purview and making sure that they're able to get those reses up and running. QMS across the road. And with T5 here, they're going to try to find the opportunity to maybe smoke it off. I see a lot of smokes in Phil first hand. In the back, this is a replay here where Tiamba backstab phase. And again, with those long-range shots, doing most of their damage there. A lot of grenades left to try to displace Vard, but they've been a little bit off the mark.
Yeah, this is a awkward situation for Foot, as they don't really have to commit in just quite yet. Technically, if 8C goes down, Vard can just move more into the city itself. The condensing down inside the city, just to give you guys an update, since I know we haven't been over there in just 1 second. Cerberus pretty close to the center. We also have LG, who's going to be opposing side of the road away from them. T5 just moved into a gatekeeping position against QM, and we still have NH and Zhao Bei for 17 Gaming that's still alive that need to make their way into the zone.
All right, 8C, the time to move is going to be very, very soon. We're in phase 7, and Snakers going to headshot Phil first with some really nice shots. And you can see that T5's job is to just make sure that QM does not cross that street, but they're going to lose Phil first to Lin Shu. And things getting a little bit tricky for QM as they make that cross.
Yeah, the smoke wall looks like it's going to be enough. Tiamba just cannot find a way to remove Foot, man. These guys are just clinging to life over here and just using the terrain so efficiently. The communication between the two of them is so strong. And oh, that's a solo with a shotgun.
Yep, he knows that, you know, it's going to be tricky to get through this, so might as well go for the up-close and personal gear as Zhao Bei. A very wise play, as we've seen from him throughout this one today. 17 really making life difficult. Tiamba is losing their minds in the background. I could hear them through my headset.
That one's got to feel good. You finally take down. Foot has been over here harassing them for so long. They wanted to get control over this area. They want to be going after QM, and they can't. Foot is just doing such a great job of just defending it all up.
It's really been a good attempt from Foot, but a better defense. And, of course, with the numbers advantage for Tiamba makes it that much easier. Zhao Bei getting into LG territory. That Molly does catch Flood, so he has to back off. Zhao Bei probably heard it, probably knows it. Going for the frag in there as well, and it's good.
How's he getting away with it? Creeping by, does take some damage, finally gets spotted
Vard?
out. And it's going to be Sure, why not? Vard, I mean, he's got control over everything at this point. Circle pretty much centers up. That means everybody's going to be moving into Cerberus and T5 territory.
I love it. That Vard deserves that point. He's been fighting his butt off up here on top of this hill. Now he's got NH underneath. Damage done, but no knocks.
Almost 600 damage as we're looking at 2 kills. That's just the amount of harassment that he's been doing over here. He is going to have to make his way in. But yet again, remember when you get that high ground and you're harassing people, now everybody knows you're there. So good luck, Vard, in making it down right into the waiting arms of Tiamba.
Yeah, Vard looking for any more damage or kills he can get. Coming down off that hill. Tricky, as we've seen time and time again, but he could find a timing. With this much chaos in this circle, you never know. LG flanking out, wants to see if they can do some damage to T5. T5 is getting a little bit too close for comfort up underneath this hill. You don't want to give them a position to set up. There's quite a bit of cover, actually, right at the edge of this hill with this van, with these vendor stalls and the wall, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it makes it pretty easy for Theraton 5 to put pressure on LG, especially if they had more utility. I don't see anything in Tanadol's hands other than this foldable shield. Now, who knows if he has any blue zones or anything, but for now, Theraton 5 seems to be lacking a little bit in the utility department.
This is pretty much a 4-tiered fight, right? We've got Vard in his position that's about to go away. But then if you look down where LG's at, there's a couple of drop-offs and really trying to exploit it. Theraton 5, they just have more players off on this angle. LG really can't find a way to sneak their way in. Snakers is going to try to find some type of pathing, but you see a wall, you see the background that they can play off of. Vard, you put up a hell of a job, but it looks like you're going to be going down. Just feed it over into the blue zone, and now it's going to be NH trying to find their pathing in, but it's going to be Cerberus that spots that out.
Yeah, NH just trying to cling to life. No kills yet, and they're taking more and more damage. CC almost done. That grenade, if it's good, could be the end for Non. I think one way or another, he's pretty much done being abandoned. Yeah, the grenade did find the mark, so he is out of this one. Himas looking for Tiamba, knows they're going to be above him. Decent damage done to ZYY, but for now, Tiamba playing smart, playing patient. Phase 9 begins to close.
7 kills for them right now, as this is a very good game, and more opportunities going to be right up in front of them. Presently tied up with Cerberus, who only has 2 members up. They're running with 4 right now, so we've got T5 that's going to be in the west and Tiamba on the east, and they're just going to be trying to run amok on everybody that's going to be in between them. CC, though, is going to spot out Snakers, who was trying to avoid what was going on with T5. He's going to get spotted out. He's going to get dropped off. It's going to be Rosted that gets the angle into it. Cerberus now trying to line up against what's going on with Tiamba. Good read in. Going to go ahead and start throwing out the utility to bounce. Looks like it's going to be good. Gets the damage out from it as well. Cerberus just trying to clean up and hold this line.
Yeah, Cerberus had the best position in the middle of the circle, but they want to try to clear an edge. If they can get rid of Tiamba, yeah, QM might be able to move into the backside of this as well. Hatsawad up and over, finishes off LG.
T5 getting more control over the north. It's just going to be QM on a different angle, but it's going to be a big pop-off right now as Tiamba making more of an aggressive shift in. It's just going to be Hamas holding the opposing angle for it. How is T5's Pathenpong going to realize and how he's going to handle what's going on with QM? Finally goes for the spray, does finish that one out, and now we are looking at Tiamba, T5, and Cerberus.
Yeah, T5 going to be sticking that res. Himas trying to play Guardian, but ZYY is going to shut him down. Pathenpong, great sprays there. Gets the headshots onto 7-7. Finishes off with the body, and it's going to be backed off.
Has to step away for just 1 minute and get the meds back together. Tiamba has one of their members down, but they are closer to the center spot as everything is closing in. We're in game number 9. Pow Pow spots out Pathenpong, and that's going to be big. What do they opt to go for? Pow Pow looks like he's going to be moving a bit more down to the south, trying to wrap around, but it's going to be Thanadol holding the angle. He spots it, reads it, gets the drop. Now Tiamba, what are you going to do? You get the res in, but you're going to have to be moving into an entrenched line.
Yeah, Pow Pow down and out, so only 2 left. Potentially 3 for T5. Hatwat sticking this res, but ZYY around the corner. Knows where it is, wants to try to punish it. It's up. He hasn't done anything yet. They can't react in time.
Gets the knock onto one of them. Now just looking. Smokes being the only surviving capabilities for T5 to work around. ZYY, the last one up. Blue Zone nade is going to go down for it. We are looking at a 1v1. Territory control just dancing around, making sure to kill out anybody. Now denying out the information. ZYY going for the spray. It does spot it up. And there we go. Tiamba picks it up.
Huge win for Tiamba. Picking up right where they left off in the group stage with some big chicken dinners. And this game so brilliantly navigated. Lin Shu saying we're number 1. He wants that international title. He's got a PCS Asia title. He wants to add to that trophy room.
Man, that was a hard one for Tiamba to contend with. Remember, they were having to deal with Foot for so long. They were getting that day trade harassment.
Yep.
They had a very difficult path to make it into this circle. As we are now done with Miramar, we're making it over to, as I believe Toffees has been talking about, our Chaos maps to get a bit more spicy. And you know there's going to be a lot of fun to be had there.
These Miramars were super spicy, my friend. This was a great one to end on for Miramar today.
Let's go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk to get you prepped for our Chaos rounds.
The Dusty Dunes have come to an end, and Tiamba walks away with a win. The clutch comes out from the young Dynamo who came from the building program, ZYY, his first time in PGC play, but you could not tell by watching how he handles the pressure.
No, that was fantastic. What a great way to finish things. And I gotta say, I love a fantastic urban ending. That was great, especially when it's a situation where you have like a road that kind of splits it up. T5 handled that extremely well, but it's just Tiamba, man. They have impressed me, and this, you know, I asked for it. I said, I want to see these situations where they kind of get these curveballs a little bit, and this is a curveball for sure, and they were able to handle that extremely well. Super well executed towards the end there, and a few clutch situations, especially I loved when Patampunk got popped out.
I mean, it was a curveball, it was a switch up, it was a fastball all in one. The entire south shift was brutal, but Tiamba was able to make it work. Everybody else seemed to kind of struggle. We saw that phase wipe. We saw Sonics from the very beginning get attacked, and we'll get into that in a minute because 17 Sonics was fascinating to me, the fact they chose to fight so quickly. But for now, it's this urban battling. It's a tough position. It's not easy to train, right? It doesn't happen often in scrims. So it's one of those things like these teams have to adjust on the fly.
Sometimes you get a little Impala hot drop with the Eastern Plains, but it's not often. Honestly, that double spray down where you have two players that drop down, he was so close to closing out Tiamba, but they managed to get the reses up, and yeah, honestly, a 50 HP peak battle here is rough for Theradol. He had 14 HP less, and I feel like if he had a quick burst or anything to pop off there, that would just have made a huge difference here. And of course, Linshu #1, Tiamba.
Tiamba. ZYY had the confidence to hold the spray at the very end, and it was the headshot that made the difference because he was at the disadvantage when it came to the HP stack going into that. Very impressive play from Tiamba. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. Game 2 is done. We've only got 4 left to go, and you don't want to go to the last chance qualifier. It sounds ominous. It is ominous. You got to be in the top 8.
You have to. You got to, some would say.
Be in the top 8.
And of course, CYY here, 5 kills, almost 1,000 damage as well. That is just insane. These guys, as I said here, coming out of a Western looting path for them and being able to get into this and win an urban ending. This is just what we wanted to see from them to really put themselves into the contest. And
I just can't get over ZYY. He's the man of the match. And remember, this guy was in the development program. The biggest prize pool, if I remember looking earlier, was about $187. Like, this guy has worked hard to get his shot.
Yeah, before PCL.
And when given the shot, when he gets the call up, he has been nothing but amazing. That's why you train to be a star, and he's quickly becoming one here at PGC 2023. Let's look at the match leaderboard. Tiamba walked away with 22 total points. Hometown heroes 2 times. T5 and Daytrade both walking away in good positions too.
Yeah, good amount of points for them. Cerberus another good, decent game for them considering what they got out of it. And for CYY, super impressive. That puts them up in a tied 2nd place with Danova. They break the tie though with the most placement points. And again, for CYY's first rookie here at PGC, super impressive.
Now, I want to point something out. 17, 97 points, top of the board. Sonics in 7th with 47 points. We saw something interesting in that last match. That was not 17's drop. They put all 4 players on top of Sonics outside of their area. Should I expect this to continue? It looks like they're maybe looking to keep them out.
You know, if you are currently safe and the grand finals, and you have a few games to go, and you're like, okay, these guys could potentially be our biggest rivals. If you want to mess a little bit with their mental, it's definitely to hot drop them. And yeah, I respect that. But they're not. I feel like are they focusing them on to make sure they go into last chance, or are they trying to, just mess with them mentally? Because obviously Sonics has decent amount of points, but they have to hard focus them 4 more games. And I feel like it's just hard to do that across 3 maps, because remember, we have 1 weekend, 1 take, and then 2 wrangles to finish things off with. So
this feels to me like the PUBG equivalent of trash talk, right? Like we don't have the interview, we don't necessarily have the time to sort of throw shade at each other. So I do think that's it. Maybe a hot drop here says, hey guys, just so you know, we're watching and we're ready when the time comes. So it was a beautiful play. It was a challenge. H1 goes down and Sonics kind of had to play catch up from that moment on. Will it continue? That's the question. Now in just a moment, we're going to head to our next match. Don't go anywhere, a break, and then game number 3.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power Online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่าย แต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อย ตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์ แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
Pen เดี๋ยวต้องเต้น3ท่านี้นะถนัดเลยโอเคท่าอะไรเนี่ยโอ้เจ้าเนื้อ
我觉得他们要害怕我们的点在于未知的枪线威胁，他们有时候不会知道哪里会出现一把枪摧毁他们的防线。
So I think our team has been structured a little bit better. We're just looking for the long term. We want to be as good as we can, a year from now. We're not really thinking just about this tournament.
And welcome back, as we're going to be moving into our 2 middle rounds where we've got ourselves Tego and Vikendi to add in a little bit of spice to what is the normal world. Speaking of spice and teams adding some, we are apparently in the middle of the 17 villain arc.
Yeah, man. I mean, again, it's just... It crossed my mind as we were coming into that game. I'm like, 17 has enough points. They can kind of do whatever they want. And we saw this with Tianba, this team right here, who just won a game during their group stage that once they had enough points, they started messing with Donawa. Now they paid the price and it kind of killed their groove during the group stage. Not that it mattered. Again, they were fine. And you can see that it hasn't affected them here when it matters again in the winner's bracket. Donawa, plenty of smiles. I mean, again, they're racking up enough points. They're getting kills on the edges. They're fine, and they're having a good time today. Loki and Anonix were really fired up before this first match. They were dancing. They were having some fun. They were trying to get me to do some taekwondo with them. I don't know, but they're having a good time today.
That seems like it's dangerous with the amount of energy that they've got going on right now.
Yeah.
That would be just your butt getting handed to you, I think.
I would get destroyed, yes.
Well, we don't have time to talk about how much you would get your butt kicked by different players, as we're going to be making our way into Tego. So let's go ahead and kick off the action. Plane Path is going to be up next to Wolsong and going pretty much just south of Gangneung.
Yeah, fairish plane path. On Tego, you'd prefer these to be a little bit more western central if you wanted them to be truly fair, because a lot of teams don't drop up in the northeast. How you doing? Yeah, it's a crash plane too, but I'm curious about the hot drop in Yeongcheon, if that is going to be happening in the Dragon Creek. That's what that city means if you're curious. Yeong is dragon, Cheon is like a creek or a river. That's it. Right by the river there makes a bit of sense. And yeah, New Happy is committing to this. So Donald was happy to take this fight, frankly. They dominated them the last time. And, with the position they're in compared to New Happy, you will, even if you lose this, you're not going to be that discouraged.
Where is 17 Gaming going? It looks like they've got eyes maybe a bit more on the Azza line. Not too much there. They're pretty much going to where they normally go. Azza's going to be going where they normally go. Dana was going to have to connect up with NH. That's pretty much common. We knew that this was going to be going on. There is the Foot QM Tyloo situation over here, as Tyloo can't really make it to the... Keep in mind, plane path is going to be diminishing down. So, yes, normally on a regular plane path, you might be able to make it down to Studio or Songlam. Not going to be the case this time around.
Onyx got an ump, and he's right next to 2 players, and he is not letting go, trying to punish the fact that he dropped a little bit faster, and he catches him looting.
I saw the pan in hand, and I was getting hope for 1 second. And Onyx on a tear right now. Got to go for the reload. Luckily, SMGs are going to reload very, very quickly, so now just taking a step out. He knows where they were at. Seeing if maybe he's going to wrap back around, go for the res in, and it is just Anonix feeding all that information over as Loki's going to spot out one as well.
Yeah, Loki here on the cover fire, and Anonix is so fired up right now with his ump. Only 10 more bullets left in this, though.
I love to see it. Ming Ming last up right now, is this is a problem for him. He is separated away, and it is a bit more complicated as it is just going to be flushing out those kills right now. How are we going to see? Now I want to react to this one. Most notably, what is Ming Ming going to do? I will also point out the circle did pop while this was going on. We have it mostly on that northwestern island.
And Ming Ming's going to smash some glass, and that's going to alert Donawa to his position. You can hear glass for a pretty decent amount of distance, and certainly Anonix or potentially Loki was close enough to hear that. So now I think Donawa might just be like, yep, we did it, job done. We don't need to maybe over-aggress into this. I already see Salute and Soul peeling out of the city itself to rotate or just go for a different loot location.
I mean, damage done, right? We've been talking about points per game. Donawa was one of the teams that can continue to do it. 3 points, not even really before the first circle starts to condense is, I mean, pretty good start to everything, all considered, as it looks like they are going to actually be crossing back over that bridge. Azla's going to be crossing the bridge just to the south of them, so Ming Ming is safe for now. We'll have to keep an eye and see how he manages to deal with those rotations.
The bad news here for Azla, for Hikari, who's going as a solo to try to cross that bridge, is there is a Panzerfaust in the car that Loki and Salute and Soul are in, but actually it's the other car. Loki and Anonix are going to cross paths right by him. I don't know if there's going to be anything that comes of it. Just a micro Uzi. It's a little tricky to really do some serious damage unless you're point blank with that thing. So, yeah, it's just a drive-by. I thought for a second it was going to be Salute and Soul that were driving by. Poor Hikari there, and he was just going to die to a Panzer.
I just love the fact that we're getting SMG damage numbers up.
Yeah.
Because I have a...
Got to pump those numbers.
Man, those are rookie numbers.
Those
We
rookie
like them
numbers.
higher. I love SMGs. They haven't really had a place in a while inside of our meta, outside of hot drops and whatnot. But as we're starting to see more of a condensed down, shotguns have started entering the meta a bit more. So SMGs for that kind of mid-range fighting technique, not necessarily finding the home with ARs just being so dominant. But, I mean, hey, I'll take SMG damage where I can find it. 17 Gaming is also going to be looking like they're trying to get across the bridge Asla just took, while Twisted Minds was eyeing this one. I think that they spotted Lou getting into position early, and two squads nobody wants to contend with right now are going to be Donowa and 17 Gaming, who just love to jump in the thick of everything.
No doubt about it, but this makes things tricky now for Twisted Minds. They were hoping to jump that bridge, but with it being camped by 17, they have to run into where these two teams are, potentially where Tianba and Cerberus have just crossed. So if Cerberus had gotten stopped up there, that might have gotten tricky for Twisted Minds, but now that they're driving past, I think Twisted might be okay to cross this bridge.
Tale as old as time. While this shots are going to be going out, it does also look like we might have Sonics and LG getting very close to each other. I think that LG is going to be pulling away from that one. That's just going to be to the west of this position now that High Mass is going to be right up against this coastline. He's going to be moving in, and I think that they're going to find some territory that's going to be open. They're going to stop off before they move into Sonics.
You know, you said it was a tale as old as time, and we know that the NA on NA action at internationals is very common. Who's the beauty and who's the beast? Because, right, that's where the song comes from. A tale as old as time. Who's the beauty and who's the beast here? Who are you gonna dunk on?
Rello got them eyebrows, but you got to be honest. The Sonics boy has been working out a lot too. So
true that.
I can't pick between my
no,
favorite children.
Either.
How are you going to make me do that?
Too many handsome men on both teams.
I'm just going to have to start doing that to you. What do you like more?
Hey, I called you handsome yesterday. Well, more handsome than Toby.
Oh, see, I'll continue to take it, man. That's fine. Poor Toby is going to come back in here, and we'll have to see what responses he's got.
I hope he's got something. I hope he's going to dunk back on us. I like the friendly banter.
He's sitting back there. He's cooking. You know.
Yeah.
Tyloo going to be making their wrap into the south next to Day Trade. Foot and QM look like QM is doing a rotation in vehicles. It's just really, really far away. Foot may be stopping down right now as they might have an option to go with an emergency pickup. 17 Gaming is playing fairly center of the circle. Looks like they're going to be just kind of that northeastern area of the center.
Well, if Foot was thinking about an e-pickup, I think they're going to put the brakes on and maybe try to harass QM's rotation. They're set up around the crossroads to the east of Songam, so they have a really good opportunity to do some damage, but QM looks to be going towards the edge of the map to make their rotation. So could be relatively safe. Might have sniffed this out in some way or another. Switching the vehicles there for a doozy, going to get away unscathed into the coupe. And I think this is actually okay for QM.
Yeah.
I think they're going to dodge Foot here.
And pretty much everything around Hosan's pretty open, so nothing really to be too concerned with. What we do need to be concerned with is that 8th place position that Foot's presently being held down into. It is 39 points, then a drop off into a tie between LG FaZe. Twisted Minds just 2 points back behind that. Tyloo just 2 points back behind. So Squad Wiper 2 can get you up into that top 8, but Foot's position is very precarious right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Foot, hopefully they have an emergency pickup. That's a good way they can get up to the north side, maybe get up on the mountain north of Godok and set up from there. Day Trade from the fishing boat area, watching Tyloo cross the double bridge, and they are probably maybe going to try to trail behind that. It is over to the shipyards here for Donowa after they essentially won the fight in Yongcheon, so they're going to take the shipyard and the mini shipyard across the way. Could take a boat over to the other side if they so choose. They did maybe hear Legacy cross past Seoul, who took one of the compounds in between Yongcheon and the mini shipyard, so we'll see. Tyloo should be safe-ish for a bit. There are a few compounds actually dead center of this circle right now that are still open. I can see one for sure that's available. I think it's one of those mini temples that's in there. But it's just a matter of whether they'll get there because there's already a couple teams posted up barricading that potential rotation path.
A lot of the teams pretty much kind of hanging along this canal right now, right? The channel itself that's going to be cutting from the island is not wanting. I mean, your bets are pretty much that it's going to be going to the northwestern island that Godok is going to be on, but a lot of teams just wanting to be a bit safer in that one, so not necessarily playing more centered in those areas that you were talking about were open, and that's allowing our later rotators to kind of have some options that would normally, I guess, this present meta not be available.
Right, exactly. It is kind of interesting to watch some of these teams who like to play edge and some of the struggles that they've had. Foot is one of those teams who likes to play edge, and it's been tough sledding for them. Yeah, Vard's been hitting some really good shots, and they're up into 8th now, but it is extremely dangerous. I mean, only 1 point away is 2 different teams right on their heels. Sonics dropped all the way down to 7th after 17 hamstringing them completely in that previous game. So look, credit where credit's due. 17, you might not like it. You might be, if you're a Sonics fan in particular, you might be angry about it. It worked. It mission accomplished.
There is a game of numbers to be played here, and I will say, even if we see a squad or 2 from this lobby move down into the last chance, there's a lot of conversation that playing in the last chance isn't the worst thing, because then you get to stay warmed up. We do have a couple of days off before we move into the grand finals, so it gives you 2 more days of play before that break kicks off. So, I mean, sure, Sonics wants to be guaranteed moving into that grand final. Everybody wants that, but it's not necessarily the worst. It looks like the tail end of QM and Best of Luck is going to get spotted out. Foot just trying to pick up this kill. They want it so bad, and Vard, surprise, surprise, is going to be the one to find it.
Yeah, Foot just trailing QM the whole time, keeping track of their rotation path, kind of reading it pretty well, and able to cut off the tail end player, the trailing player, and find themselves a point. Much needed. Every point so valuable around that 8th place cutoff. Again, just a friendly reminder, only top 8 move directly to the grand finals.
Oh, no.
Ming Ming, no, not like this. Not like this.
I think you found an emergency pickup, and now
Tiggleton got it.
You got to spot him out, and that's going to be at least 1 point more safety, as 8 points behind them with Foot. And you know the fact that after the last game, that's got to be at least something to get the momentum back in your favor.
Yeah, there was a big-time discussion going on with the Sonics, of course, backstage. After this, I just caught a glimpse of them. Serious mode engaged for them for sure. And, yep, no ambiguity about this one, Matt. Yeah. We're going straight up north.
Legacy going to find themselves with pretty much all the north to work with. Godok, a big factor inside of it. T5 going to have control over a very good area of this map, as LG is going to be condensing down roughly the same time Day Trade's going to be making their rotation. Might see them kind of bump into each other, as Mime is going to be hopping in his vehicle right as Poochills is going to be running into him. It's maybe just going to be ships passing in the night, most likely. Rello is going to be just to the north of that, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's a full regroup from LG, and there's a supporting fire coming in just to kind of nigh it out. And here's the problem with emergency pickups.
Ooh. Wow, he has to lead that shot so much. So impressive. The game knowledge, in particular, Tiggleton, who's a grinder, he knows how to shoot people out of the air.
And that's an entirely different spray pattern, too, as even whenever you're used to shooting people driving in vehicles, all that other stuff, it's a different tempo, a different timing, and even the player has some control over that tempo on their landing, so that is just experience being shown.
No doubt. No, and that's, if you're a Tiggleton fan, you've probably seen him do that and more on his own stream. The guy is just beyond belief with some of the stuff he's able to put up. QM, after losing a player, is going to get across the bridge and immediately pivot to the west. Tai Lu putting some parting shots into them, but I don't think QM will take any damage in that exchange. However, they're turning in right towards LG. LG's in a 3-1 split. Rello had gone up to the front of the field to try to keep Day Trade contained, keep them out of LG space, and QM is going to pull up short of running into LG.
Their pathing finally going to be able to stop, breathe for a moment, try to figure out what's going on around them. They do have Tai Lu. Zhao Yang is going to be kind of close to him. Nothing too scary for them to try to contend up with. Twisted Mind's going to be up into the north. They're going to have Legacy as well as Azula. That's going to be around the position inside the city itself. That's kind of it right now. We have Foot that's going to be the tail end, but they're going to be coming on the eastern bridge of Fishing Camp. And yeah, Correx is going to take some shots in, but the pathing that they found is going to be pretty open to the south, and they should at least be able to get a foothold in those hills.
Yeah, there might be some crates available for FaZe just outside of Palace. Not sure if they picked those up yet or not. But in Golduck, you have a couple different teams. You have Azla, Legacy, Twisted Minds on the outside to the north, T5 on the outside to the south. So we saw T5 have a really good game in the one we had in Golduck in the group stage during the first day of the event. Where they were able to do some pretty good damage there. Maybe it was the second day. I think it was first day. Anyway, but Tiamba, I think, got the better of them in that one. And FaZe here now starting to flex out. I was trying to see if they can... I should have said Fex out. That would have been so much better.
Oh, that would have been good. All right, we'll save that one for later. Fex, though, moving into what is Tiamba territory right now. That rock, some defensive line. Who's going to spot who? I think that Fex has realized what's going to be going on. Gustav going to get some damage out right now, but Fex... so close in. Jeems going to be counter-moving around. Tiamba is a bit vulnerable in this position. Looks like they're going to be trying to retreat back, but really it's just going to be this 1-2 on the side of Tiamba with FaZe, this is very well read. If this doesn't get third-partied by 17 Gaming, as Little Ghost does get some vision.
Well, I was going to say, I really like the map knowledge here from FaZe. With the position that Gustav is in, he can spot for Fex up close and personal and also do a little bit of damage. The problem is James has wrapped so far out to try to fly the flank, the contain onto Tiamba, that he got himself into the sightlines of 17, took some damage for it. Now, he's stabilized for now. The real question is can he get back involved in the fight, and how are they going to get into this next circle?
Okay, LG in a great position because this is a lot of fields to try to contend with. Godok still has a smidgen of it in play, but nobody's really going to want to stay into this one. LG already inside of vehicles. Twisted Mind's already in vehicles. They're going to be rolling right up next to each other. It's going to be a Mad Max moment for them. The spray's going to be coming out. Lulu's going to go down. LFP is going to spot him, and it's going to be Spyro that makes a stop, seeing if LFP, see, maybe he can pick him back up. It did manage to stop him out, so at least some positioning smoke's going to come out, maybe get the res.
Yep, and now Daytrade has found Legacy rolling into their territory, and they're making them pay for it. Meanwhile, there was Rello who went back to the compound with the safety of the rest of his team, and they're now making Legacy pay for this risky rotation they took, cut across a couple different teams. I mean, unfortunate timing to run into Twisted. FaZe, Tiamba, and Cerberus, I think, about to square off, and Foot involved. There's 4 teams right in the southeast corner of this map.
This is just a death trap waiting for all of these teams. Tiamba's trying to hold out. It's going to be FaZe moving into this. They thought maybe they had the information to work with. The problem is there is just a target-rich environment that's going to be in front of him. Tiamba's just going to try to hold the line up against it. Great job so far. Stops him off in the palace, but let's not forget there is still Cerberus up to the north, and 8 even taking some shots in.
Yeah, this is, I mean, Tiamba's so fired up, and ZYY and 7-7 having a field day. Pow Pow as well yesterday, coming up big, although the ZYY will be flushed out there, I believe. Pow Pow has a knock on a Tycon. Corexy attempting to be found and flushed. Fex, is he going to be able to protect this, or is he going to play off of the contact of Corexy being flushed? No, he's got a great angle down on top of him.
That is dirty to work with. Fex at least going to get a bit of vengeance back. Already going for the spray out. Nade's going to bounce, get some damage, but not get the knock. See teammate trying to crawl forward. Corexy just trying to feed information over. Next nade. Is it going to bounce the same way? Hits the hillside. Doesn't go quite the angle that was wanted. You can see Fex just waiting for the peek around. Not going to be able to spot it out. Good defensive nades coming out from that one. Not allowing Fex to get any damage.
Yeah, and he took a headshot there too. So 7-7 gets the better of him in quite a different number of ways. And he's going to be able to regroup with that utility too. Gets the helmet and the fresh vest. So 7-7 feeling really good about that fight. Potentially Vard trying to look into it. Cerberus did not really budge too much. They were fighting the other end of Tiamba, so they weren't able to get involved in this fight. I think Cerberus lost one player. Yeah, they lost one player. Fex with the blue on his back. Going to try to get through. Not easy to get grenades into this building necessarily. It's pretty wide open on the inside. So 7-7 going to be trying to dodge, but Foot's beamy.
Yeah, this is the problem with it for FaZe, man, is, yeah, okay, you managed to hold out a bit, but you needed to get some points there in that 10th place position. You need to climb a bit more. Tiamba in more comfortable position in second. This is not going to be the best game for him, and yeah, 7-7's about to run out, but Foot's just waiting. Cerberus is waiting. You're as good as dead unless you find just the moment those two teams decide to break into a fight, but as the blue zone's going to close, that might happen. Will they get the reprieve? Where are we going to be going? And surprise, surprise, it's right onto that field.
Now, a lot of fields left in this one, so going to look similar to some of the circles we've seen so far in Tego. A lot of that, you know, kind of box-to-box fighting that the rice fields create. Twisted Minds in the circle. Whoa. Let's see where they want to go. Under pressure from a mortar. That is squeaky bum time there for sure for Twisted Minds, as they're just going to have to dive into one of these fields early. This is the challenging thing as a team. When you get into these fields early, you open yourself up to a backside, so you have to position those vehicles really nicely to give yourself some chance of defending.
Regrouping happening as it is going to be Spyro of Twisted Minds, has a foothold for his squad. Cerberus going to be pathing through here. Bumps into an awkward spot. There's going to be high mass that is going to be going down, and this is going to be encroaching into an area where there's just not a lot to be had. These fields, yes, we talked about it yesterday. There are a couple of dips in every single one of the micro fields themselves, but it's just not a lot to really work with. Cerberus trying to fight their way in. Sonic's also going to be coming in from the south, right back behind LG and Tyloo in its own independent fight that's going to be happening. And see now T5 also getting some vision of what's going to be happening on to the eastern point where Twisted Minds is trying to defend. Keep in mind, Foot still needs to make their pathing, and North still going to be popping off in a moment as we have Asla as well as Donawa that's all going to be moving into 17 Gaming's position.
I like what T5 is doing here. they have to kind of eventually leave the safety of the southwest tip of Godok. So Twisted Minds under pressure, and they're finding some really good grenades. Tonadol going to connect onto Perfectix. More grenades being loaded up and thrown out. That one goes a little bit too far. Spyro maybe getting in the vehicle. Out in the open is Batul, and Spyro down. Just Lou alive, and that grenade may end up spelling disaster, and it does.
New set of targets for T5 as they have now realized this is ours, but guess what? Cerberus, we ain't done yet. We're going to continue this pathing in, and Cerberus needs to defend up. Luckily, there is no third party right now as Foot has bumped into what's going on with Sonics, stalled down into the north. Here's that 17 Gaming lined up against Azlafite we were talking about a second ago. Donovan Saltus doesn't want to get involved. They're shifting more into the west, and they might be bumping into Day Trade. Now it's just about how 17 Gaming, as well as the defensive line coming up from Legacy to the south, taking shots into Azla, can really defend this dip.
Yeah, 17 right now is getting a bit of a benefit from the fight of Day Trade and the Donawa team up in the northwest corner because their backside's exposed, but those two teams too busy keeping each other out of this next circle, or Day Trade more trying to keep Donawa out of the next circle. Sonics here with Foot looking down over that hill, but the blue has arrived. Blue zone bag for Shrimzy is going to buy him a little bit of time and space to kind of stick around and see if he can catch any members of Foot trailing. And in fact, 8C is doing that, so really good recognition there by the Sonics.
There's no real good option, though, to work with for the Sonics, with Foot kind of holding them out. Tyloo and LG are going to be in front of them, so we're just going to see what happened. FaZe and Tiamba just a moment ago happen yet again. Tickleton can't find any way to open that one up. Donovan now getting a bit more of this hillside under their control. Puccio is going to be very, very close. Already going to be spotted out, though, so Loki's going to go ahead and prep up that nade. New circle is going to be popping, and Legacy has the center, but man, they do not have much vision that they can work with. They're just trying to harass out. You can see QM cannot even come close to encroaching into this Day Trade line.
Yeah, Puccio needs to let loose with a few of those frags. He's got 3 in the bag. Has a real opportunity to do some damage, but Donawa is afforded the opportunity to try to rotate, but it's caught. Loki down to 4 HP. Puccio so good.
That is very well done. Buying the space to work with, but now what can you get? That high ground still going to be able to curve down, get some nades into it. What is going to be happening next, as it is going to be 17 Gaming getting eliminated off into the distance. Are we going to see Day Trade try to defend up against this QM line? Yes, that's going to be the new situation. Sonics do get eliminated in that fight with Foot down to the south, but it's just going to be more opportunities prevailing for the teams that are already entrenched.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the fight between Ozla and 17, but they ended up pushing up and over that hill. Finally found the timing and the confidence to make the move, and they smothered him out. Shrimzy is going to find a couple extra kills there as 7-7 eliminates the last member of Foot, so a few of them were already down. Sonic's going to scoop up a couple more points, 4 into this one. Not the end of the world for the Sonics, but certainly not the game they were hoping for. Cerberus done and out. Vard is absolutely on fire today. Soul's going to clean up Adder as Donawa is really tenacious on these edges today. They have been finding kills and kills and kills, and yeah, they end up losing fights in the long run, but they're perfectly fine with it.
Where do they go next? It looks like they're just shifting into where they saw Flash just a moment ago, realizing that this is a bit of a split situation. Instead, just going to use a numbers advantage to try to creep in. Keep in mind, LG, though, while in 9th place right now, just a couple of points back behind Foot. They have the compound, and they also have the capabilities to harass anything that they want to. T5 going to be a kind of the northeastern area from them. Playing the dip away from it is going to be a very complicated situation trying to navigate with this control that LG now has in the circle.
Yeah, the problem for LG is going to be when the circle leaves them having to come out. No, but you have good control over the space. Here, Donawa trying to find the weak side around these teams, and they're going to have to step up. This is not a fun place to be. This is a really dangerous hay bale stash to be in.
Does open up some angles for Day Trade to try to exploit. Those mortars are going to be going into Tyloo's line. See T5 not able to make too much of a shift out from it. It's going to be Tiamba way out by himself. 7-7. Remember that fight from, like, I don't know, 2 circles ago? He's still alive out here. 1 HP. He's going to go down to the zone. Now T5, what are you going to do off of this point? They should be able to get the res. It's going to be Legacy taking the shots into Day Trade at range as RBN is going to get that knock. And Tyloo, man, they're just having the kitchen sink thrown at them right now, but still clinging to life.
Yeah, they're able to dodge these. They do lose a car to those mortars. Another one of those ponies is really beat up. In the meantime, LG, successful defense against here. Donawa realized their position was dangerous. They're going to try to rotate ahead. I think they only lose 1 player to it. That is nasty stuff there. And here's that spray down from Adder. Nasty, nasty stuff. Him and Wicked combining a COD on the other end. Beautiful from Osla Pentagram.
Circle goes a bit more west into those fields. T5 going to be chasing after it. Legacy going to be in front of them as well. Asloff, the positioning should be able to shift down and regroup, and still a smidgen of the compound for LG to work with. Tai Lu, while they have been surviving for oh so long, need to make a pathing, and they need to get rid of T5. They can't move forward into the circle due to the vision that T5 has on their ridge line.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. If Tai Lu maybe wants to take this position, they may be forced to. They might try to find an opportunity to come up and over the hill. The problem is T5 still harassing their back line. So this is a really tricky spot here for Tai Lu. They either got to go up to the corner that's in the circle between the road and the edge of the field, or they got to try to pressure one of these teams that are on their flank. Now, T5's reign of destruction just continues. RBN stuck inside of a shack and flushed out.
Gizera still alive, but getting harassed by, I was going to say a flash range. He's going to go ahead and go down. Now, Asla trying to regroup very close to Belmoth. Keep in mind, Daytrade has been just hunkered down in this position for oh so long. T5 wanted to try to path in the same direction. They're going to get shoot away. Well, I say that. Flash trying to line in, get some shots into Thanadol. Looks like he's going to be kind of leaning back into a position, and that's about the best that you're going to be able to find in this circle.
Well, this has opened up space for Tai Lu to go into that corner I was just talking about, so they're going to be able to post up there. Meanwhile, LG just keeping their flanks as clear as possible. Hearing this vehicle from a Tungmu kept them a little bit distracted on the backside, but no problems at all for either of these teams right now. They're going to be in close proximity, but not danger close just yet. Snakers watching T5. T5 is just going to try to fan out over this center field. This is so dangerous.
There's nowhere to go. But Tai Lu, Zhao Yang gets the knock on to Snakers. That should be resible right now, but that does mean the control that Luminosity has had on the circle is going to relent for just one moment. Throwables could be a factor for LG to try to use a moment ago. I think I saw at least one or two nades that they have stuffed down inside their packs. Belmoth also eyeing a bit more. Looks like he wants to leave out his compound that he's been kind of defending up. Knows where COD is, wants to see if maybe he can get an exploiting angle into it, but T5 kind of shooing him out of it.
Yeah, Daytrade's been able to hang out in these little farm shacks, and they haven't had to move out just yet, but likely in the next circle they will have to. We'll see on Phase 7 what exactly the shift is going to bring us, but a decent amount of kills again for Daytrade. I mean, they're playing solid, steady PUBG. Them and T5 today have been just on track to make sure that they're going into those grand finals. Good grenade from Snakers.
This is a big fight between these two squads. They're neck and neck on the leaderboard right now and fighting to get into that top 8. Luminosity is opening it up, but Asla, they're finding their successes as well. It's going to now be Akkad trying to see if he can keep control over this area. They want to take down T5 as now this section is going to be opening up more. LG has spotted out, and they're trying to get some harassment and at range, at least maybe pick up a couple of these kills, but that stalled out what they were wanting to try to do to Tai Lu.
Some of those grenades hitting the top of this tent and not getting into their territory. Instead, Akkad just going to take matters into his own hand, driving right by them, has a crashed vehicle even here to work as some extra cover for himself, pushes it a little bit in towards them, but now he's out in the open, and he's going to win that fight.
Problem with it is, where do you go next? You're going to have to shift in. There is a ridge line opposing side of that road, but Tai Lu might have some vision into it. QM Aduzi still alive, clinging to life inside the circle, the only player that's presently inside the circle.
Hey, every point so valuable for QM there. Down in 14th place currently. If he can find some more placements, maybe a kill or two, a very good salvage game here for Aduzi. But the blue zones are already out. Daytrade has spotted him, and they want to try to clear him out. And in fact, they're starting to hit. There's not much he can do. Yep.
LG had the opposing angle onto it, so it's just going to clear him out. And there is your one piece of cover that you can play if you are Daytrade. And boy, they want it quick. They're going to go ahead and hop down in the vehicles. I wouldn't be surprised if they could stop down over there. And really, anything Aduzi had on him is probably going to be beneficial.
Yeah, literally anything they can find will be very useful for Daytrade. You can see they're going right to the looting. Going to get that AUG for Belmoth. Plenty of ammo now as well. LG flexes out into this car fort, into these hay bales. Again, these are really dangerous to go to until you're the last team on the edge of the circle. Then you can start setting up these folded shields. You can control that space. The problem is Tai Lu's still behind them. Doesn't matter. Snakers finds the knock onto Shen. Now only 2 up for Tai Lu as Shen is bleeding out extremely fast.
Daytrade is also pretty focused in onto this position. Snaker's going to go ahead and hop inside of a vehicle, try to regroup. Blue zone's going to be right next to him. Do Daytrade have the angle in? Tai Lu wants a piece of it as well. we're going to be looking at essentially two different fights. That road is going to be a big line cutting through it, and it kind of raises up. You can see Asla moving in with a distracted Tyloo. They're going to be fighting over in this northern area, while it is going to be LG and Daytrade with a lot more space to work with. Asla, 5 kills right now, and they want more. Tyloo wants to try to creep up just into that top 8 range, but it's going to be a Tong move that gets spotted out. Wicked going to go in, spot him, and spots out the follow-up as well. North now belongs to Asla.
Wicked is having a crazy good game. Over 500 damage already for the Asla IGL. Absolutely stellar. Some good grenades against T5 earlier. Basically sent them out of this lobby. Flash with a car to hold down against this firing line that Luminosity has set up against him. But so far, they haven't really found much damage. Akkad, though, knows he's right there, sees the smoke, sees the shots. That grenade is almost good enough. The vehicle did damage to him, too.
That was just almost his doom. Asla stepping up onto the road. That is a ballsy play, and that is just with the control that they have over into the north of it, trying to harass, see if maybe he can get a knock into LG. LG inside the circle. Daytrade is not, though. So Asla, they get the capabilities to peek over here. They've got this control. They've got this ridge. They can exploit it to their heart's content.
And I like how proactive Asla's been in this game. It started with that fight against 17 and gave them the confidence they needed to start snowballing team after team. They are up to quite a few kills in this, 7 already, and that has opened them up enough space to try to control this circle as much as possible. But this is phase 8. Center of the circle favors LG more than anyone currently. It's just how is Asla going to navigate this? They might be able to outweight Daytrade, let LG and Daytrade duke it out, and then try to find a timing to finish it off.
Well, Wicked, you were talking about a man. He's been on a rip right now. He's got his eyes into that LG line. It's going to be Akkad to the north, kind of holding down Daytrade, and Hikari that's going to be in the middle. He's their information guy, trying to feed over anything. Daytrade, though, I don't even know how they managed to make it into the circle. I think that there's like a bit of something directly in front of Flash that he might be able to creep forward to. Yeah, it's going to be a tractor. And Lord knows those tractors aren't good. You've got the wheel for some type of cover, but they're so open underneath of them, you can just get shot down so easily.
Yeah, they're worse than the sprinklers on Miramar, man.
True, man, true.
They're not the best. The thing I'm concerned about here for Asla, though, is the lack of utility. I don't see any smokes. Maybe Akkad has a few, but I'm not sure. I think Flash knows that this one is...
This is smart.
Yeah. Daytrade doesn't need to give any points over. They know that the teams below them are both underneath and could catch them, so there's no point in sending those points over.
Instead, now it's just going to be as aligned into LG. It's going to be about that fight for dominance. Mime's going to be moving right up into the thick of it. Kari is going to go down. Snaker's going to spot him out. Snaker's on a tear of his own right now. Wicked's going to go down. Rello's going to be the one that gets knocked onto him, but it is an exchange with Mime going down as well. 2 members up for LG as there is just one more up in Akkad just to the north of it. LG looks like they're fighting and getting control over this right now. They've got the center dot. They've got the ridge line to play. Akkad, can you get this res safe enough? And it looks like Snakers is realizing that might be what's going on, trying to move into some type of throwable range.
Yeah, res for res, but Snakers has a good position to punish. Rello is going to get the cleanup onto Wicked. So yes, Hikari's back on his feet. Akkad starting to throw some stuns, expecting this push from Snakers. Really good read on this situation, and he's got the knock.
Good read, but it's going to be countered on the opposing side. Mime, who just got rezzed up. Hikari looking down into the smoke wall that is just absolutely massive for him to work with. Trying to step down into it. It is going to be Rello leading the way. Spots up, gets a bit of a spray, but it's going to go down. Now it's just going to be Hikari on one side. Mime playing the smoke on the other one, creeping forward, and now it's going to be Asla that has control over the circle, but LG takes the game.
Great grenade there at the end from Mime, and LG has been really close, had opportunities in the first 2 games today, and they are finally able to find that much-needed chicken dinner. Confidence has to be just brimming for Luminosity.
Woo, man, that was a meat grinder of a game to work your way through, and you can see the relief on faces just like, we needed that. We needed that so bad. Now, finally touching those top 8 positions, LG might have the momentum to move forward.
The stonks are absolutely rising for LG, 100%. And they've been positioning themselves well today, but their micro game hasn't been as good. Their team fighting maybe not as good as they would have liked. Here, they're able to play for those trades really nicely and come through with the win. Great grenade there at the end by Mime.
Way cleaner. This is the game that they wanted. So let's go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk.
It's Tego and it's Luminosity. We thought they might have lost a little bit of speed when Flood went down, but they held their position, they caught a circle, and they made the most out of it as they take home the chicken dinner. But let's look back at the highlights.
Yeah, I love it when these northern circles doesn't go duck.
Yeah.
Because we get these more kind of refined endings where there's a little bit different space. It's
refined.
Yeah, it's not like we've seen a lot of these endings, right? It's
yeah.
Like that far south. LG had some greedy splits. First the compounds further west, and they had a relo posted further in case it actually went duck. But here they go back. They lose Flood though.
Yeah.
I was a little bit worried for them, but as a 3-man they hauled on. Overall, some crazy fights. Tyloo actually, I was hoping for a little bit more for them. They had 4 guys strong for a long time. They looked like to be this kind of stronger force, but then they lost cars, multiple cars, to the Mortars, of course, which is a huge thing, especially these fielding endings here, which made them actually have a really rough push from Master Pentagram that they couldn't defend from, right? They didn't have any cover, they only had 1 smoke, and Master Pentagram did that and executed quite well from that. So really impressed with Master Pentagram's game overall. Nades here on T5 completely obliterated them.
Yeah, Oslo made me think of that push against Danger was absolutely beautiful, and this is where we come down to that final, and it was sort of a 2v1 and then a 2v2 and then a 1v1. It was about as exciting as you could ask for when it comes to an end game, and it was sort of, we talk often about those roads acting as rivers when it comes to some of these maps, and that's what it was. 2 teams on opposite sides that had to find a way to make the play up over the top, and those are my favorite fights to watch. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Stockton. I'm joined by Avenger. I love watching that sort of like peak battles.
That's what I love from Tego, right? Because you have deep fields, you have these trenches in between, not so much in the northern side, it was a little bit flatter. That's also why it made it hard for Tyloo, right? They couldn't post 1 or 2 guys up towards the next trench because it was a low one. So especially with how the roads are and the fields are, they're deep, and the way that Pentagram paid that, you know, they managed to get a hold on that northern side that actually opened up everything. Then if Daytrade took the fight to LG, then it would have been as the Pentagram's fight here. But yeah, they got 8 kills out of this. LG though, 21 points.
24 smokes from Oslo Pentagram.
That's insane,
that is how they lasted so long and were able to make that push. It was insane, but that's the value of utility, especially in these fields. Now let's take a look at this WWCD team stats. Damage output, incredible coming from Mime and Snakers. We saw Rello get those 2 kills. Flood went out early, so that's why he looks that way. But I think it is a indisputable man of the match that will go to Snakers, the young superstar. 5 kills, 7 knockouts, over 1,000 damage.
Yeah, 1,119 damage. Good to see here. The 1K clubber at PGC. We don't have many of them, but now Snakers is, of course, I feel like he might have had one in PGC 2022, if I remember correctly. But 21 points, they needed that. I said it.
You said it.
They had 38 points going into this one here. I would like to see them.
I
would like to see them around the 60-point mark after this game, because that circle. You also saw how little they traveled. That circle is a circle that is. They're doomed to lose it.
What you're saying is you're not going to get that lucky again.
You're not going to get that lucky again after the jungle, the jungle compound. They're going to have to do something about it. 59 here, that puts them a little bit ahead. There's also a little bit of a gap starting between 7th and 9th, right? 14 points difference. Effectively win with 4 kills, right? A good match. So there's a little bit of a gap starting.
They jump over Sonics, which I think Sonics will probably take personally and look for them to go big on the next one. We're heading to Vikendi for the next match, which has been a bit of a wild card in terms of teams, right? Some seem not to play the mountains very well, seem to struggle with the difference in geography. I'm curious to see how that affects some of these teams, but it is 3 games left to play. There's no time to make mistakes.
It is, and it's been a wild Vikendi for actually the whole night on Sunday. But in general here, the question for me is 17 gonna post up and look for some more Sonics fights? Because now they're in the cusp, 8th place, right? We have 2 or 3 teams that are chasing in the 40s. So could 17 Gaming potentially push them out? Remember, this is revenge from doing it at a PGS. Like, Sonics had the opportunity, they took it to them.
There's no way to snow, but there will be lots of snow as we get ready to go to the snowy slopes of Vikendi, where anything can happen. 3 games left to play. The top 8 advance. The bottom 8 go to the last chance qualifier. This is the moment where the teams on the bottom have to make a statement. Will they show up? Will they put up? Or will they start to earn their ticket to that last qualifier? We'll find out. Here's a team that is traditionally strong on Sunday's phase. I think needs to show up and have a big moment.
They have 4 placement points in 9 games.
Whew, not good.
No. That is the reason why they're not in the top 8 mark currently.
That's the definition of bad. You need more than that. So
You
let's
do.
see if FaZe can turn it around. It's Sunday. It's time for them to make a move. Maybe it'll happen. Let's go to Vigendi for game number 4.
Oh, Vigendi, I do love you so much. We have a moment right now before this kicks off.
Okay.
We need to talk about this.
Okay.
Bears have been kind of a component in a lot of these games. Apparently, a group of bears can be called a sloth, a sleuth, a pack, or a maul.
That's a lot of different ways to talk about a group of bears.
I think it's kind of confusing to call a pack of bears a sloth, and I don't consider them to be too detective-y, sleuth-like.
Nope.
So are we going to go with maul because it just sounds cool?
A maul of bears, I like it.
A maul of bears. I mean, they do kind of run up and slap you
Exactly.
out there, right?
I think that's the most apt of all of those. Absolutely. I'm right there with you. Well, I don't know. We'll see if the Bears have a role to play in this one. They've had a few saves here and there so far throughout the event, but they are maybe, you know, again, they're by the gondolas a lot, so that's kind of where you got to be on the lookout for them. I'm just kind of looking to see if 17 is going to do anything funky. Sonics are heading down to their near Kranich drop. I do see FaZe a little bit near the Sonics there, so some contention over some vehicle spawns, potentially brewing. T5 out of there, and they're going up to the northern drop spot to Dino Land. Respect. Love the Dino Land.
I know. I love Dino. I love the fact that Dino Land carried over from previous Vigendi.
Oh, it was a must.
I mean, yeah. It's a very complicated section. Like, it used to be a very complex area with the roller coaster and everything like that. Now it's its own entire beast, and I would love to see a bit more of a northern lean in our circles, but they don't like that idea. They're going to lean more to the south as FaZe and Sonics in a very weird looting situation around each other.
You know, I'm really curious about our previous game winners, LG, because we saw them on Vigendi yesterday, Matt, go for that play where they went up to the gondola on the one side, on the east side, and had Mime sneak across to the other side where 17 Gaming was waiting. Now, 17 isn't going to have prio to that one this time around. There's too many teams down here on the south because of the southern shifted plane path. I'm really curious what LG wants to do in this one. Normally, they like to kind of leapfrog from high point to high point when they're a bit on the edge or a bit outside of the circle to make their way in and kind of trail teams, kind of backfill potentially. So we'll see if that's going to be the name of the game.
Well, I love the fact that LG is cooking on this map, right?
Yeah.
If you don't necessarily want to, at the world stage, you know, the end-all be-all for PUBG for the year, want to have to be experimenting with something. But if you can find something that works at this stage and make something really, really cool happen, you are going to be blessed with it. And that's why I liked what Mime was trying to do. I think it was Mime that was trying to sneak his way up there. It almost worked. Almost worked. The timing on it. So
timing is just
it's
a bit
one of
off.
those things that I at least love to see these players. You know, they've been holding a couple of these strategies out and been trying to bring them in this last second.
It's brilliant. I mean, it really is. It was like probably 5 seconds away from working. And Mime's spray was a little bit off in the beginning too, so that kind of hurt the timing as well. But the idea is solid, I think. And so it's just a matter of, you know, getting that execution down. And that's what's hard with these new maps is part of it is knowing the angles and all that stuff, just having enough playtime and enough experience to kind of understand every kind of possibility, what's safe, what's not, you know, that kind of thing, but also how to experiment with the kind of unique features to the maps themselves.
Well, on top of that, remember it was against 17 Gaming, so LG was trying to time an approach up on the gondola while also cresting the hillside.
That's hard.
And tried to sync it against 17 Gaming, and it almost worked. So that should tell you something about the strategy and how it could roll out. Something to note for everybody else, there have been two, I guess, roaming bandit squads in 17 Gaming and Donawa that have been kind of just incursions on everything that's been going on around them. They are kind of close to each other this time around, and that might be something that the rest of the lobby could enjoy seeing hit the kill feed.
No doubt. I mean, Donawa, Tianba, 17, basically safe at this point. T5 really close to being basically safe as well. So from there on out, you know, Day Trade not too far off the safety mark. A couple good games from these mid teams. You know, T5 and Day Trade have been really good days today, putting up lots of kills, getting good placements for T5. So I'm really, really impressed so far with our Thai teams. They've been playing exceptional PUBG.
It's just been a pleasure to watch, too. Like, a lot of aggression comes out from them, but I know that there are a lot of eyes that are being drawn to Donovan and how they're navigating so much of what's going to be going on, and I want to get to the heart and soul of that squad. So let's listen in.
리더스 브라켓 1일차를 되게 기분 좋게 저희가 예상한 것보다 더 잘 마무리해서 내일은 되게 좀 홀가분한 마음이 되게 큰 것 같습니다. 미리 계획된 세레모니였어요. 정영이 형이 렘마전을 이기고 조금 세레머니를 하고 싶다라고 얘기를 했어가지고 뭐 미리 계획된 세레머니였습니다. 사실 배그가 운의 요소가 조금 크다라고들 말씀하시는데 결국 잘하는 팀이 잘하거든요. 그래서 이번 연도 대회를 계속 꾸준히 보셨다면 당연히 나올 수 있는 그런 구도라고 생각을 해서 그냥 되게 좀 재밌습니다. 똑같이 늘 해왔던 대로 급파 직행해서 급파에서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Preach, soul, preach about the fact that the good teams managed to make it in the top and, oh my God, randomness, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay, look at that leaderboard right now and you tell me that's randomness.
Dude, my bro, he knows what's up. Yeah. No doubt about it. Oh, CC knows what's up. Oh, Wicked knows what's up. Oh, but Nan's going to trade it out quickly. RBN is here as well. This is a three-way fight, Matt.
This has gotten way messy way early. RBN realizing, wait, I need some reinforcements. Going to step back. He does have some of it. It's going to be Zera coming up really close to it. Azza does have Wicked down right now after a great breach into positioning, but has to be careful. It is going to be NH creeping in. Cod going to go down. It's going to be Ming Ming that's going to be back behind him, and everybody realizing there is a feast to be had if you can get into the right position for it.
What an angle there for Ming Ming across the road. Found an open lane down into Ozla's setup, so that's going to prompt Ozla to have to use a ton of smokes. Now, does not know that Hikari is up here outside of these oil or water containers, whatever they are. I don't think he does just yet. Doesn't matter though. Nan is still punishing it, and Hikari can't do anything about it yet. He has to sit there and wait.
Keep in mind we also have Twisted Minds coming in. Hikari's reading this one out. Goes for the spray in. Almost went wrong for him. 9 with a good flick back over. Gets the damage, but Akkad still down. Rez going to be coming out. Everything does look like it's slowing down a bit more, but Gizera looks like he's trying to position a bit more aggressive. Also want to point out Sonics are kind of close to this, and they might be able to third party, depending on how the angles open themselves up. But with those compounds just to the east of where Legacy is going to be playing from, not a lot that really can be seen yet.
Yeah, this is kind of surprising that this many teams ended up coming into the city. I wonder if there's something with the heat maps on this map that lead them to believe that it's going to end close to here, or at least close enough to this edge that they want to play from it. Just like you want to play from Southern Severny, like we saw with Sonics, Guizera, RBN, taking down 2 more members of Ozla. Hikari, the only one left, and he's spotted out. He's done.
Legacy finding some legs to themselves. They are down on the leaderboard, but want to get some momentum moving. They still have some opportunities. It's going to be a big climb if they want to make it into the top 8. And I'll be honest, it's not looking mathematically the best for them right now, but it is feasible. Do not count out with the fact that we still have these 3 games left. If anything, whenever they're going to be looking into the, I guess the last chance qualifier, managed to come in hot and heavy is going to be good. So anything that they can get rolling right now are going to feel real nice.
No doubt. And this should put a slight smile on the Sonics face, as that's the team that's right below them in 9th that gets eliminated first. So you got to feel a little bit better about that. It's been a rough day for the Sonics, no doubt about it. Some unfortunate things happening in a way with 17.
Unfortunate being called 17 Gaming,
yep. Yeah. Yep, it's not really unfortunate. I mean, it is the part of the game, and that's 17's right and opportunity as the leader of this leaderboard to try to punish some of the teams below them, some of the teams that they don't want to deal with potentially in the grand finals.
There's a lot of gentleman's rules that go around with PUBG, you know, about drops and hot dropping and all this other stuff. But whenever we get to this stage, that goes out the window. Whoever wants to win, and if you can do anything to competition to make it harder for them to deal with you, do it. Yeah. That is what the core of this game is about.
Exactly, and it's like revenge for PGS1. Sonics did something similar to them, so
true.
You know, fair play there. Cerberus now trailing Foot, and Foot has done a good job trapping teams on these edges. We saw it with QM, where they're able to pick off a player, but this time around I think Foot's a little bit too widespread to really do much significant damage to Cerberus. Now the real question is are they going to kind of just nip at their heels? Are they going to stalk them like prey and try to find a trailing member of Cerberus exposed? We'll see. That turn from Wicked was pretty nasty, but the positioning here from NH was just too strong. Ming Ming's position right here really broke Ozla apart.
They saw it kind of brewing, and remember that there was about, 10 to 15 seconds where Legacy really defended up and didn't allow an encroachment coming out from Azla. So that's going to kind of stop them in their tracks and let NH get into that position to really backstab in on them. Looking in, that's about the only real fighting. We do have Tyloo that's going to be rolling next to T5. You can see a couple of shots come out from them, but that's not going to be too scary for anybody just quite yet. QM is also going to be coming into the circle, and that's really about all of our moving factors. Everybody is around Deca right now, and that's the name of the game. It's pretty centered, like you were talking about. There must be something with heat maps, knowledge, or maybe it's just they're really freaking tired of Southern Coast games. They're hoping it's going to go this direction.
Yeah, it's the gambler's fallacy. Great grenades there from Ozla and Wicked, finding multi-kills with those. I think it's just, yeah, I think it's more just trying to play center. It's become kind of the name of this lobby, other than a few teams. T5, Foot aren't, you know, afraid. Tai Lu sometimes aren't afraid to play edge early to try to just, you know, flex out.
Well,
control some space.
That goes back into edge play, right? Whenever we're looking at this, as the circle is going to go south yet again.
Yep.
Shocker. Who would have known? A big part of whenever you're playing edge is asserting your authority and winning those firefights. Once you get to this stage, though, it's so much more dangerous, because then you could be like fighting up against Tiamba, you could be fighting up against Sonics, Dono, 17 Gaming, all these guys that are just going to be trying to come in, and whenever you take a shot at them, they take it personally. They will hunt you down for the rest of the game. So center feels like it's a bit more of a safer play, specifically also just getting to avoid all of the chaos that can go on. So it's kind of a feast situation for the teams that are presently at the top of the leaderboard that do reward playing edge. And if you are not one of those top 4 teams, center is the way you got to go.
No doubt. It's hard when teams like Donovan and 17 are lurking out there on those edges that can just ruin your round in a heartbeat. Even if you get the first knock, they're so good at, you know, figuring a weakness in your formation, in your lineup, and exploiting it. FaZe, again, they've been fighting early today. They're another team that likes to play edge. They like to come into circles a little bit later. But today, right now, they have all the space in the world to really figure out how they want to take over this southern half of the circle in the green area, and they are really just doing a great job here today. 2-2 split. Well, okay job, I should say. Not a great job, but an okay job here so far today. But this is a very favorable situation for them potentially.
I've got my eyes, though, on the gondola that goes above them. Cerberus holding down the opposing point. If this does go down to the southwest, we might actually see Cerberus take the gondola over above them, which would be a big problem. And that's a factor that we're not quite used to dealing with on the competitive level yet.
Yeah, LG's got to be a little bit careful here. They weren't able to get to the gondola mountain you were just mentioning that Cerberus is at, which is where I think they would naturally want to go. Just assuming based on the previous map we saw that, you know, they like to get up there and try to make it work. So instead, they're going to have to stop on the low ground and kind of reassess the situation. Now, the funny thing is I don't know how much they can see from down there, but it's actually completely wide open, like to the west of them, to like the southwest angle. So they could move through. Of course, by the way, friends, there's a lot of awesome stuff going on, not just on this stream, but on others. We've got the map feed, of course, is a wonderful way to enhance your PUBG esports experience. And at PUBGesports.com, we do have, well, poor mime, but we do have some team feeds as well that you can watch directly from there. So if you want to watch some of your favorite teams, we do 6 teams a day. So go on and scope that out, see if your favorite team is being highlighted, and you can watch directly from their point of view.
Mime may be dead, but his car lives on, still rolling down the hillside. So we're going to have to see where it does end up. Cerberus, again, trying to eye a bit more of these foothills. They do have the high ground advantage as well to work with. The north is kind of where I keep getting my attention drawn to and where QM is trying to rotate. They've kind of been prodding along these lines. We saw them taking some shots into 17 just a moment ago. Donowa is just going to be to the south of this new position. And even if you do that, you can kind of rotate over next to Deca, but that's going to be where we have Tai Lu positioned at. Let's not forget, we also still have NH, Legacy, and Twisted Minds all still in Deca proper itself.
That's a nice little pick play there by Cerberus, kind of recognizing that LG might want to send a player out for some scouting, for some information, and try to leapfrog forward, and they thwart that very effectively. T-Bone now running up on the backside of Solalzi. Solalzi's kind of playing anchor here on this position, playing rear guard. And let's see if T-Bone can maybe catch him a little bit off guard. He's looking more east and not south currently. And there you go. More south, more west.
All right, that gondola could be a feature that we're going to be looking at. T5 looks like it is going to get a foothold on the opposing side away from Cerberus, so they might not opt into playing into that one. People are going to be hopping. The vehicle's going to be moving pretty quick, because it's going to be Danimal running right up into that Sonics defended line that they've got going on, while Sonics are going to be trying to regroup. Shots going to be coming out. Shrimsy is going to get the line into it. Nonix going to be able to take him down, go for the flush into it. Daytrade pretty close, going to spot this one out as well, trying to go for some shots on the regroup, but it is going to be Danimal that at least managed to get some type of control inside of this compound. It is going to be very dangerous for them to deal with, but with Soul and Salute still up, going to be navigating. Well, take that one back. Salute's going to go down, and it's going to be Himsy that does it.
Shrimsy, the main character here for Sonics in this fight. That blue zone is going to push them back into another one. So well set up here by Donowa, and they are going to catch some guaranteed damage. Soul looking for the reses onto Loki as well. Back over to this really, really long stalemate, but Lou was going to walk right into it. Oh, no.
Man, old school PUBG. That's beta PUBG right there. Hiding in a bathroom, catching a kill. Ming Ming going to get it. Now You can see Sonic's trying to reset, and I gotta say, I loved, again, that Donawa, that double up whenever we saw them go with those blue zone nades. You pointed it out. It stalled the game out. Donawa now managing to rewrite themselves, get in position, play away from where all the third parties coming in, and you can see Sonic's trying to use the opportunity to do the same, but it slowed them down so much.
Yeah, this is stellar. Sonics, I've credited them with some great usage of the blue zone. Donawa just as tricky, and oh no, there's a DBS in Loki's hands. This is so scary.
All right, moving closer and closer range by the moment. Smoke's now coming out. He's got to be careful. Tig playing on this outer wall right now. Hasn't been able to spot anybody just yet. You can see peeks, sneaky angles. Tig does go for a spray into it. Doesn't spot out anything. Looks like there was some information that was being fed back inside of it. Shrimsy does spot out what's going to be going on. He gets knocked, though. It's going to be Salute that gets that. And Sonics, while they have the fortification to play with it, it's going to be H1 that steps out. Does get the knock onto Soul. Might be finding some opportunities to work with Donawa. Salute moving up the hillside, trying to look up over the smoke. He's going to go down. Salute the last one up, but Sonics are going to get eliminated.
Oh, such an important fight for the Sonics. If they could have won that, they could have got some much needed points, but Matt, they don't get many. That is disaster. And I mean, what a team to roll up on you in that situation. Donawa, who's so tenacious in these close quarter battles.
The timing, you could see that Sonics were trying to regroup. We've been talking about the dangerous situations of the 2-2 splits. That's why, right there, 1 second of Sonics being there, entrenched in, would have made the difference.
Yeah, it's just difficult. Speaking of difficult, LG's got some trouble as they were a member down early, and they're back in the bear cave. Good job, proactive play once again. LG does a good job clearing these bears out. Now they gotta hold the line.
Snakers with 1 HP does get the knock onto it, but question mark has got to make the plays around. Rello, last one up. You can see the vehicle fortifications on the outside. We're trying to stall it down. Maybe those could come up with a nade. It's gonna go a bit too far, though. Rello playing around with this one, trying to slow it and see if maybe he can get spraying. Everybody's getting taken down. Can they find anything? You know, their roof makes it a bit more complicated as they are going to commit into reses on both sides.
That's unfortunate. Rello just not getting the angle correct there, and it clipped the roof, and he loses a player. Now, the good news is QM, they are potentially about to be out. That's a great bounce. Is it going to get a kill?
Oh, this one goes with more. Nice throw. Takes him down. And those vehicles lined up there, paying up big for LG, sitting at 4 kills right now, getting space away from the just knocked out Sonics.
Yeah, I like what QM thought there. Try to punish LG as they're dealing with the bears, but LG's so efficient, so aware of the positioning of the bears. They clear them out quickly, and they're able to turn and win the fight in the long run. Yeah, they lose another player, but still, LG fighting tooth and nail, 4 kills. Not bad so far at all. Day Trade on the edge in a storm that's about to pop here. So Cerberus 2-2 long 2-2 split. Tianba just looming on their western side.
I gotta say it, LG feels like our Vikendi innovators right now. They're doing a lot of very smart things time and time again. They know exactly the positions they're playing from. Again, dropping off those vehicles in the front of it, making sure they block off the entrances. Tianba, you can see, going to be harassed out as Beamy's going to go ahead and run over 7-7 to finish that one out, as well as regroup over with his teammates. This is going to be right on the edge of the zone where a new storm is forming. Day Trade, Cerberus, Tianba, all in the thick of that storm.
You don't want to be in these because you can see into them really well. So it's bad in so many ways to be in these storms. Not only do they damage you, not only can you not see literally nothing, but people can see into this storm decently well from the outside. So you'll see players kind of lurk on the edges of these storms and look for kills, look for picks. Tycon, though, on the very edge himself, looking to see if anybody has come in. I think he suspects or heard a vehicle maybe. I'm not exactly sure. With Tianba ZYY, and ZYY opens up, gets responded to, and Tycon going to save his teammate's life potentially, but the storm is doing so much damage.
Ooh, just barely misses it. But though, here's this. They're now moving to the outskirts of the storm. They're wanting to be the ones that can kind of wrangle in whatever's going to be going on out here. Belmont's going to be pretty close. Tycon, though, you can see, wanting to make sure he finishes out. Pal doesn't really have a clean angle into any of this, but Belmont is going to spot out T-Bone, shut that down in the positioning of what Foot was trying to accomplish.
Wow.
FaZe hears this, though. Looks like they might be moving in, realizing that there could be a gatekeeping position that they could set up.
Everybody needs points. Everybody needs points that's on this southern side. Foot, FaZe really want points. Everybody else in the storm is kind of okay-ish, but they were happy to fight and try to make this more difficult. AT is going to find a kill. And now here comes FaZe, grenades at the ready, looking at the edges, seeing that car, maybe even catching a glimpse. Beamy finds the knock onto Corexi, and Gustav with the MG3 starts laying down the hurt.
That's going to be a terrible position to try to walk into. FaZe realizing that they're going to have to contend with Foot for just one moment. The circle's going to pop over into the west of it. This means the fact that their fight is going to break out inside the Storms. It's going to be Cerberus as well as Daytrade fighting it out. Cerberus going to get the better part of it quite efficiently, though, but never count out Poochil. Looks like he's going for a flank position. He's going to go down. It's going to be Loki that provides the support into it. Cerberus should have some time to reset before they try to make their move, but don't forget about Tiamba down there, still trying to contend with what's going on with Foot and FaZe.
Yeah, Donawa very happy to come in here and claim whatever points they can. FaZe with 2 players left. LG finds another kill in the meantime to put themselves up to 5. Really good recovery game here for LG after losing Mime very, very early. Panampong going to clear another bear out of their situation as FaZe now likely to be playing back towards Circle, though James took some pretty decent damage. A fight brewing out on the western side of the Circle. 17 making a wide wrap as well.
Yeah, NH tries to get some center control, but Patulin's not wanting to let that one happen. Trying to defend in. Nade should land. NH going to get eliminated. Center of the circle is now available. 17 Gaming, though, inside of vehicles. They're going to be rolling right into the backside of Tai Lu, who are watching what was going on with Twisted Minds. So Twisted Minds Perfectix has a good line of what's going to be happening with 17 Gaming. Try to stall that one out. Legacy also going to try to rotate out of Deca from just a moment ago. It's going to be Patulin trying to keep that position.
Yeah, this is nice positioning here from Twisted Minds. This is forcing the fight between Tai Lu and 17. Shen's going to get 1, but quickly 2 down here. Xiao Wu and Xiao Bei good for a couple on a Tai Lu. Tai Lu trying to respond with some grenades, but they're not quite finding the mark.
That is a big decline in the hillside and not going to hit the way that we saw. Tai Lu won it. Instead, 17 going to be able to get the reses out. Tai Lu sitting on 2 down right now. You can see Zhao Yang, he has the high ground, but man, it is going to be hard to try to hold this one together. Nade's not going to be the easiest to land going down. LZ hopes that he cooks that one well enough. That's going to be a pretty good bounce, but doesn't get the knock in. Zhao Yang now going to have some return nades coming his direction.
Not bad at all on that follow-up for LZ, but he's under pressure, but it's good cover from Zhao Yang up above, but he's going to take a grenade right to the chin. Xiao Bei perfectly placed. Perfectix trying to steal some points.
And it's going to be really Twisted Minds on the outside of this one, gatekeeping everything. Tai Lu realizes they need to clean it quick. Solo now limping his way into Twisted Minds' sight lines as it's going to be the other members for 17 hopping inside their vehicle. They're cutting away from this one, just trying to wrap around, and Twisted Mind is getting some harassment, but doesn't get the knock.
Yeah, Twisted Mind, such a good setup on this initial push, keeping 17 at bay, not ever giving them really much of anything in terms of damage, you know, taken and things like that. They know where Little Ghost is. They're bouncing grenades through. Perfectix catches some. Immediately the first aid is coming out. Batulin's T5 is striking in the back lines.
Dude, T5 has range on days with what FaZe was trying to make there, so the knock coming out is another bear is going to go down. See Twisted Minds now having to contend with multiple teams around. Little Ghost going to be up to the north. T5 coming in from the south. Spire is going to go down. Let's not forget about Tai Lu that's going to be over into the west. So while Twisted Minds was doing a great job in harassment, picked up a couple of kills, they are just completely flanked. Every single angle just getting harassed. Now Tai Lu trying to find an opening, stepping up, trying to go for something on T5. He's going to go down. Remember LG that was alive underneath all of this? They're trying to make their move. Meanwhile, Donawa's going to go down over into the east.
Yeah, Legacy fanned out there into the east and is able to clean up Donawa. T5 now has to lick their wounds a bit. Rello not really interested in doing anything except getting into position into the new circle and kind of camping this out. 17 able to survive that really difficult fight. Somehow skirted around to the outside after they identified that that fight was going to go south real fast and they had no hope of getting out of it alive necessarily. Suju says, okay, I'll go play circle. Lil Ghost, you do what you do best and go frag out.
This is going to be a lot more open in these later stages of a Gizera. There he is. We haven't seen him in a while. Going to get the knock. Headshot on Path and Pong. Cerberus is still trying to make their path into the zone. Tycon, though, still alive, and never, ever count out Tycon.
He is the main character of this event so far. He has the play of the event, no doubt about it. See if he's got another one dialed up for us. This one far more difficult, especially with FaZe still looming on his south side. James kind of potentially sniffing this fight out.
But Tycon has a read on having to navigate this one. James with the harassment back is going to go ahead and stop that one before it can even go, like you were talking about. Now, FaZe in control over the south. James going to dance around. Gustav going to have some pathing, but he's still trying to eye up that T5 line. T5, tons of members still alive. Really the only non-weekend squad. But the problem is you're going to be walking into Rello as well as 17 Gaming. You can see the T5 wants to weaken them up before they even make that shift down the hill.
I got to get back behind that hill. You're good. Okay. Rello is going to find a knock, and Rello, calm down. Take your time.
It'll happen in a second.
Plenty of bullets left.
I think there's a bit of a ridge there. Yeah, makes it a bit more complicated, but it is going to be T5 sitting down into 17 Gaming. It's going to be a nice nade to open up some damage into it. Suju just going to try to walk into it. Roston's going to shut it down. 17 Gaming, nowhere to go. T5 going to find it. Problem is they lose another member on the approach. It's going to be VHZ that spotted it.
And that's T5 up into second place. What phenomenal disciplined PUBG they've been playing. They control their space almost as well as 17 so far here through this winner's bracket. And I mean, the experienced steady hand of Rossita Jr., the explosive firepower of Tanadal, Padampong, and Hatsawat to back him up. Just awesome, awesome stuff that we're seeing from these guys. The hometown crowd has been cheering them on, and it has been fueling them.
We said Legacy needed some games to be strung together. Well, now they're in the later stages of it. VHZ up to the northeast of where T5 is going to be at. Relo's going to be condensing in from the south. It is going to be James that hears that, though, and he's going to be moving into a flank position right back behind Relo, and is going to spot that one out. Now it is going to be James taking over that position as T5 is going to be trying to crest the hill. You can see James already reading it, throwing out a lot of utility. Smokes are going to be down, stall out anything, but James still bloodthirsty. You know FaZe wants these points too.
Yeah, certainly this is a huge opportunity for FaZe to get away with a win and potentially shoot up ahead of Sonics. If they can just get a few more points here, they could certainly get that done. Let's see if they can hold this out. LG needs all the points they can get, and that's great. Shooting out in the open from Guizera. He's been dialed in with that Mark 12.
4 kills, 8 overall for Legacy. FaZe Clan going to get eliminated. Most of the circle under control of Legacy. VHZ is trying to see if he can spot this one. Does get the knock in. Underdog opportunities abounding. Can they make the most of it is the question. Hatsawat is going to be moving in for the center of the circle.
Okay, if he can get these two, the other player is not in an angle to punish this. He's got to be clean on this first transfer.
Oh, they're going to crest right into it, and they're going to deny it off the get-go. Legacy, hands on, feels good. All right, finally starting to get something cooking.
No touching. That's an Arrested Development reference for anybody who's a fan of that show.
Of course. How could you not be a fan of that show?
Absolutely. No. Great stuff here from Legacy. A really kind of calm, patient maneuvering there. We didn't get to see them too much on screen. They were just kind of dodging any action, doing a really smart job of avoiding any like kind of fights that would knock them out of that potential win.
I mean, T5, a big factor in so much of what we saw going on over there. This is, I want to say, one of the first games we haven't seen Danawa other than what happened to Sonics or 17 asserting authority on everything around them. The Bikindi circle itself not providing too much opportunities. As you can see, Legacy, happiest, bounciest guys ever. Seeing them take a slow, measured approach into that last game is a beautiful thing to watch. As we're going to go ahead and set up everything for our analyst desk. We're going to be make our way over to Erikel.
The comeback can start anytime, and for Legacy, perhaps it was Vikendi as they take the chicken dinner with a very respectable kill count. 4 games down, 2 left to play. That was the time for them to make it happen.
If you want to build a Legacy, you have to start winning a game, and then you go back to back on a wrangle to make it into the top 8. Let's see what they do. Quite impressed with some of their shots, especially the fight here with as the pentagram. And overall, little bit of a chaotic match, right? We've had some interesting things happening. We had some high grounds. You have this road that goes into kind of a valley, right? It's a canyon almost in the middle, which make it really hard when you have to come off the sides and the high grounds. Interesting fight with Danova and Sonics, of course, as well. A lot of clutch moments, a lot of plays that happened, and I like what I see from that. Overall, though, this circle and the way we had, especially the third circle, where FaZe Clan, they were like, we have the center compound. They pushed out, they tried to clean up and third-party a fight. They lost 2, only got a few points from it. If they were 4 guys alive towards the end there, FaZe Clan could actually have taken the fight to Legacy and potentially won this whole game.
Okay. I mean, on the same token, I would say if LG had managed to get 4 alive to their position, they might have been able to do something with it. Relo hustled hard, but they didn't get out of that one alive. 8 teams left as we get to this sort of late game position. They're on 5, absolutely playing incredibly well today, looking so good. But after that fight, everyone was limping except Legacy, who was walking. with a winner's shuffle as they managed to walk their way into that chicken dinner. But as you said, a legacy like a value meal is built one chicken at a time. Legacy gets that first one in their pocket, and maybe they can keep pushing forward. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. 2 games left to play, and they are on the fairest map of them all, the original, the grassy pastures of Erangel.
But this is also historically the time we see the most rough games, right? You have the teams that's already qualified, and you have the teams that are not going to be making it unless they do something wild, so they try to do something out of their ordinary, right? They third party, they send it on the edge, they drive by, they crash compound. So usually it tends to be a little bit wild in our last 2 games. Here though, top 4, Legacy, 10 kills, 20 points for them.
But look at Therathon 5, 21,000 meters. I don't really know what that yardage or miles is, but it's a long way to go compared to everyone else. They had to fight, they had to hustle, they had to move, and they walk away with that second place. But the winners, the WWCD team stats, go to Legacy.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Gizera with the 4 kills, 4 knocks, and almost 500 damage done. It's 23,000 yards for you, by the way.
Thank you. That was a great conversion.
Nice. But also, in this case here, of course, Legacy, so far, rough before this, 21 points up until with 9 games. That is not the average we want to be on. We're looking at these kind of 6 to 7 if you want to make it safely to the top, right? But of course, if you want to make a dream run and build your legacy in the last 3 games, you can do that too here. 20 for them.
20 them.
4 teams on double digit here, basically. And of course, also in a rough case, they have 39 going into this game here. They're going to be ending on 49. Still a little bit too far away from the cutoff.
Twisted Mind still on the slow average. They need a 6.5. They've been running that sort of 4 points per game.
Right.
And then on top of that, LG able to salvage some points to climb into 5th. Here's the overall leaderboards. We go into the next one. 102, 17, you're fine. You're happy. T5, Donowa probably feeling pretty safe right now. Tiamba, I think a little bit comfortable. And then the cutoff game starts. Foot, FaZe, Ozla, Tyloo. I mean, look how close everyone from 9 to 14 is. Sonics, I think, is our main focus in this game. They need to come out and put up points.
Yeah, Sonics needs to defend their 8th place, of course. The question is, are a double tie on Foot and FaZe, are they going to make big points? The 13 points difference from Cerberus and Sonics is obviously making a huge difference there.
Yeah.
But as you said here, Tyloo, Asla, FaZe, Foot, and Sonics, it's going to be our 5 teams that really is going to be having the focus here, because our top 7, top 6 teams, they are going to be like, guys, we just need a few points. They're going to be focused on cleaning up a few fights. They're going to be getting, you know, their 2, 3, 4 games per game, and that's going to potentially make them safe. It is that 13-point gap, and the 4 teams chasing in our 40s is going to be super, super exciting to watch.
13-point gap is fascinating, especially when you consider the fact that 17 Gaming chose to hot drop Sonics on Miramar to possibly send a message. We asked Shrimzy right after that game, do you think it's going to keep happening? He said, I don't doubt it at all. It didn't on the Chaos maps, but this is the time that it would happen again. So that, I think, is the real question. Will 17, looking at the moment, smell blood in the water and choose to go after the Sonics?
And this is the weakest the Sonics has been in the winners bracket so far.
True.
They are 13 points off,
Broken
and they're
vests,
the last.
No helmets.
They are exactly no utility as well, and they're 13 points off. There, you have 4 teams close to because the 4 teams they know as well. All right, Sonics, this is the team we need to kind of chase down. This is the team we need to stop to potentially take one of those spots in the top 8. Of course, if we have a few more teams choking, you know, 0-point games back to back, that could also make a difference. But right now, that is what our chasing teams are going to be focusing on.
All right, we've covered the chase. You're aware of the race and how the surge to get to the top is about to go off. 2 maps left to play. When we come back from this race, we're going to head to the grassy pastures of Erangel. Stick around, because it's going to get wild.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่าย แต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area.
From the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground.
It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
Tên, giờต้องเต้น3ท่านี้นะถนัดเลยท่าอะไรเนี่ยโอ้เจ้าเนื้อ
我觉得他们要害怕我们的点在于未知的枪线威胁，他们有时候不会知道哪里会出现一把枪摧毁他们的防线。
So I think our team has been structured a little bit better. We're just looking for the long term. We want to be as good as we can, you know, a year from now. We're not really thinking just about this tournament.
Two games left in our winners bracket as we make our way over to Erangel. And I just got to take a second and give a shout out to these Thai fans because I want you guys to know every single time the winner of the last game gets up or goes to the restroom or does anything else like that, in case of Legacy in the last time, everybody gets up on their feet and cheers for them. And it's just so great to see the universal love there. Yeah, okay, they have their regional bias in some fashion, but whenever it comes down to a good performance, these guys are loving every single team that's playing here.
Yeah, look at that.
I love Legacy team, man. I love everybody on that squad.
That's so good. It's hard not to like them. I mean, they're just great guys. They're always having fun. And the fans here are just absolutely insane. It's such a pleasure to come here to Thailand again for PUBG Esports. They're just so passionate about it. I mean, every day has basically been sold out, and they're just yeah, like you said, supporting everybody, having a good time. We saw yesterday, a kid who was a big fan of Tiggleton come up and give him a hug, and that was really cute. So,
what, half the size of Tig whenever he came up?
Yeah,
it was adorable.
He was a cute kid. Yeah, it was really funny. So everybody here hoping to get into that top 8 though, Matt. You know, right now Foot barely on the outside. They're in 9th, just behind Sonics. Cerberus just ahead of them, Day Trade and then Luminosity. So still a lot of things could change here on Erangel. There is still a very close battle around that 8th place position.
I just want to know what the bullies are going to do as we are now making our way. Set, ready to go. Erangel, 2 games left. Top 8 are going to go on to the grand finals. Bottom 8 go to the last chance qualifiers, and nobody wants to end up in that bracket right now, so we've got 2 games to decide it all out.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, keen to look for some hot drops, see if Sonics are going to be messed with by 17 again or not. Potentially, you know, 17 might feel like, well, we did enough damage to them already. Let's just move on with life, but I'm not so sure. I mean, I think they might be content to contest, but it doesn't look like it this time around. Sonics are going to be going up to Stallbearer, and yeah, like you said, it's important. You get 4 days off again, so if you manage to get into the winners and then you go directly to the grand finals, you're getting 2 different 4-day breaks to take your time to reset, to regroup, and to study these other teams and figure out what they're going to do and where you can punish them and those kind of things. But this time around, Sonics are going to be unfettered in their drop. Donawa still has Yaz in this particular lobby as they have let Cerberus have the farm for now. See if that changes potentially depending on who gets through out of the last chance qualifier.
I'll go ahead and say, Martin was talking about Avenger earlier, was saying, hey, you know what? I want a Stallbearer game. I want a Stallbearer game too. I'd be fine with the Stallbearer game, and not just because Sonics are up there. I just really like Stallbearer. I think it's a very fun fight. We've been getting a lot of Everest. Give us another really tall point to play from.
Yeah.
Actually, still, yes,
we haven't
just
had
a
like
lot of tall points that we've been looking at.
Yeah, and we haven't had a Milta, near Milta, like the Lumberyard.
Prison.
I like Lumberyard finishes. I think those are fun. Martin wanted a military island. You know, we've already had one, so I don't know if we need a second necessarily, especially up this plane path. Basically not going to happen, but centering up, you know, right around the Potato Mountain-ish and the farm, so FaZe going to have pretty good prio on some of those compounds in there. Cerberus can take their sweet time looting up and figuring out how they want to approach this.
Saw NH making their landing. They do have a compound to loot up, but not necessarily the most that you would want, so they might be stretching out just a bit more to the south, see if they can get something over there. Whenever we come in with Asla, you can see the fact that they're going to have at least one member that's already inside of the circle. Eyes are going to be drawn to what are 17 and Donawa going to do, because that has been pretty much circle 1 and 2. Where do they go? Who do they want to harass? Who do they feel like making sure is going to have a rough time is pretty much what we're looking at.
Yeah, you know, and I had a nice short talk with HWin, the IGL of Sonics, during the break there, and I just said, man, you know, you guys are having a really rough run of it. 17s were contesting your drop on Miramar, and then Donawa crashed you on Vikendi, and he goes, you know what, that's fine, man. I mean, it just shows us that these teams fear us that much, that they want to put the pressure on us. Yeah. He had a great attitude.
I bumped into him for just a second, and you could see that their mental, like, I know that Chad always like, oh my God, Sonic's mental's broken or whatever else. Like, no, that's not what's going on right now. It's just been a couple of moments of near misses, so we'll see what's going to be happening with them, as they are in that really big danger point right now, just 4 points back behind, or just 4 points ahead of Foot and FaZe respectively. FaZe, a squad that we know can turn it on, man. It's just been edge fighting being a lot of problems for them. But Milta inside the circle gives them a good inside track to get the territories they want. I mean, they've got that whole road coming out the northwest of Milta, and every aspect of it theirs.
Exactly. This is a huge split early for FaZe. I don't expect it to last too long. I think it's the Milta part is more of a looting situation than anything else. As you can see down here, James and Crexy going to be heading into this area. I think Gustav and Fex are going to start looking for a compound to claim early, and then FaZe will probably split a little bit early. They like to do that, but then maybe try to find some very valuable compounds around that road.
I think Gustav is actually in shelter right now. Fex is going to be just to the west of that, and yeah, getting control over some good compounds, due up center, as yes, edge play and edge fighting has been hard for them to deal with. I was talking to a couple of players on the outside whenever we were on our break, and it feels like teams that play edge right now, if you're not one of those top 4, we were kind of alluding to this and talking about it in the earlier games, man, you just get pounced on so fast. Everybody is so hungry for any points. If you're playing on the edge, you are going to get punished if you do not finish that fight just in an instant.
Yeah, and Foot's been trying to finish those fights, and then they end up having a rough go of it. Once they get involved, it seems like they're just not able to cleanly get into them all the time. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. And we'll keep our eyes on Foot as they come out of Lipovka. As Lugo 17 going to be flexing out. They've got one up on Potato Mountain. They're going to be sending a couple by school. I mean, this is an opportunity for 17 if they want to harass Twisted Minds, let's say. Twisted Minds is a team that's going to be close to them on a lot of drop spots on, Miramar with Power Grid and on Erangel with the school and apps. So I could see them absolutely trying to make Twisted Minds' lives miserable because Twisted Minds, 40 points, only 13 away. A good game, a win and 3 kills is all it takes to catch the Sonics, assuming they get a 0, which I don't think they will, but there's still room to grow as a lot of teams are still in this. Heck, even QM.
I mean, whenever we look at this,
2 good games.
Yeah, we just spotted LG a moment ago, and Luminosity that, while yes, you are presently in 5th, you don't have the biggest lead, just 17 points, 2 games on Erangel. An early out on this game is just a nail-biter going into the last game from them. Going to be on the edge of the seats, and that's going to make it a lot more complicated. So we're going to have to see teams, can you survive out? That does mean also the pace of this game, specifically in the earlier section, is going to slow down dramatically.
Yep. And I want to give Luminosity a lot of credit. They've been fighting through some tough situations at times and able to salvage a lot of really valuable points out of it. Yeah, their late game, maybe not everything they've wanted, but their mid game has been really strong in terms of recovering when things don't always go the way they expect or they want.
I'm getting a bit nervous for Cerberus. They're running a very wide 2-2 split right now. And that is highlights that are happening on the top left, not necessarily fighting. Yeah, that's going to be Tycon, gets spotted out, moves down into NH's territory. That's going to be a big loss this early at stage, and now instead going to have to retreat back to Death Row. That scouting, yeah, sometimes it's okay to scout with bullets, but not that way.
Yeah, New Happy there. I think getting into Cerberus territory just a bit sooner than they expected, and they're going to pay the price for it. So that's unfortunate to lose Tycon this early. You still have Hemas, of course, and he's very, very good, but losing Tycon as well, your other top fragger, disastrous especially given the situation that Cerberus is in 7th place with only 66 points. Yeah, you're a decent chunk ahead of Sonics, but again, a couple good games from other teams, and if you don't put up some good points, it's going to be tragic. Oh, shot out of the back of the car, actually.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
NH does have control over this area right now, right up against the coastline. So if we see some southern shifts, that could be something to keep an eye on. And see Sonics lined up pretty close to Legacy, as that is going to be just to the west of Mansion, around that heaven positioning. Dino is going to have collapsed in just to the south of that, pretty close to where we kind of saw that shelter position coming up from FaZe. Gustav does have a position that is a 2-2 split coming up from FaZe right now, where they are right just to the, I guess, right along the crossroad, not like the crossroad to the north that a lot of people think of, but the crossroad that's going to be just off the side of Milta.
By the
as
Tempo
well as
Dip?
Farm. Yeah. Man, I always hate to say Tempo Dip because it's been a long time since we've seen Tempo Dip.
Yeah, but it's like the only way I know how to talk about that stupid dip because Tempo used to go there so much.
All the time, man. All the time.
Yeah, no, but one thing I want to talk about here, watching Legacy get ahead of Sonics, I would have actually, I think the Sonics are just trying to play safe, just trying to play, the very quiet edge early game, look for those points. That's kind of their MO. But I wouldn't have minded to see them try to make a wide wrap around the Lipovka Road, maybe get into the back of foot and, kind of do what other teams have been doing to them, like take some damage off of them.
T5 also on their approach, going to be rolling right next to LG. We might see that become a factor that we're going to be looking at. And yep, Hatsawat's going to get spotted out. He's going to go ahead and get knocked. Then Dole's going to go ahead and retreat away. The other 2 members for T5 were playing the hillside off in the distance, so they're going to go ahead and suppress that down, but do lose one of their members in rotation, and it's going to be pretty hard to take down the other ones as T5 is going to go ahead and have to wrap a different direction.
Yeah, and that vehicle just on the edge of that hill as well gives an opportunity potentially for more damage, but not going to connect for LG. And LG here with their kind of alt drop with this boatyard ruin split, able to punish T5, who wasn't expecting a bridge camp, and I wouldn't be either. That's very rare that you see somebody camp this bridge.
With this modification on the map, right, this is a good loot location to go for, and with the way that the circle's fallen, this is right on the edge of the wall. So, yeah, I mean, I 100% see why LG did this one.
No,
and
smart.
The commit in. Problem with it is they did surrender center, and we've been talking about how rotating in late can be pretty problematic.
Yeah, I think for LG, though, the mindset is, oh boy, Belmont, hold that thought.
I don't think you want to roll into that one. On the buggy, he's going to get spotted out. Zipper 12th going to take him down. That's going to be pretty easy to pick up.
Yeah, and the rest of the day trade, of course, retreating. But going back to LG real quick, I think the mindset for LG should be we need 2 or 3 points each game, and we are good. That should be good enough. And I think this is smart to get these points early. The circle isn't super favorable to you anyway. Teams like Twisted Minds, 17, potentially even Osla, FaZe, Cerberus are going to have priority ahead of you getting into the center of the circle. So take the points where they come. And frankly, if they get 4 or 5 points in this game, they're probably good to go into the grand finals.
See, I get nervous with this lobby because it feels like any of these teams can pop off. We've been seeing so strong. Nonix, though, going to spot out Legacy in rotation. Multiple vehicles going to pop up in front of him now, cresting down the hillside. Going to see if he can finish out the spray. New circle's going to pop, goes right into the center. No big deal for that one. Donovan getting that harassment out as Legacy going to be shoot over, and there is a 2-2 split for Tyloo that looks like Legacy. That's going to be where they're just making the quick fall in. They are just sending it along this hillside. A bit of harassment is going to be coming out from Tyloo, but let's also not forget about Twisted Minds up on top of Potato, looking back down into it, going to get that harassment. Now Legacy with the Tyloo harassment, now going to have to force back into the north, and that's going to put them into Sonic sight lines.
Yeah, this is a dangerous dash for Legacy. Finally, they find this small little compound, an Alamo-esque situation for them out in the open. And actually, this is the Alamo, I think. Now that I look at it again.
T5. Looks like they're going to do an emergency pickup to get away from that LG position they were looking at a second ago. They're going to be landing down right next to LG yet again, as these guys are just going to be destined to be friends, as well as Twisted Mind. Look like they do find a compound, but man, they are running trying to get some type of safety and do manage to find it. Rusted,
close.
Pretty separated away from the rest of the squad, though.
It's close, it's close, it's close, and Daytrade loses another player in rotation. Daytrade needs these points as well. They're in a similar situation to Cerberus, where they still need to squeak through probably 10 more points would be really nice to really feel comfortable, but every point so valuable. And now Cerberus knows it. They know they've got Daytrade dead to rights.
Yeah, just chasing them down. No real need to overcommit into it. Just walk around, go for the hip spray, clean that one out, and that is going to be Daytrade eliminated. First team out, 68 points in 6th place.
Yeah, and that ties Cerberus with Daytrade now at 68 points. So things getting very, very dicey around those cutoff lines. Still a lot of change could happen. We saw it in the losers bracket where things got absolutely mad. And there's a code for us, Matt.
Yep, as that is going to be our first squad eliminated. So 35CVUDD47RHG. Good luck to everybody on getting your G coins.
Yeah, 800 G coin. Let's go. A few hideout crates. Snakers did find a knock on Akari. Meanwhile, Pow Pow also putting pressure onto Osla. And these wide splits that they take early sometimes do kind of falter. A lot of teams like to play this style, and it's, in this lobby, especially with teams hungry for points like you were talking about, this isn't necessarily edge, but it's close enough. And Snakers just going to drive over and claim his kill.
That's a big problem for Osla, is they have one member in Adder at school. The other two are going to be just to the southwest of that one. Tiamba's running a 2-2 split and kind of eyeing what could be a weakened squad in front of them, so we might have to eye that one. Also, it should be noted, 17 Gaming is playing the top of Potato, so they've got control over a lot of the circle and separated out. But that does mean the fact that they're not roaming around harassing everybody.
I like what Luminosity's doing up here. They're setting up for a future position. Like they're protecting. Yep, they're protecting the mortar with all these cars and other things, getting ready to make a move if they need to clear space with some mortars. They've got the opportunity. This is something that Trevor really credits Mime with, is his ability to kind of load up these vehicles with a lot of the different new utility, like the Panzers, like the mortars. He's really proactive about that and get them into positions where they can utilize those really powerful new weapons that are available.
Question mark, you can see kind of playing over in the Pachinki hillside. Well, one of them is. The other one's in playing Pachinki proper. There's nobody else around. Sonics do have the emergency pickup. They are pretty far to the north, but I think that this is more just of a safety play in case something really crazy happens.
Yep, they don't need to use it.
It does go more of that school apps as well as Potato being in play. There are a lot of fun ways that we can see this one play out.
Oh, God. Where is Donawa going to go? You've got a bunch of teams in here, and they might try to wrap right underneath Potato Mountain is the angle that I think they're going to take. There's that ledge on the side that a lot of teams like to drive down, but wow, and Onyx took a bunch of damage from Fex. What a spray.
Ooh, and now going to be cresting the hill. They're going to have Tyloo doing some harassment as well. Donovan does find that rock, and that's not going to feel too good, but they are going to be able to path safely away from this one for now. Twisted Minds did leave this hillside that they were playing just a moment ago. They're going to move down into apartments, feeling that that's going to be the way that the circle is going to go and get some safety out of it. But let's not forget, LG is also on a similar line, as they do have those mortars that are going to be prepped. Donovan getting into that compound you were talking about does also put him pretty close to 17 Gaming.
Yeah, Donovan kind of getting a little bit lucky on the timing of all that with Twisted Minds leaving it. I thought they were going to have to drive either buy it or try to find a way to crash it. Instead, they're going to get it for free, and that's a really nice pickup for them. Sonic's going to take the J compound up on the northeast corner. Didn't have to utilize that emergency pickup.
This is what we saw brewing just a moment ago. Asla, remember, they lost a member early. Tiamba does roam back down into this one. Wicked is playing an outside angle onto it, so might find an opportunity to get a knock. Nade's going to come out. Smoke Wall's also going to come out for safety, but that is a lot of utility burn just to try to get away.
Well, and if Oslo wants to pressure that warehouse, they need to be a little bit more coordinated with their utility there, and instead they're just going to have to back off. If you can get a few more grenades, maybe a blue zone to back players off, and then try to do some damage.
Oh, we're getting some yelling starting to happen back behind us. Foot looks like it's trying to make a rotation, could be eyeing a similar position where we see Legacy playing. They're going to slow down, pump the brakes onto that one, kind of creep in. And we do have NH as well as FaZe. Jeem's going to be trying to hold out NH, and CC's already going to go down and get flushed.
Yep, this is, I think, what the screaming behind us is, Matt. Both FaZe and NH are right next to us on the stage, and I think they're the ones that are getting fired up. NH would love to come through it with a strong finish. I know they are out of it. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
But you still want to finish strong. You still want to come out with a win, still show that you're going to be a threat if you can make it into those grand finals. Ozla's going to lose Wicked. I mean, this is just a really strange fight. We didn't get to see how this happened, but Ozla just seems like they're a little bit discombobulated.
We also have Legacy that's hopped in vehicles, and they're going to be sending it pretty close to the Danoa line, so keep an eye on that one. Ozla is still just trying to fend up right now, and Tiamba just taking this piecemeal, one at a time. They're staying all together, just running, feeding information back and forth. Keep in mind, we also do have Linshu that's going to be playing the opposite side of the road, so he's trying to find a cross angle into it, and Pow Pow's nade's going to land right on top of the COD. It's going to make it even more complicated. Now just one member up, and where do you even go? It's just going to be open territory. LG's already taking shots from the backside of Adder. He can't even get away. He's going to get eliminated. Tiamba picking up those kills, but Legacy, while the circle does fall on them, you can see getting harassed by Sonics up on that hillside, and it's going to be Danoa that hears it.
Yeah, so clean. So clean from Tiamba. They are just disgusting this tournament. Absolutely so well coordinated. Linshu has that team functioning just so tight. And now Haisaki sees Nan, and now, yeah, easy money there. Let's see if he can get the follow-up. December the 12th in the blue and really starting to chunk down.
Yeah, this is just the downside of playing Edge in this tournament right now, dude. FaZe hears this as well. They're going to be trying to crest down, see if they can get some vision in. Foot also going to be wrapping back behind him. December 12th trying to cling to life, and NH, man, they just can't find a way to make it work here today. Hopefully the fact that we can see last chance qualifiers give them some of the life that they so desperately need. You managed to pick up that one kill we saw earlier, but that was just more of a rotation pickup than it was a firefight win.
Yeah, and we've seen up and downs before. I mean, 17 goes into the losers, and they come out and win PGS1. It's definitely doable for NH. You shouldn't count them out by any stretch of the imagination. Too much talent on that team. A knock onto Loki, though, got a little bit too curious on the side of this hill. And he's going to get flushed for it. That's just a little bit overextended there for Loki, trying to get an angle onto Legacy. But for Danoa, meh.
Yeah, I mean, they're fine. They're fine. They're content where they're going to be at. They're also going to have Tai Lu that might be ramping up next to them. One of the benefits of Legacy's position, and as close as they are to Danoa, is going to be that Twisted Minds has an angle onto this one and is kind of supervising anybody that's trying to move into that Legacy hillside. We also do have Cerberus that's moving over to the top of Potato. Looks like they might be trying to eye where 17 Gaming is going to be at. FaZe to get some separation away. They're just trying to move into the edge. Foot's going to be coming in as well. Sonics are going to be just sending it into the apartments, and that's going to be Perfectus. It's going to be spot out.
Yeah.
One. Tickleton's already going to go down. Crash not going the best for Sonics, as that's just kind of been the day-to-day.
Yeah, this is a pretty important fight for them. And they really needed to get this effective.
Bounce.
Yeah, that bounced so good. And you can even shoot the hands, or as he's going for the grenade, Shrimsy gets taken down. That might explode on top of him. Actually got in, did a little bit of damage to Twisted Minds. But Sonics are eliminated. Another 1-point game. Yep,
that means it's looking more and more like last chance is going to be the way Sonics has to go. They are presently in 8th, but keep in mind, FaZe, Foot, still need to try to make something happen. Hey, LG, remember those mortars we were talking about a second ago? Looks like Tiamba is their new friend.
Perfectly set up, perfectly thought out. Now you can harass Tiamba as they try to come up that hillside. And if you've already got the distance dialed in, to make their life an absolute nightmare.
This is really cool. They actually have it beaded into that small compound just to the west of them, and they were just waiting for somebody to come into that.
So smart, although the point's going to get stolen by Rossita Jr. from T5. Haisaki jumping, able to cut the sight lines of Lil Ghost enough. 17 going to try to control the top of Potato with Cerberus behind them, but most of Cerberus is still kind of on the flank of FaZe, but they're starting to leave.
This is a big fight, though. We have Foot and FaZe. They're down in the southeast trying to fight it out right now. And keep in mind, both of them are right on the cusp trying to make their way in. Anonix is going to go ahead and take down Beamy as well as get the flush onto him, but you can see other members of FaZe realize the fact that they're very close to the circle. Foot is trying to move in and collapse, but it's not going to be allowed. Cerberus is going to be just to the west of what's going on with FaZe, as well as Little Ghost looking down into FaZe's position. So troubles and woes continuing to mount for the squad that's wanting to get something. Is now Donawa also going to get some vision. Little Ghost does get the knock on James, but it is going to be Soul that gets the flush.
Yeah, getting difficult for FaZe. Too many teams starting to look into this fight. This just took too long. You know, Foot got involved, kept FaZe pinned between them and Cerberus, and now both teams are suffering because of it. And still December the 12th. How in the heck is he still alive? I thought he was dead to rights. 8Z goes out in the blue to get the knock onto Corexy. Nice potential flush coming through, I think, there with that grenade. Maybe just missed.
But Cerberus now realizing the 17 line too strong. They're going to be creeping up right back behind Gustav as he's going to have to contend with this positioning. I think that he's just back behind, like, I was going to say a car that's going to make him really easy to get spotted out. Isaki's going to go for the spray into it. NH is going to finally get eliminated, but FaZe looks like they might not be too far behind.
Yeah, only Fex alive and on his feet. Looking for the res potentially, but not going to be able to get to it in time. Cerberus just hounding this, wants this point, going to get it onto Corexy. So Cerberus, huge points here, 3 kills so far in this game. And Onyx making life a nightmare for everybody else. Soul steps up with the P90 and is looking for more damage.
Oh man, Foot, they want more out of it, but one member up in VAR. Nade's going to be landing next to him. He's going to go down. Danawa's not going to allow it. Cerberus going to go ahead and hop inside of vehicles and going to be sitting it right into Danawa's line, getting up into their face. They want more points. They're in that 6th place position, and they think they can get more out of this fight. Just trying to navigate jukes through good driving. Now Hisaki is still pinned, but the other 2 members for Cerberus trying to see if maybe they can breach something out of this one. Meanwhile, QM does send it up into the 17th position, but they are going to get spotted out. Good defensive line.
Yeah, not much that QM could do here. They try to get underneath 17's noses, but 17 already had a line fortified up there. Fight brewing out in the northwest. You can see it up in the top left-hand corner of the mini-map. Suju looking down into it, getting a really good view of kind of how those teams up there are situated. Tianba still trying to push in, so they took some damage, but now they're taking it right back to LG.
Close enough. Utility's going to be coming out, trying to navigate it, but Snakers is going to get the read on the opposing side. Pal moving forward. Lynchu on the opposing section for it. They're trying to see if they can bisect through, find some angles to work with. 17 Gaming still harassing Pal as he's making his approach. Don't forget, Twisted Minds are also over here. LG dealing with the compressed pretty cleanly as 17's assistants at range are going to provide something out of it. Tyloo also taking some shots into Twisted Mind, slowing this down a bit. Pal with that high range, but still, it's going to be 17 Gaming.
17 Gaming can just watch all of this and farm it for free. Snakers, though, going to step up and claim that point big time. Blue getting involved. Snakers trying to hold the line. Blue zone grenade involved. Mime goes down. Tiamba does go out, but now LG maybe soon to follow.
It's going to be Twisted Minds creeping right into this one, realizing the opportunity going to be in front of them. Circle's going to pop. Stays pretty centered. Legacy now going to be taking those shots into Twisted Mind, making their rotation. Don't forget about Tyloo as well as 17 Gaming in that high ground position. They still control so much of the circle, man.
I like how Perfectix just walked right under. I thought that car might tip his direction. He's just like, do it. I dare you. I dare you. Besto. Oh, no.
Get back in the car.
Oh, my God.
That was so close.
Just barely got out of there. Still going to fall to Perfectix, though, of Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, a team that, if they can pop off here, if they can get some serious damage, they might find themselves going to the grand finals.
9 kills, just 3 points away from Sonic's line. Couple of kills, couple of placement points could buy it for him. Now it's going to be Spyro trying to move in with the down member of 17 Gaming, but they're moving aggressively into 17's line. Keep in mind, Cerberus trying to move back in behind Donawa. Cerberus is going to get eliminated. Donawa should have a second to reset off of this one, but Legacy up in the north going to have to contend with Tyloo, but it's way quieter up there.
Still 6 valuable kills for Cerberus. Even though they go down here, they got a lot of points that give them a little bit more breathing room, sliding up to 6th place ahead of Day Trade. 17 now able to regroup and start doing damage to Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds really needs to get Spyro back if they're going to have a good chance of winning this. Keeping 4 up would really help. Suju potentially resable. Just depends on what the other teams do.
The problem with it is, though,
oh my God,
the Twisted Minds are choosing to go after the one team that really doesn't have anything to lose over here. and they just going to step out. They're going to move assertively into it, and Twisted Mind's gate kept. Where do you even go? Realize the fact that 17's line's too strong. They're going to shift over into the north. Now they're going to be running into Legacy, but don't forget that Ty Lu's over here, so as Legacy starts opening up shots, they're going to do some damage into him. VHG is going to go down. Lu gets the angle into it, but LFP still got the high ground into it. Tries to go for the spray, but let's not forget, Little Ghost still has an angle in. As Ty Lu hears this, they're moving aggressively into Legacy's backside. They might try to find an opportunity as well. Lu looking up that hill, trying to get some more. Twisted Minds up to 11, but they're going to go out.
Yeah, Twisted Minds got stuck in a really bad spot. Danawa still has a role to play in this. 17-4 up. They're able to get the res onto Suju. And Desol has just enough of an angle where he tries to get some damage into Lil Ghost. But a very spread out game here with just 3 teams left. Phase 6.
But Twisted
still
Minds,
in it, man.
Twisted Minds with that one last kill managed to jump over Sonics.
Yep.
They are in the top 8, and Sonics are out.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. So Sonic's there. Twisted Minds, 11 kills. Huge game for them. Tungmu, also Tai Lu, if they can come through here with the win, they're going to usurp both those teams.
Getting so close right now, but the problem is they have to step up against 17 Gaming. The only benefit is Danawa down to the southeast. Here's this firefight. They're moving for control territory while it is 17 that's just aggressively stepping into Tai Lu sightlines. Tai Lu, though, they don't have any real options. They're going to have to go against one of these 2 squads, and whichever way they tend to go, they're not going to have the circle to work with either.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Danawa, again, has an opportunity here to play Kingmaker. If they want to say Tai Lu, good luck in losers, they could try to just really harass their flanks, harass their lines. But instead, Danawa playing the game, playing the circle, getting these roofs under control, and that gives them phenomenal sightlines into 17. Puts them behind that other hill where they have to prone down, where they have to use these vehicles to try to find better angles to get out of the reach of those tremendous Danawa snipers.
All right, Tai Lu, what can you do? You have an opportunity, but man, it is so freaking narrow to work with. They have managed to at least get into the zone, most of them. Tongmu still playing on the outside of it. Little Ghost reading in. It does look like Danawa is eyeing more of that 17 defensive line that they're wanting to crest into, and that's allowing Tai Lu to get something to work with in that northeast.
Let's see what Tai Lu does. I mean, if they can displace Lil Ghost, start making their run uphill, it's going to be difficult. But you have to imagine that 17 doesn't sit on a ton of utility. Probably some. They've been able to claim some off of their kills. But you might be able to bust open this position. They got him out in the open. Great opener from Shen.
That nade coming out from Danawa opened up the doors, and the distraction was all that was needed, that opening knock. Now can Tai Lu continue to roll up? Just a few points is all they need. 4. Just wiping out one of these squads will get them the positions they want. There's 1 point now starting to stack up. Cresting into the hill. It's going to be Zhao Wu that's going to be in front of him, as well as Zhao Bei that might have some angles. But keep in mind, Anonix as well as Salute have now repositioned, defended up. Tai Lu has to fight their way into it, inch by inch.
All eyes downhill right now for Danawa. 17 keeping their eyes onto Danawa, though. So it's sort of a recycle symbol, right? Everything's just going in a triangle, around in a circle so far. So we'll see if that's going to be the case, or if somebody's going to get a little bit aggressive before Phase 8. Seems like everybody's content to at least sit down, see what Phase 8 does, and then try to make your plays off of that. 3 grenades for Zhao Bei, though. 3 frags still in the bag is a really potentially difficult situation for Tai Lu to deal with if they get kind of pinned against the other side of the blue.
What Tai Lu, if you're a Tai Lu fan right now, you need to be keeping an eye on what's going on with Zhao Wu. If he goes down, the opportunity is there. The problem is he's playing this hidden position off on the side. Zhao Bei is just going to be to the south of Tai Lu. So with this crest in, you see that rock. That's where so much of this is going to come in. Zhao Wu spots out Shin and takes him down. That is a big problem for Tai Lu. Now with this opening fire coming out, Dana was going to be trying to crest in back behind. The flanks are going to be coming out, and all opportunities for Tai Lu are starting to go out. They just have to fight their way through it.
That Soul get Zhao Bei down, and those are those 3 frag grenades. Zhao Wu still has some himself. LZ looking for that one-tap headshot with the Dragunov. Hoping to find it, but Salute catches him jumping, does a little bit of damage.
So close. Zhao Bei's going to go down. Going to make it a bit more complicated for Renel. Soul going to get down and flush. Zhao Yang wanting to see if maybe they can get into Salute. It's just going to be a fight onto the side of it, and Salute, though, opens up the angle, continuing to harass in. Tai Lu so close to getting in his top 8. Needs to navigate it, does get the knock. LZ wants to make something happen here. It's just going to be a Nox, the new gatekeeper out, but Zhao Wu still trying to play the opposing side onto it. Tongmu just shutting everything down, though. He's got to be so careful.
Yeah, those grenades are out, and if they bounce right, it's so close to taking him down. The Molly comes up short, and it's going to be Salute falling to Suju. Just Anonix left for Danawa. 17 going to leave Xiaowu on his own to control that side. The other two going to try to press down on top of Anonix, claim the high ground, see if they can just sweep through and take another win.
Tanmu putting in work right now for Tyloo, just trying to buy their space. Suju's going to take out Anonix. That's another point off the table, but that means that positioning going to be popping off for Tyloo, going to be putting them closer. Zhao was trying to reposition away, but Tyloo's not going to allow it too easily. Suju just on top of this rock is putting in so much work. Xiaowu, though, does go down. We might be seeing the legs for Tyloo finding something here. Backs up against the blue zone. They still need to move forward, and Suju just has such a beautiful angle into him, though.
I'm not sure if Xiao Bei has any more bullets in the P90. Doesn't matter. He's still got a Mark 12, and he's putting it to good use. Doing a ton of damage. Still a lot of frags left for him. He's even got some smokes picked up as well. Point confirmed for Tyloo. Again, every point for Tyloo, even if they don't win, super, super valuable.
Just 1 point behind Twisted, and that nade is money. It's going to be 17 Gaming as it is just their day. More and more points, and it denies it from everybody else on the hunt.
That's just great stuff there. And again, you know, Tyloo gets pushed to the edge of the blue, and the grenades are ready for 17. And it's just, I mean, this team is just so good on Erangel. Just time and time again, they are always in the late game, they're always fighting, and they are always getting frags.
Okay, Tyloo didn't get the win, but they got a lot of points.
Yes.
Man, they're at touching range right now. This is almost more of a game of who dies first at this stage. Is everything's going to be about survival. We're going back to the core of PUBG and trying to survive for as long as humanly possible, because it is just going to be neck and neck. Who's going to be going on to the grand finals? Who's going to be going on to last chance? One more round to figure it out.
All you have to do is go back to that amazing animated intro video for this event, and you see 17 ending it on the high ground. It set the stage for this entire event so far, as they get a chicken dinner in the second to last game and show us continuously why they are some of the favorites, if not the favorites, to win PGC 2023.
Yeah, they're looking extremely strong. Even for a rough circle like this here, you have a situation where they're just taking so much control. They're like they're against 2-3 teams, and they still take so much control. Have a fantastic run, and Suju has had for this winner bracket here one of his best tournaments so far. It's been looking extremely good for them.
It's the whole team, man. It's just if one's playing slow, the others pop off, and they are peaking at the right time. They started a little slow. They've been getting better and better and better, and it is incredible to watch these guys play. You just saw that. Ghost, Xiaowu, Suju, it doesn't matter. They are playing as a unit, and it is unstoppable as team after team falls to them.
Yeah, it's crazy. Good to see here. Of course, some of the kind of northern side fights were benefiting them a little bit because they had that southwest side, which also they're third-partying, they're pushing, they're hurting, right? Which is extremely important. This is why they have so much space. Yeah, exactly. They're hurting them and hurting them, and this is why it's so important for them, because they're pressuring everyone else to make sure they get the space. They take the space and they make the space, and this is why they are able to do the double nade here towards the end. Beautiful stack from them that just close out everything.
Look at them. That is like business as usual.
Easy.
Every other team has gotten a win. They jump out of their chairs, they celebrate, and rightly so. 17 just takes off the headsets, goes, all right, let's get the next one too, boys. It is wild. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here as we break down the action. And the action is about to get crazy because there's one game left to play in the grassy pastures. And the issue is it is close. 17 winning that game actually makes it an insanely close fight for one spot. We'll show you in just a second. For now, let's give a little bit of flowers to the top 4 teams. 17, 13 kills, and then Twisted Minds, good morning. The alarm clock must have gone off because these guys woke up.
Yeah, they were able to get a little kills. Perfected kind of turned on a little bit, but again, 17 Gaming sponging up so many points here. 23 is going to go there as 6 kills for Xiao Bei. Super impressive, of course. Suju 4 as well. What a fantastic performance for them for this game here. And again, when you're playing without pressure, that is what you're able to do.
Look at the damage. No one under 400. They
Beautiful.
are just hustling, putting in work as a team, and playing out of their minds.
Nice.
Man of the match goes to Xiaobei. 6 kills, 663 damage, 5 knockouts, and an awful lot of pride, as he deserves to stand there nice and strong after 17 putting on a master's class in how to play this lobby. You love to see it. Let's look at the match leaderboard. 17 goes the way, 23 points. Twisted does get 15. That's going to be good news for them as the chase is on. And I think when we get to this overall leaderboard, that's what we're going to see.
It's going to be insane. That's all we're going to be focusing on. I just want to say real quick, 17 has now have done the best 12th game lobby so far. They're going to be beating Faces 108 and Pentacle Roads 111. They're going to be 125 after just 11 games.
Let's talk about the race. 68 for Day Trade. I think that they're okay as long as they get a small number. Twisted Minds at 55 is not comfortable because Tyloo 54, Sonics 54, FaZe 52, Foot 51. That is 5 teams battling for one spot. And on the off chance, Legacy and Osla could have the chicken of their life.
With a win, chicken dinner, and double kills, they're 10 points behind Legacy and Asla Pentagram. But let's focus on those 5 teams. It's going to be extremely close. Day Trade, they know this. They know, we just need to put a little bit of points and we could potentially do it. But they go out with 0 and we have, the correct teams are getting, double-digit kills and a high placement. That could also mean that they could be pushed out. I would say top 6 right now, they're safe. They're going to know just a few kills is going to make them happy and fine. Congrats to those guys. Also makes it hard for everyone else, right? Because they're going to be like, all right, we made it. Let's try to frag out and just get a few more kills, which usually means a lot of fights on the edge, a lot of pressure on the edge, and the center is going to be quite open in terms of compounds, especially in the early game.
I expect this to be a lot like we saw at the end of the losers bracket. A lot of teams who are in that mid-pack kind of waiting it out. A couple trying to desperately get points. Legacy is going to have to open up. Asla as well and look for kills right away to get that big win. The rest of the teams are going to play tight and safe. Twisted Minds is a team that is very good at playing very safe PUBG and trying to get deep without the need to take fights. Sonics, they know the map very well. FaZe, it's Sunday, so you can't write them off at all. This is incredibly stacked, and the chase is going to be wild. And honestly, no matter what happens at the start, there's still 6 teams that are in the battle.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, right, you have this. The Sponges are just scary because they are going to be taking these small fights. They're going to be third-partying. With just 1 game to go, they're going to be super scary to go against.
17 go hunting.
Yeah.
They could see a knock on any of these teams and be like, well, let's take the risk. Let's go over there.
Yeah, let's commit 4 guys
Well, it's time for us to commit to the last match of the day. 8-8. Who shows out to be great? It's a wrangle, baby. Let's get to it.
Destiny in your hands if you can grab it right now. We've got squads right on the cusp. Day Trade comfortable, but I wouldn't say set just quite yet. Twisted Mind still in that top 8. Remember, everybody on our top 8 goes to the grand finals. Everybody that's not in the top 8, that means 9 down to 16, you're going to be going to last chance qualifiers and be kicking off into tomorrow. Plane path not going to be the friendliest, but really eyes on Tyloo, Sonics, FaZe, Foot. I mean, maybe even Legacy. I think that we're pretty okay on them. They pretty much cemented their position right now.
It'd have to be a nuclear game for
and
Legacy.
Everybody else to explode.
Yeah, exactly. So, anything's possible. I mean, Day Trade, fairly comfortable, but there are worlds where somehow weird stuff happens and they don't get out of this.
Die first. Yeah. That's Day Trade's rule of life right now. I don't care what I need to do. I just need to not die. And they went down to military base, and there's an opportunity that could
2 or 3 points, man, and they're probably fine. So that's really the name of the game here for Day Trade. Just find a few kills and play it safe. They're very fully capable of doing that. Foot's going to go all the way over to Zarky on this one. Gambling for maybe kind of a crazy, hopefully northern shifted circle, but nope. Millie.
Grand finals decided by military base.
I like it. Why not?
Okay, well, Day Trade feeling a lot better now, though.
Yeah.
This doesn't necessarily cement their position, but I would say their heart rate monitors are feeling a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, no. Yeah, for sure. They are definitely going to be smiling a little bit on that one. QM as well. Going to be smiling even though they're out of it. There's no hope, but it's again, you want to go out on a high note. New Happy has the opportunity to maybe bridge camp, play a little bit of gatekeeper there if they so choose, but a lot of the teams that are going to be first across are already pretty comfortable. Asla, the only one who has really any hope of making a move there out of Gatka. Again, it would have to be a pretty explosive game from them in Legacy, but anything's possible. You know, we've seen crazy this tournament. Tycon's game has already kind of set the standard, so I'm always down for crazy.
I always remind people, every time you think that it's done, remember FaZe, whenever it was 2019 group stage and how they just had the miracle run to get themselves there. There's a lot on the line, but I mean, 1 point difference right now for top 8 is just astounding. And then a tie with Ty Lue and Sonics back behind him. And this is just so much. This is, again, we started the day talking about your superstars, your players, this is what you need. This has been your year working for this stage. You need to show it right here, right now.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds had a pretty good run in that one. 11 kills total, so that's a really good start to them, showing some confidence, flexing their muscles. Ty Lue playing pretty smart. If Shen just doesn't get picked off by Xiao Wu, who knows if that game goes a different way. And you were talking about superstars. That's why I mentioned Shen. They lost. Ty Lue loses their superstar player early in that end game fight, and that cost them big time. Potentially is the moment that threw the game away. And New Happy is, I don't know if they're going to gatekeep or not on this bridge. I'm just kind of, it looks like they might be.
Maybe
we'll see.
They kind of have the positions for it, right? CC playing that hill, Ming Ming moving over to that other side. That's usually whenever we see the bridge camp, it's kind of along something in this lane. But I think they might just be reconvening back together, and that's not the worst of ideas. It's really just NH, Daytrade, QM that are on the military base island right now. FaZe, you can see, leaving Milta. They've got an open path for it. Now, this is a squad we do see trying to get control over that southern area of this bridge and get a light bridge camp in some fashion.
Exactly. You're exactly right. They light bridge camped it last time. Is it going to be a heavier camp this time? Are they just going to play a little bit deeper? There's a crate coming down there by the radar tower. Maybe you go make a play for that. We'll see exactly what they want to do. Ty Lue,
all right,
Razak, Twisted Minds ahead of them, dude. Something could happen.
Almost every single one of our circles today has had a massive, vertical landmark inside of it. Do you maybe go, radio tower?
It's worth a try. I would never. I don't ever disagree with anybody who goes radio tower if it's still in the first circle. You get so much information. If the circle hard shifts over to the east, then you're able to farm some serious damage and usually a fair amount of kills to back it up. So absolutely, I don't fault FaZe. In fact, they are going for that crate. I don't fault them at all for what they're doing. Going into that direction, getting that high ground, and it's a P90 to boot, so that's phenomenal.
11th place, but I mean, 8th place is not that far. If you look at the overall points you got to get, P90 will get you those 3 points that you so desperately need if you can get into the position for it. You can see Sonics are going to be approaching on the eastern bridge. Not a lot of emergency pickups. No ferry really being an active section just quite yet. So really, it's just, you can see we started off at about 70 or so heart rate for FaZe as we started this rotation, slowly climbing as they're getting into more of the dangerous territories. As it is going to be, the death said it, wild. It's just right now the anticipation of it all.
And I mean, what a huge pickup for FaZe. I mean, best gun in the game, close quarters combat gun in the game, and the level 3 gear to back it up on James, who's been a really good fragger this year. Right there with Frex in a lot of the events. Danawa in an emergency pickup situation. Usually they're a ferry team, but they're just dropping in the base.
But this is right over here where FaZe was just at. And again, this is our definitely qualified squad, right? They can kind of harass, do whatever they want on their landing. Daytrade do look like they're leaning into the hillsides north of military base proper. QM's already in position. 17 Gaming already moving along the western bridge. It's going to be Oslo. It's going to be back behind them. LG look like they're going to be taking the ferry around, or maybe might have found themselves a boat. I can't quite see. 17 Gaming not going to get harassed as NH is not doing that bridge camp that we were looking at beforehand. They're going to go ahead and stay into the compound that's in the valley.
Yeah, I like what Donna was doing here because normally they're a team that plays for those automated ferries that are on the map. That's usually how they play these circles out of Yaz, but this time around they're trying the emergency pickup, trying something a little bit different than their norm, and seeing how it goes. And they have the opportunity to do some science, to play around a little bit, see how it goes. Old Belmont, that was clean.
Daytrade getting that one. We said the fact that they are not most comfortable just quite yet. First kill going to go over to them, buys themselves that center. They pretty much have the center of the military base island under control right now. And I was about to comment, this is the quietest I've heard this audience be. Is, man, you can just feel the palpable tension in the...
On pins and needles that both of the Thai teams that are left will make it through It very well could happen. And every kill that Day Trade gets makes it harder and harder and harder for somebody else to claim that to claim another spot. The 8th place spot very much in contention. Day Trade's further out of reach now, even more than it was, and it's almost impossible, of course. But again, weird things do happen from time to time. CC right ahead of Xiaobei. If that car was not, if the engine wasn't cut when it drove into that position, CC certainly heard it. It's just a matter of whether he wants to do anything about it.
Cerberus just playing the hillsides right now, playing it slowly. They were very aware. Losing Tycon early, man, is a big cost to their squad. Tyloo just crossed the bridge over into the east, so we might have to keep an eye on seeing how they path in. Everybody is just compressing more and more center. We talked about it. Remember, guys, there is also the map feed open. I firmly recommend you guys give that a look right now. As you can see, nobody is playing along the coastline right now. I mean, there's Twisted Minds that's swimming in. That doesn't really count because even they are going to be moving in. Everybody is just fighting for the hills early.
Yep, exactly. You can see it. That they're already pushing with those front two. LG, Mime has a boat. The rest of them are still in the ferry. Tianba's on a boat too, so Mime might be in a bit of trouble. Yeah, we got some pirate action out there. As I was worried about Vard when I took a look at the map a second ago. He was trailing, and that's a headshot. Oh, my word.
I mean, early blue, just phase one.
And he dies to the blue. That is, what a shot.
But 51 points, they need him back up. Vard has been a workhorse for them, so instead AT's going to run back over here, go for the res into a T5. What are you going to do? Do you want to cement this one, or you just want just going to go ahead and let it go for now? They're in 3rd place comfortably, not too much to be concerned with. But keep in mind, we also do have T-Bone that is up on top of Everest right now and is kind of supervising what's happening.
Yeah, T5 now can play gatekeeper.
Nope, they want
wants to get the finish here onto this. The res came through. He's going to see him out in the open. The spray is pretty decent, but the return fire is good.
T-Bone getting that harassment out, not allowing the flanked angles to be revealed. This is big for Foot. They need to try to make it happen. Ferocid is going to be able to pick up one, makes the shift in. They realize that they need these points. Spot on HC as well. T5, man, they are absolutely ruining Foot's day.
What a play here by the savvy veteran, Rossiter Jr. 2 left on both sides, but every loss that Foot takes puts them further and further out of reach.
They have such a long path. Making the circle, new circle is going to pop, and it does lean into the eastern bridge. We'll give you guys an update on that one in just a second. Thanadol is going to be holding down. T-Bone looking in, just him and Vard firmly surrounded. Here's our circle, guys. This is the way our military is going to go. Sonics in the center of it, feeling good, but remember, they need to pick up something out of it before this crunch comes into play.
And they're super split right now. So if somebody gets a little over-aggressive, we've seen it time and time again today, especially the Sonics have been on the receiving end of some of those aggressive pushes. They've gotten caught for it. So yes, Foot is getting kills, but these are not enough. These are not enough.
They need way more than this one right now, and it is just T5 waiting. T5 doesn't have to go anywhere. They can stay here as long as they want to. If they were to die right now, too bad, so sad for them. They already know. Their destiny is cemented. Now it's just going to be about how bad do they really want to make sure that they put Foot out of this one.
No doubt. Oh, you're happy to send a team packing. That's a confidence boost for you, and that's a mental boom for the other side. So certainly worth it. Day Trade finding more points. This is huge. They are pretty much now guaranteed. Nah, I'm going to do what he can, but Flash, right in response. The trade is there. NH gone.
Lots of those points going over to Day Trade. 4 right now that they're sitting on, 2 members down. Do we have anybody that can exploit it right now? Not really from the way that it's going to be looking. FaZe was eyeing over here. Not too much more. Vard just trying to survive. This is still an early blue, but it is going to be Thandol coming in, realizing the fact that he can just go ahead and start playing this a bit more aggressive. Last one up for his squad. He just kind of has to avoid that Everest line. That is going to be where T-Bone is at. Keep in mind, T-Bone, no matter how this fight goes, he can kind of get out and extricate himself back down to the island itself. It's just a matter of can they get Vard out because they want to have some type of fighting power moving into these next couple of circles.
Yep, Vard, great up close and personal, but Thanadol has been stellar for Theraton 5 this year. The young gun looking to see if he can best our veteran player, superstar player, catches him, nade in hand, but it does hit Thanadol.
That is going to be dangerous. Vard barely stepping away from it. Keep in mind, Tebow did move down from Everest just a moment ago. No, they've decided they need to keep this alive. They know that they have the numbers advantage, and they're going to lean into it. Tendall is going to go down. So Foot does pick that one up. They are going to shift into a tie for 8th place right now. What else can they do with it as they're going to be running and chasing these circles? That's just what Foot has been having to do all day.
And it's so difficult with only 2 players left. It's going to take a miraculous run for them not to just get into the circle but get more points. Gustav going to claim a much-needed point. Now, Day Trade pretty much fine. They have been eliminated, but those 4 kills were, I'd say, like 99% good enough to guarantee them a spot in the grand finals.
And I'm looking at a 55, 55, 54, 54, 53 on that leaderboard, and it is getting pretty scary over here. As a pentagram, you can see that they're going to be trying to hold out QM, pick up a couple more points of their own. Tai Lu are going to be the ones that are holding down just to the north of this, but no real clear vision in what's going to be happening.
Nasla, another team that needs to go absolutely bonkers here, Matt, if they're going to have any hope being one of those top 8, and I mean absolutely nuts, sitting at 48 points right now. 13 behind, or no more than that, sorry, but those grenades doing a lot of damage to a doozy. He's stuck up there trying to go for the heal, and his stuns come out.
I mean, this is a lot of utility being used right now, and that's the only thing that worries me about it. Sure, they were going to go ahead and finish off Question Mark, and Question Mark's going to be going into the last chance qualifier. But the thing with it is they burned a lot to try to get into this stage. New Circle pops. Azla's still going to be in it. Sonic's up to the north. You can see Legacy now making their approach on the eastern bridge. 17 Gaming, Twisted Minds very, very close to each other. That's a fight we need to keep an eye on. Tiamba going to be coming in from the south, but not quite as south as LG is going to be coming in on.
Yeah, LG might run into Azla here, and Azla now only 6 points away from Twisted Minds. Finally got my math down. So they're already got 4 kills. They're now very much in the hunt. And they could certainly make a move if they can maybe wipe out LG. But LG stopped up at the bunkers inside of the military base, so they're not keen on going any further. Again, LG very disciplined, very methodical with their rotations. They like to scout before they move, if possible. 17 watching Twisted. Suju with the bolt.
This is precarious. 8th place team right now. Got 17 Gaming next to him, and 17 Gaming. We've been watching them all day today. The entirety of these games have just been them asserting their dominance on the teams around them.
Yep, as they should. As is their right, with 125 points. That is absolutely one of the most stellar 2 days, no matter how this turns out for them here in this last game. I mean, putting up more than 60 points a game. Or more than 60 points a day, excuse me. I mean, just ridiculous.
Double the cutoff. Double the cutoff that you would be worried about making it into the top 8 right now. Tiamba is going to be approaching in on Military Base Island. I also want to point out something to you guys on a macro level that's fairly interesting. We've been seeing a very heavy lean into centering, and the eastern hillside that's going to be pretty centered. You know where the island in Sosnovka Island is going to be written at? Not very many people have moved into the center yet, and I think it's just due to the donut of teams that are around them and just leaving the center part of it just available and empty.
And it's a little scary to move into the middle right now because it tends to be a space where if you start a fight, other teams collapse quickly into your position from the edges of that mountain. So nobody wants to go in there. That's a bicycle for Lou. You love to see it.
Okay.
Look at this. They've got 2 bicycles.
Another big fight just sitting across the coast. It is going to be a fight for that top 8. Twisted Minds leaning into Sonics as they are 1 point separated out. H-Win.
He's got to get out of here.
Yeah, the rest of Sonics, they have to defend this. They have to do something. Actually, they might just be writing him off. It looks like they were coming to defend. They now step away and they say, okay, we just trust you, H-Win. You got to win this.
No, he's got a vehicle. Okay, I was going to say he has to have an escape valve. H-Win is too smart to not leave himself
a little bit faster than those bicycles, too.
Yeah, just a bit. But for the good news for Twisted Minds is, well, you've got something to work with at least. That's not so bad, and the bicycles pay off. And even though the tire lost on H-Win's vehicle, able to regroup, and now Sonics control a lot of that northern side to themselves. Fight brewing between Dono and 17. Also, this LG Azla fight might be popping off momentarily. This one's a little more important.
Ooh, yeah, right on the cusp for it. I mean, really, Dono and 17 going out, not being those point sponges, is its own factor for a lot of these teams to have to contend with. As Loki's got the nade prepped up. We'll have to see. I think that Foot also might have saw this at range. They're just like, no, man, we don't have anything to do with this.
Nope.
Please, just let us get in the circle.
Yes, please just let us get through. I'm sure they're able to pick up a fair amount of healing after that battle, but it's phase 4 blue. This is when it starts really chunking down. One shot with the Dragunov for Perfectix could find a knock, but Sonics able to avoid any damage just yet. Able to spot out Batu and H-Win. Nasty with the mini.
But that is going to be hard to get the flush on. That hillside going to buy just enough space. Sonics don't want to leave their defended positions. Nade's going to go right up on top of him, but Petulans should still be able to get rezzed. Blue zone going to end a bit short. Yeah, I was going to say the nade, frag grenade not going to be able to do enough just due to that Kratos position.
Yeah, that's a nice little read on the positioning there by Batu. Even though he gets knocked, think it's a safe res. Foot, man, I don't know. There's some space in the military base by those garages. After that, it's like Tianba, Danawa, and C-Block. It's not going to be easy.
Man, the dream that this lobby had, that Danawa and 17 Gaming would annihilate each other, is gone. They've separated out, and T-Bone just narrowly making the blue zone. Anonix is spotted out. They landfall. Look at those health bars, man. Nothing to be done. Bard going to go down. T-Bone is just right on the cusp of it. It's going to be Azla also getting some harassment into Tyloo while this is going on. Legacy hears this. Looks like they might be trying to supervise. They know that they want some points too.
Ozla's so spread out, have to drive to try to res Wicked. Spyro did find a knock on the VHZ and the point as well. And Legacy's fighting on 2 fronts here, Matt. There's Tyloo down beneath them. Ozla's trying to tear Tyloo to shreds. They're another team. They've only got 1 player alive. They might be out of this.
Oh man, it's getting spicier over here on the east. Up to the north, it's going to be Twisted Mind also trying to flank in around what's going on with Sonics. Kari trying to move through. Tyloo trying to stay alive. They are going to go down. Now then, as we keep our eyes on the east, are we going to see Legacy make any more proactive movements? It looks like no. They've just got to hunker down, and it is all going to be about Azla and the control they have with 5 kills.
I mean, Azla, dude, they're making a run, and you've got those 2 superstar fraggers from the old T1 team, Adder and Akkad. I know they can ball when they need to, but Perfectix finally gets that Dragunov to sing, and it gets a knock on a Tiggleton.
Twisted Minds, they are just to the due east of the Sonics positioning. Tiggleton was the tail end of it, but Legacy here's the firefight. Looks like they're going to try to involve as well. Lou's going to go down. Gizera spots him out. That means that Sonics have the gatekeeping position onto this one, but Legacy trying to leapfrog up in front of it. Twisted Minds back behind the entirety of this one. Now just down to 3. They have 2 kills right now, still holding on to 8th, but man, it is just by the skin of their teeth.
Well, now Twisted Minds needs to play recovery, and Perfectix is just going to piece out of this fight. He's trying to survive, trying to get deeper into it, but Trimsy heard the vehicle, might be able to read the position, and he does.
Himsy needs to make it happen right now. Sonics, they need to get something going. They're right on the cusp as well, and one of the opponents that are vying for that spot are in front of them. Can they strike? Can they get the opportunity? 17 Gaming going to be gatekeeping out. Cerberus also hears this, both moving aggressively into a position to pinch.
This is huge for Sonics if they can successfully trap the last 2 members of Twisted Minds and not take any more losses. You have the level 3 gear for kickstart. Trimsy there with an AUG and a Dragunov, trying to do his best to make sure that Twisted Minds can't do much, and you can see the frustration here on Batulin's face. He knows that this is going to be a difficult one. Spyro almost able to find him, but no!
Trimsy gets it back. Batu trying to move forward. Blue zone starting to tick harder and harder by the second. Tries to navigate forward. Twisted Minds does go down. They are holding on to 8th, but just for right now. Sonics, though, they need to make a move. They've got 17 Gaming that are going to be in front of them, and let's not forget about Legacy as well.
And you know that 17 would love to send Sonics out to the losers if they can. FaZe, though, another team very much in the mix along with Azla, but Azla has taken so many losses.
This is not the path you want to go, Sonics. It's going to be 17 Gaming waiting. They already just got the line in, and Sonics are going to go down. They are going to the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, a tough run here for the Sonics. 17 able to do a great job keeping them out of a direct qualifier to the grand finals. Now we look to see if someone else, like FaZe, like another team, can find their way to usurp them. Legacy still has a role to potentially play in it, but FaZe, absolutely, you got to be looking at them as having the best chance.
Man, they've got Governor's Mansion right now. FaZe still 4 up, and it is still so compacted. Yes, we're talking about 8th place, but keep in mind, Foot, with their 1 member still alive, can buy out some placement points for them. FaZe, if they just manage to pick up another kill, couple of kills, they're going to be competing for it. The threshold that we're looking at is 58 points, there is the opportunity. Asla even still has the opportunity. Legacy, if they pop off, they're sitting at 4 kills right now. The problem is you're going to be rolling right into 17 Gaming, and that ain't the way to do it.
Nope, Lil Ghost happy to take some blue to get a good angle on that spray. Does some damage right into the open arms of FaZe. FaZe can't quite connect with those sprays. Adder is going to go down, so Asla, another team eliminated from Grand Finals contention so far.
Soul just eats them all up. Man, that is a big pickup, but that's also a lot of points that are now off the table for these other teams trying to vie.
I mean, unless there's a miracle in the books for Foot, FaZe might be the ones. It might be another FaZe Sunday. Cerberus getting involved here, trading knocks with 17. Fex watching this, knowing that he can scoop up so many points if he can find them, but Danawa's just a little bit quicker.
Just wants to try to soak it, and every single time, finally, they're managing to pick up these points with it. Now, keep in mind, Tiamba is just going to be to the southwest of this positioning that FaZe is going to be playing, as we're going to be going to those oil derricks, and that's going to be where a lot of the firefight is going to be happening. Correxy, seeing if maybe he can get a tap into this one. 17 Gaming still not inside of it, but let's not also forget Loki is up over here next to 17 Gaming as well. As that is just a spray. Damn.
All right, 2 more points, though. That's what we're looking at to get ahead of Twisted Minds for FaZe. So 2 more placements, 2 more kills. On top of 17 are these grenades, and they're perfect from Loki to get the knock onto Suju. The reign of destruction continues here. Loki so far extended from the west of Danawa. Look at his position.
But keep in mind, we're in placement points right now. So every single time a squad gets eliminated, there's bigger opportunity. LG is going to be trying to roam into this one. They're going to get taken down, but those kills go over to FaZe, and that is massive.
Yeah, you can see Luke with the fist pump there. FaZe is in 8th. The only team that has any hope is Foot with 1 player left. Seems highly unlikely. FaZe looking golden to go into that grand finals.
So we have Zhao Bei still alive for 17 Gaming, but is kind of surrounded by what's going to be Danawa as well as FaZe. T-Bone, man, he's got a path in front of him, and he's got to hope that Anonix, who's looking right his direction, doesn't catch him as he makes this one. There is a world where he can try to survive through it. I mean, there's a big firefight that's going to be brewing. If he can kind of ninja his way into this one, he can buy more. And yes, another squad going to go down. That buys Foot even more placement points.
This is just a phenomenal game from FaZe. I mean, every one of these kills makes it so impossible for the Foot player, for T-Bone, to get this done. And James finally gets to put that P90 to good use, and he wipes LG. The squad wipe, the 4K for the phenomenal, the veteran James. He is one of the other players besides Uba that has attended every international event.
Well, let's give you guys a quick update as well. I'm doing some quick math in my head. The day trade sitting at 72 points. The 59 points of Foot sitting at. Probably going to cement their position right now as T-Bone's going to be trying to make his run across. He's going to get spotted out by Anonix. But really, at this point, you have to give Foot credit, man. They have been... They haven't just been scrapping their way into every single one of these.
He got into the missile silo. That is no easy feat. I thought Danawa had him dead to rights, but going to be able to get the first date off, going to be able to get into the next circle, at least for now, and wait this out. But a 4-man of Tianba in front of him, probably not going to have to move from the factory. So this is looking all but over for Foot, and it's going to take an absolute miracle. That's all it is for T-Bone here.
I mean, it requires FaZe to go out near instantly from this position and him to out-survive, making it quite a ways in. I mean, there is a 3-point difference. Something could happen here, but really it's just FaZe, Foot, which one of them are going to be able to make it through. And right now, let's be honest, 4 members up, FaZe with a hot hand on those guns, a circle even going to shift in their direction. T-Bone, I don't know how you can do it.
It's going to be tough. It is going to be very, 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 very tough. He only has 1 smoke, too, to make matters worse.
20 rounds, dude.
Yeah,
man.
Dude, this is not great. You can see him wiping his hands. I'm sure he is sweating bullets. He knows what's at stake, and he knows what he has to do. He's probably got a pretty good idea of the fact that FaZe is still ahead of him and still very much in this, and he's going to try to wait, I assume, just as long as he can to leave. The problem is still Tianba is going to have control of a corner of that factory and going to be able to hold him out.
The hot drop location if you're going to military base, right? I mean, everybody goes down to this compound. So, you should be pretty familiar with it. So if you peek out around specifically that more eastern building, Anonix, you can see, is kind of playing the wall looking down at T-Bone. It's kind of his job to kind of control what's going on with him and ZYY. T-Bone, see if maybe he can continue that ninja pathing. I mean, he's gotten there a couple of times, but it's just more and more eyes keep coming back at him, dude. The heart you got to give to T-Bone right now.
No, I know. the pressure he's under. I mean, his heart rate has got to be just popping. And Tianba, happy to just watch him, but I mean, there's just not much he can do.
He's just going to med it out. He's realized that there's just no real way to make this one work. So looks like we are going to see them being sent over as he's going to get spotted and it's going to be Pow Pow that takes him down. Tianba now, let's look into our 4v4v4 firefight on Military Base Island.
But now we know for sure that FaZe has done it.
Yep.
Another Sunday finds success for FaZe. Just unbelievable how time and time again this day of the week, for whatever reason, just is magic for them.
Okay, looks like they're going to move down to the oil derricks to try to work from. Donna was playing the other one, and this isn't the best of cover, let's be honest, as it's all rounded out. You have to be very, very careful with it as you're going to be navigating, most notably due to the fact that a lot of angles are going to be opening. FaZe still left Corexy behind to really be able to harass anything that Dana was going to be trying to bring. Tianba is a lot more in a fortified position, but they also don't really have a lot of cover over into the east where FaZe is going to be playing from. Their much more defended line is going to be on Donovan. And Donovan realizing position. Smokes are going to be down. They're going to go ahead and start their cross. They realize that they need to make it into this compound, and this is even more of a benefit for FaZe to try to work from, because this means that Donovan is going to be running into the entirety of Tianba.
The good news for Donovan away is that there's not many sightlines that Tianba can take onto them as they come through, and they even smoked off the doors that Tianba could potentially peek out of. So that opens up the opportunity here for Tianba to try to throw some grenades into these positions that they know that they're at. Trying to use some blue zones
smart. Throwing it on the opposing side of the wall to try to make sure that they're going to push away from it, realizing, using the capabilities of what the blue zone nades can do. Brilliant. That is a very heady play.
Absolutely brilliant from Tianba, reading this situation so perfectly. So yeah, you cut us off with smokes, that's fine. We've still got plenty of utility. There's probably still some on the ground inside of here that they can pick up and keep tossing Donovan's way.
While this is going on, Gustav has moved over to the outer wall along the road, so that's more control angles coming up for FaZe, as wherever this is going to be going next, as we are in phase number 9, or phase number 8. As we move into phase number 9, center dot is definitely favoring FaZe, as you can see Gustav now in that position. So however this firefight's going to go, man, good luck trying to fight into this defended line of FaZe.
Oh yeah, no, it doesn't matter what happens between Donovan and Tianba in some ways. FaZe just needs to hold the line and come through with the win, and then they for sure will know. I don't know if they know in their heads exactly where they're at in the leaderboard, but if they can come through with the win, they will definitely be celebrating. Here we go. Grenades are out. Pow Pow holding this angle, cooking the heck out of that grenade.
That is a nice bounce. Going to get some damage. Blue zone nades coming out again, separating out Donovan, forcing them out, and it's just really controlling the pace, right?
And look at the setup that they did here. It's blue zones out, and right as the blue zone's popping, he's throwing one that's going to bounce on the backside of the blue zone where a player from Donovan is likely to move. It's so smart. The coordination is so good.
That was a good follow, and it is just nade upon nade. Collapsing in. Tianba did lose 2 into it, but keep in mind, FaZe ready to go. They know that they have control. They're now stepping into this one. This is the way to cement it, right? We're going into the finals. We're going to earn it. We're going to make sure to shut up everyone.
I love it. Absolutely love the statement that FaZe made, the way that they played this game. One more player to go, and they will find themselves, well, they already find themselves, but they will certainly know for sure. S12K, why not? Pow Pow, go for it.
Smokes. Oh, hey, trying to collect a bit more ammo to work with there, and it's going to be its own problem. Is a lot of throwables, 8 kills, about to be a decent chunk more is going to come through. Is maybe get some reses out. You can see just continuing to throw in, try to harass more and more. No big rush, but that blue zone is coming in. Tianba's going to have to make a move. Do they just go ahead and feed it over? Or do they go for the firefight? No reason to not go for the firefight, right? Shot's not going to come out. James realizing exactly where he's at. Going to go for the door open. It goes for the shotgun. Pow Pow's going to go down. Here goes the next set of peaks, and it's just going to be a clean, easy, efficient win for FaZe.
It's time to rename Sunday to FaZe Day, because they come through with another heroic performance to get themselves into a grand finals. Time and time again, this team gives us highlights.
I mean, it's just a solid read. You can see the relief, the happiness setting in as now grand finals in control. We've got our top 8 teams, and you got to say they deserve it. They fought their way to get into this stage, but that means that as we're going to be looking into the future, my man, this is going to be nuts looking what's going on with Last Chance.
Those Last Chance qualifiers are going to be spicy as heck. Who knows how it's going to fall out, but guys, we are going to send it back over to the desk to break it all down.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. It wouldn't be Sunday if it wasn't a FaZe win to wrap it up. They started in 12th, they managed to get to 8th, and they advanced to the grand final in a way that only FaZe can. It was all, there was a time when it was doubtful, but we said, this is the FaZe Sunday. This is what they do, and they stepped up and did it yet again.
Yeah, it's super impressive here, of course. They're able to hold on. It's a military game, right? They're looting in Milta, so they have some prior. They managed to get into the pharmacy, managed to spread out, managed to take a lot of good grounds. And here in the end, when you have James on a P90 with 3 gear, he's going to feel unstoppable, and he's going to show you that as well. Once we saw the camera on him, he's going to show it in-game, that in the way that the confidence you have. You could just see he's just running head on, face the...
Forget Rambo. Let's talk about Jimbo. He played incredible plays, but it wasn't by himself, correct? He had a couple of plays with a Bolty, and Vex, the Dragon, has been an absolute force in terms of leadership in these fights. FaZe played so well. We also saw some really great game. Here it is, man. He just P90'd everyone off this map.
And one of them got stolen, unfortunately. Of course, Soul also impressive.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice way to kind of end things here for Danawa. They're always looking good. It's always that team, they're going to be on the cusp. They're going to be looking good. And yeah, they did good here. This push here is just, there's no way you're going to stop this man here. 8 kills for James for FaZe. And they're able to win this last one here to make sure they qualify.
Well, that's the thing. Okay, so FaZe got a little bit of a position. They made their rotation to the spot. They sort of held it. They got the pharmacy. Things looked great. But that's not necessarily... And so then they saw Sonics going out. They saw them fighting Twisted Minds. And that's sort of the first advance.
Right.
That said, it doesn't matter. Even if those two hadn't knocked each other out, FaZe played that game so well, I think they would have advanced.
It would have mattered,
no matter how those other two teams passed. So FaZe came to play. They earned the spot. Well done for them. Welcome back to the desk for the last time. My name is Toffees. I'm joined here by Avengers. We're going to look at the top 4 teams. Then we'll run through the leaderboard and talk about who advances to the grand finals and who has to take the field of play as early as tomorrow. Top 4.
Yeah, of course, FaZe with 11. 8 of those goes to Jimbo, 1,800 damage. Janba also good. I've been impressed with Janba. We ask for these games where they're not having the home turf circles. Here, 26,000 meters traveled, almost 28,000 yards for you there. But still, a lot of points. Danawa, again, impressive here. They're always this team that's going to be able to do well. 8 kills, 7 knockouts, almost 800 and some damage, or close to 1,000. It's 836 damage. Super impressive for James. Again, this confidence, yourself.
Yeah.
If you get a P90 in full 3 gear, you're going to run at people, and you're going to gun them down like we saw him do here.
I might just run at him. I don't know that I'd be successful in gunning them down the way that James was, but that is what makes these guys pros and makes them great to play. Also, I'm just going to put it out there, seeing Jimbo back at the top of his game, James back at the top of his game when he has such a history with teams
Such
throughout.
a storied player.
It really is, though. And there was a time where I feel like we weren't seeing the James that we fell in love with back in 2019, 2020. He is in full force now.
Even in 2017, 2018, played for Penta first at IEM Oakland 2017, then got scouted over to Liquid, had a really long stint with Liquid, of course, played with, legends and had really good performance, of course. Rough time at PGC 2019, they didn't make it there. Then over to FaZe, did well, and actually had some good performances. Also, of course, a little bit of a stint on the Overpeakers boys back in 2022. So overall, fantastic storied player. Has been at almost every single international. Of course, Norway didn't participate in Nations Cup, but really, really storied player here. One of the guys that's been at every single PGC.
An absolute journey, and with so many different teams, so many different story teams, even like dynasties, I would say, you learn a lot. You get better, you get stronger playing with such a diverse group.
There's not a lot of players that's going to be saying they're going to have a long, like a plus year play time on legacy teams like FaZe Clan and Liquid. This is our top 8 teams, though. Day Trade, 72 points.
Ooh, 72. Day Trade makes the advance. FaZe, Cerberus, LG, Tiamba, T5, Danawa, and 17 goes straight to the grand final.
The most impressive thing is that Luminosity started today on 25 points. They have 79. FaZe Clan started on 27. They have 70 plus as well. They push out Foot, of course, and Sonics that had 47 points when we started the day. They struggled throughout today.
They struggled, but the teams on the LG FaZe, they put the points up they needed to. Day Trade also made some really good moves early on and got those points. Now, last chance qualifier. This who takes the field. The bottom 8 from today join the top 8 from the losers bracket, and they play 12 games. At the end of 12 games, 8 go home, 8 go on to the big show.
A lot of strong teams here in the last chance. Starting already tomorrow, of course, it's going to be super exciting to see Again, we're going to find the last half of our grand finals among these 16 teams here.
Dare I say, and take this as you will, I think this is a positive, sort of, for the Sonics and Twisted Minds in particular. Right. I think some extra time. I don't see a problem with them getting out of that bracket. Right. Maybe a little more time to get their feet under them and build confidence in that lobby sets them up for the grand final. We're back to start off the games with Orango, Vikendi, Tego, Miramar, and Miramar. So it is going to be a whole new setup. You can make your new fantasy rosters. It is very exciting to be here because this is one of those brackets where it could all end for a couple of teams, and that usually means chaos, that usually means excitement, and that usually means a lot of intensity, and I expect that tomorrow.
Yeah, 100% agree. I see, you know, our big name teams, they're going to go out and get a little bit of a confidence boost. Yep. They have to start strong though. Like if you come out of winners with a rough set of games and you go in and you have a rough start, a weak start, then your mental game is going to be absolutely destroyed.
So you see, if you want to see the teams that come out of Last Chance and go to the big show, you can see them in person. Grand final tickets are on sale right now. 2 of the days are sold out, so act fast, because I think with 2 Thai teams advancing already, it does mean that the crowd is going to be wild. So if you want to support your team, now is the time to come out, visit beautiful Bangkok, and see a heck of a PUBG show. So make sure you come and get involved with that. I do want to give a shout out to our sponsors, On to Seat, the official gaming chair partner, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose On to Seat, choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Loga Pro Esports grade gaming gear with a unique design. And as a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championship 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Talkanoi, live deliciously. #1 fast and reliable fiber internet, true online, keeping you connected when you need to get that chicken. And that's what I think I saw from FaZe. They linked up, they played as a team. Honestly, the FaZe or the Specs Jeems combo has been ludicrous so far.
It has. It's been looking good, and again, we saw that in group stage. I'm happy they're able to turn it around after a really rough day one, right? You know, we're expecting them to put in 40, 50 points a day.
Yeah.
And even in winners bracket, they're a team that we're expecting to do really great things. After PGS1, after them not making grand finals, they've been putting in so much hard work, and we're expecting them to do great things in the grand finals too.
And honestly, in the grand final, like for me, the one piece is missing is Kurexi hasn't been what I expect from Kurexi.
Not what we saw from him previously in the year, like in the first half of the year. He was up there. He was doing things. Now it's G-Man Fek show.
But imagine, in the grand finals, Kurexi turns on. He has a couple of days now.
God.
He's got 3 days or 4 days to go train and put in some work in the practice facility. He turns on, and FaZe becomes unstoppable when it gets to that grand final. So I'm excited to see if that happens. Now let's check in with Pan in just a second. The games are done today, but we're back with the last chance. And Pan with an interview right now.
เอาละค่ะสำหรับในช่วงนี้นะคะก็ถึงช่วงเวลาที่เราจะได้มาสัมภาษณ์นะคะกับนักแข่งของเราแล้ววันนี้เชื่อว่าหลายคนเราก็ได้เห็นถึงความสามารถกันแล้วแล้วก็ที่สำคัญกับ Amazing Performance นะคะที่โอ้โหหลากหลายทีมให้เราทำให้เราได้ตื่นเต้นกันเนาะดังนั้นเดี๋ยวในช่วงนี้เรามาสัมภาษณ์กันเลยดีกว่ากับทีมที่น่าสนใจนะคะ Okay, so now it's time to have a little talk with some amazing players right here today. So let's get started from Turaton 5. Woohoo! สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับกับธนดลนะคะก็เจอกันเป็นรอบที่2แล้วดังนั้นเดี๋ยวเราขออนุญาตถามสักนิดนึงแล้วกันต้องบอกว่าวันนี้กับ T5 ของเราคือความสามารถหรือว่าการเล่นของเขาในวันนี้เนี่ยคือต้องบอกว่าคงเส้นคงวามากนะนะคะซึ่งต้องบอกว่าในรอบ winner bracket เนี่ยก็คือสามารถทำออกมาได้ดีมากๆเลยดังนั้น and finish near the top แล้วก็อยู่ใกล้ๆกับแรงค์ในลำดับบนๆด้วยนะคะพี่ขอแปลจากอังกฤษเป็นไทยให้หนูด้วยนะ so อยากจะถามว่าสำหรับการที่เราจะเข้าสู่ในรอบ grand final ตรงนี้เนี่ยเพื่อที่เราจะได้ชิงตำแหน่งผู้ชนะมาคิดว่าเราจะต้องทำยังไงบ้างโอเคนะคะ My number 3 please โอเค1 2 3
ก็กลับไปทำกันบ้านครับแล้วก็เตรียมตัวให้พร้อมสำหรับแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับ
ฉันชอบคำตอบของเธอตลอดเวลานะคะเอาใช้ใช้ของพี่ไปเลยโอเค so you just tell that so work hard practice harder and do the best นะคะก็คืออย่างที่น้องบอกไปเมื่อกี้เลยนะคะก็ I just asked him about that today T5 have showed a great consistency here in the winner bracket and finished near the top of the leaderboard. What do you need to do to try to the next level in the finals and to claim their championship? So practice harder and do his best แล้วก็คำถามที่2นะคะ the second question is what does it mean for you to stand on this stage in front of your fans and know you're playing in the grand final แล้วก็อยากจะถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้ยืนต่อหน้าแฟนๆนะคะแล้วก็เราได้เข้าสู่รอบ grand final จ้า
เขินแล้วก็ดีใจครับ
I like him because his answer is really short ก็คือเขาตอบว่า he's shy and อะไรนะเขินแล้วก็เลยนะ
ดีใจครับ
and happy โอเค thank you ธนาดลขอบคุณนะคะขอบคุณค่ะ He's always shy โอเคก็ต่อมานะคะแน่นอนกับอีกหนึ่งทีมนะคะที่ได้เข้าไปสู่รอบ Grand Final แล้วก็ทำให้แฟนๆ amazing มากๆนั่นคือใครคะนั่นก็คือทีม Face Clan Congratulations
Thank you.
Okay, congratulations, Jimmy. Okay, first question is going into the final match. Okay, so let's get through that final match. Almost half of the lobby was in striking distance of the final spot. So what was your mindset heading into the final match?
Our mindset was just to keep a positive mental attitude, try our best, and we were of course keeping close tabs on the teams around us and making sure we were making the right moves before the enemy teams were making the right moves. So we were just one step ahead.
โอเคนะคะก็คำถามแรกเลยก็ถามว่าคือใน Final Match เราได้เห็นเลยว่าโอ้โหในจุดต่างๆที่เขาแบบเป็น strike distance ของเขาตรงนี้เนี่ยคือมันแบบมันไปสู่แบบจุดที่ไปสู่ชัยชนะคือเขาวางแผนไว้ดีมากอ่ะเราเลยอยากถามว่าในเกมสุดท้ายตรงนี้เขาวางแผนไว้ยังไงบ้างนะคะกับการที่เขาได้รับชัยชนะแบบนี้มาอย่างแรกเลยต้องบอกว่าเขาต้องคิดเผื่อเนาะคิดเผื่อคู่แข่งค่ะ one step ahead ก็คือ1 ก้าวล่วงหน้าเลยว่าคู่แข่งรอบๆเขาเนี่ยจะทำอะไรบ้างแล้วก็รวมถึงทีมของเขาเองเนาะเขาก็มี mindset ที่ดีในเรื่องของการวางแผนในการเล่นเกมครั้งนี้ด้วยนะคะอันนี้ก็เป็นสิ่งที่ Face Clan นะคะทำให้ได้เข้าสู่รอบ Grand Final นั่นเองนะจ๊ะแล้วก็คำถามที่2 so the second one you watched as all the team who could contest you fell around you so take us through that experience what was it like to finish with the chicken dinner
I mean, it was a really fun game. We're just watching the kill feed. They were all dying and had a P90 and it's pretty OP, so GG.
โอเคก็สำหรับสุดท้ายนี้ที่ถามนะคะก็ถามเขาว่าคือรู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่เราเห็นแบบว่าทีมคู่แข่งรอบๆเนี่ยเริ่มตายกันหมดนะคะเริ่มแบบว่าเริ่ม fail around นะคะก็จนทำให้เขาเนี่ยได้ chicken dinner มานะคะก็บอกว่าตื่นเต้นดีนะตื่นเต้นดีแล้วก็ที่ได้เห็นคนรอบๆตัวตายไปนะคะแล้วก็ต้องบอกว่าเป็นเกมที่ค่อนข้างท้าทายมากๆเป็นเกมที่เขาต้องบอกว่ายินดีมากๆนะคะทำให้เขาเนี่ยได้ไปสู่รอบ Grand Final นะคะโอเค anything to say to your fans you know here your big fans here
These guys are the best sitting in the front here thank you everyone who watches at home as well for supporting us thank you guys very much
โอเคค่ะก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากๆนะคะ this is Face Clan to the Grand Finals Okay congratulations alright แล้วก็สำหรับในช่วงนี้นะคะก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยสำหรับ8ทีมนะคะที่ได้เข้าสู่รอบ Grand Final นะคะแล้วก็ในวันพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวเรามาเจอกันกับ Last Chance ในวันแรกนั่นเองค่ะเดี๋ยวเรามาลุ้นกันแล้วก็ส่งกำลังใจนะคะให้กับทีมต่างๆกันได้เนาะ Okay so for tomorrow the first day of the Last Chance don't forget to like cheer up the teams over here at BCC Hall Central ลาดพร้าว and see you guys tomorrow แล้วเจอกันใหม่พรุ่งนี้นะคะสวัสดีค่ะ
it's not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself at the